Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fanfic Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if story and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry and Hermione unlocked forbidden legacy of Black House? If you enjoy big magic in videos, subscribe to Potter Fanfic Hub. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1: The Secret Hidden in Grimmauld Place. The dust hadn't settled since Sirius fell. That was what Harry told himself as he stood in the center of number 12, Grimmauld Place, 3 weeks after the worst night of his life. The townhouse swallowed sound the way dying stars swallowed light. Every footstep echoed off walls that had witnessed centuries of black family cruelty. Every whisper seemed to linger in air thick with old curses and older regrets. 3 weeks. 21 days since he'd watched his godfather tumble through the veil, laughter still frozen on his face. 21 nights of waking up clawing at his chest, certain he'd heard Sirius calling his name through the barrier between worlds. Harry pressed his palm against the cold stone wall of the drawing room. The house groaned around him, shifting like an old animal resenting his presence. Creature had vanished into the depths after the funeral, muttering about blood traitors and half-bloods defiling the noble house of Black. Ron had stayed for exactly 1 week before Molly Weasley had personally operated to the doorstep and dragged him home by the ear, insisting he needed proper meals and a mother's care. Hermione had stayed. She stood at the window now, her bushy hair catching the weak September light filtering through the grime-caked glass. Her fingers traced patterns in the condensation, random at first, but Harry noticed they always resolved into the same shape. A door. "You're staring," she said without turning around. "Sorry. Don't be." She finally faced him, and Harry was struck again by how much she changed in the weeks since the Department of Mysteries. Not in the obvious ways. She still bit her lip when thinking, still twisted a curl around her finger when frustrated. But something behind her eyes had shifted. Grown sharper. More permanent. "I've been thinking. When do you stop?" Hermione's smile didn't reach her eyes. "The will finally cleared probate this morning. Grimmauld Place is officially yours, Harry. No more blood adoption loopholes, no more ministry interference. The house chose you. The house tolerates me. There's a difference. Semantics." She crossed the room, her footsteps deliberately soft. "Professor Dumbledore sent another owl. He wants to meet with us next week. Something about the wider implications of the Black inheritance." "Us?" "You and me. He specifically asked for both of us." Harry felt his jaw tighten. The headmaster had been conspicuously absent since the funeral. Oh, there had been letters, beautifully crafted letters full of sorrow, and if only I had been faster, and the prophecy weighs heavily on us all. But Dumbledore hadn't looked Harry in the eye since that night in his office when he'd finally told him everything. The prophecy. The choice. The burden no 15-year-old should carry. "Let him wait," Harry said, surprising himself with the bitterness in his voice. "I'm not ready to be manipulated again." Hermione didn't argue. That was another thing that had changed. She'd stopped pushing him toward Dumbledore, stopped assuming the headmaster's wisdom was absolute. The battle in the ministry had cracked something in both of them, some naive belief that the adults actually knew what they were doing. "Fine," she said. "Then let's do something productive while we wait." She pulled a folded piece of parchment from her pocket, not the Marauder's map, but something older. The edges were brown with age, and when she unfolded it, Harry saw cramped handwriting in a script he didn't recognize. "What's that?" "Creature's been hiding things from us." Hermione's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "I caught him last night trying to seal off an entire section of the library. When I confronted him, he got strange. Agitated. Kept mumbling about the mistress's orders and some doors must stay closed forever." Harry's skin prickled. "You think Walburga told him to hide something?" "I think Walburga Black was a paranoid fanatic who spent her entire life protecting secrets that could destabilize the wizarding world." Hermione handed him the parchment. "And I think Sirius would want us to find them." The handwriting wasn't Walburga's, too precise, too clinical. Harry traced the words with his finger, his heart doing something complicated in his chest. Inventory of Restricted Holdings, Grimmauld Place Library. Sealed Section 7, The Black Codex Chamber. Access restricted by Blood Covenant of Orion Black, 1975. This doesn't make sense, Harry said slowly. I've been through the library. Ron and I searched every shelf after Sirius. He stopped, swallowed. After. There's no sealed section. Because it's not hidden by magic you'd recognize. Hermione was already moving toward the door, her excitement bleeding through her carefully controlled composure. I've been researching blood covenants for 3 days, Harry. They're pre-wand magic, older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry. A blood covenant doesn't just lock something away. It binds the lock to specific magical signatures. Specific how? Hermione paused at the threshold, her hand resting on the tarnished doorknob. Specific as in only certain bloodlines can even see the door exists. The drawing room felt colder suddenly. Harry thought about all the times he'd walked past the library without noticing anything unusual. Thought about Creature's constant muttering, his reverence for the noble and most ancient house of Black. Show me. The library had always unnerved Harry. Not because of the books themselves, he'd never been much of a reader, despite Hermione's best efforts. But there was something about the way the shelves loomed over you in Grimmauld Place's library, the way the spines seemed to watch you when you weren't looking directly at them. Some of the tomes were bound in materials Harry didn't want to identify. Others whispered when you passed, their pages rustling like dry tongues forming old warnings. Hermione walked straight to the back wall, where a massive portrait of Finis Nigellus Black hung sneering down at them. Here, she said, pressing her palm flat against the brick beneath the portrait. The inventory says sealed section 7 should be right. The brick didn't shift. Hermione frowned, pressed harder. Nothing. He's lying. Finis Nigellus drawled from his frame. Whatever that mud. Finish that sentence, Harry said quietly, and I'll throw you in the attic next to your grandmother's portrait. Finis's sneer faltered. He'd learned over the past few weeks that Harry wasn't bluffing about such things. The portrait muttered something about modern lack of respect for headmasters and stepped out of his frame, disappearing into the adjacent portrait of a sleeping witch. The inventory says the chamber is here, Hermione insisted, her frustration mounting. She pulled out her wand, cast a dozen detection charms Harry didn't recognize. But there's no magical variance. No hidden compartments. It's just wall. Maybe Creature was just being paranoid. No. Hermione shook her head fiercely. The inventory is authentic. I verified the ink composition, the parchment dating, even the magical signature on Orion Black's handwriting. There is a sealed section. We just can't. She stopped. Her eyes widened. What? The blood covenant, she whispered. Harry, what if the covenant doesn't just hide the door? What if it hides the door unless someone with the right blood tries to open it? I don't. Press your hand against the wall. Harry hesitated. Then he walked to the spot Hermione indicated and pressed his palm flat against the cold brick. Nothing happened. No, Hermione said, and now there was something desperate in her voice. No, that doesn't. Maybe it's both of us. Maybe the covenant requires 2 bloodlines. Harry, put your hand there. She pointed to a spot 2 feet to the left. And I'll put mine. Here. Are you sure about this? No. But I'm sure there's something here, and I'm sure Sirius would want us to find it. Sirius. Harry's hand moved before his brain caught up, pressing against the designated brick. Hermione stepped beside him, her smaller palm flat against the wall. They stood there like that for a long moment, boy and girl, orphan and almost orphan, both too young and too old all at once. Harry felt nothing. Then, heat. Not from the wall. From inside him. His scar prickled, but not with pain, with recognition, like his own magic was suddenly aware of something it had been searching for his entire life. Hermione. He breathed. Your hand. I feel it too. Her voice shook. Harry, it's burning. Blood. Red light bled from between their palms, seeping into the cracks between bricks like liquid fire. The wall didn't crumble or swing open. It melted, the stones softening and flowing outward to reveal a narrow passageway that definitely hadn't been there seconds ago. The air that wafted out was ancient. Not stale, ancient. Harry had smelled old magic before, in the depths of Hogwarts, in the Chamber of Secrets, in the cave where Dumbledore had drunk that terrible potion. But this was different. This was patient magic. Magic that had been waiting. Blood of Potter. A voice whispered from the darkness. Not hostile. Curious. Blood of Granger. The Covenant accepts. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Did the wall just speak? Worse, Harry said, pulling out his wand. It knew your name. They stepped into the passage together. The corridor behind the melted wall wasn't long, maybe 20 feet, but every step felt like walking through centuries. Portraits lined both sides, smaller than the ones upstairs, their subjects frozen mid-motion as if they'd been petrified mid-conversation. Harry recognized none of them, but he felt their gazes crawling over his skin. These aren't regular portraits, Hermione murmured, her wand light illuminating dusty silver frames. They're watch witches. Magical alarms. Each one would trigger if someone without proper authorization entered. How do you know? Because the one on the left just blinked. Harry looked. The portrait, a severe-looking woman with dark hair and darker eyes, held absolutely still. It's watching us, Hermione continued, her voice barely audible. They all are. But they're not attacking because the Blood Covenant recognized us. Why would the Blacks set up a blood covenant that recognizes Granger blood? Hermione didn't answer. But Harry saw her hand tighten around her wand, saw the way her jaw set in that familiar stubborn line. They reached the end of the corridor. The door was black. Not painted black, not enchanted black. Black in the way that darkness before creation was black. It absorbed light the way a starved thing absorbed hope, pulling Harry's wand beam into itself and returning nothing. No handle. No lock. No visible seam between door and frame. Just blackness. Absolute and patient. There's no way to open it, Harry said. There's always a way. Hermione stepped forward, raising her hand toward the door's surface. Blood magic responds to. The moment her fingers touched the black surface, light exploded. Not the gentle red glow from the wall. This was violent light, silver and gold, and something that was either but somehow both, tearing through the corridor like a living thing. Harry heard Hermione scream, not in pain, but in shock, and then the light was inside him, burning through his veins, rewriting something fundamental about how he understood magic. Images flashed behind his eyes. A dark-haired man who could only be Sirius's father, or Iron Black, standing before this same door with blood dripping from his palm. A woman who looked like Hermione, same hair, same fierce intelligence, turning away from the Black family in disgust. A battle fought not with wands but with something older, something that made the ground shake and the sky bleed. And then, nothing. Harry collapsed to his knees, gasping. Beside him, Hermione was doing the same, her face pale as paper. The door, she whispered. Look! The black surface had changed. Words were carved into it now, letters of fire that shifted between languages faster than Harry could follow. But underneath the shifting symbols, one phrase remained constant. Only the Twin Keepers may enter. Blood of Black. Blood of Potter. Blood of the lost sister. Twin Keepers, Harry repeated. What does that mean? Hermione was crying. He realized this with distant shock. He'd seen Hermione cry before, over grades, over house elves, over Ron's thoughtlessness. But this was different. These were tears of recognition, of something remembering something it had forgotten it knew. My grandmother, she said slowly. My mother's mother. She was disowned. By her family. I never knew why, she never talked about it, but her maiden name was. Hermione's voice broke. Her maiden name was Black. The corridor seemed to hold its breath. Your grandmother was a black? A squib. Hermione wiped her eyes angrily. Born magical, but it didn't manifest. Or maybe it was suppressed. The blacks disowned anyone who embarrassed them, and a squib daughter was the ultimate embarrassment. She married a muggle doctor, changed her name, never spoke of magic again. Your mother never told you. My mother didn't know. Hermione's hand trembled as she reached for the door again. My grandmother died when Mum was 12. She never told anyone. But the blood remembers, Harry. The black's magic remembers. The blood of the lost sister, Harry murmured. Me. The door opened. Not swung. Asterisk dissolved asterisk, the black surface peeling back like flower petals revealing a dark heart. Beyond it was a chamber that seemed larger than the entire townhouse, its ceiling lost in shadows so deep they might have been infinite. And in the center of that chamber, floating on a pedestal of obsidian and silver, a book. It was huge, easily 3 feet tall and 2 wide, bound in leather so dark it made the door look gray. Silver clasps held it closed, each one shaped like a different animal, a lion, a serpent, a badger, an eagle, and one Harry didn't recognize, something that seemed to shift between forms as he watched. The Black Codex, Hermione breathed. It's real. It's actually real. You've heard of this? Every scholar of obscure magic has heard rumors. Hermione stepped into the chamber, her voice hushed with reverence. The Blacks were one of the oldest families in Britain, older than the founders, some say. They supposedly guarded something called the balance, magic that was neither light nor dark but something, older. Something the Ministry has tried to erase from history. Why? Because the balance was dangerous. Hermione reached toward the book, then pulled her hand back. Not evil, dangerous. It didn't care about morality or intent. It just balanced. If someone performed too much dark magic, the balance would create an equal amount of light. If someone tried to tip the scales too far in either direction, the balance would tip back. Harder. Hermione's eyes were fixed on the Codex. The Blacks weren't dark wizards, Harry. Not originally. They were guardians. They protected the balance for thousands of years. But somewhere along the way, they forgot their purpose. They started using the balance for their own gain, manipulating it to make themselves powerful. And the Ministry? Erased them. Redefined them as dark wizards so no one would look too closely at what they'd really been guarding. Harry walked toward the pedestal. The air grew thicker with every step, heavy with magic that felt neither friendly nor hostile, just present, like gravity or time. The Codex pulsed faintly, a heartbeat of silver light that synchronized with his own. The door recognized you as the Lost Sisters. Blood, he said quietly. But it recognized me too. Why? Hermione was silent for a long moment. I've been thinking about that, she finally said. Sirius was your godfather, but that's not a blood connection. The blood covenant should have required a direct black relative. Unless what? Unless there's another connection. Hermione turned to face him, and Harry was struck by how old she looked in the Codex's silver light. Harry, what if the Potters and the Blacks were connected long before Sirius? What if the prophecy isn't just about Voldemort? What if it's about this? The Codex's clasps snapped open. All 5 of them, simultaneously, with a sound like breaking bones. The book's cover rose on its own, pages flipping past too fast for Harry to read, until finally, it stopped. A single sentence blazed on the exposed page, written in fire. When lion and mind unite, the noble house shall rise again. Harry read the words 3 times. Then he looked at Hermione, whose eyes had gone wide with understanding. Lion, she whispered. Godric Gryffindor's symbol. That's me, Harry said. Gryffindor. And mind? Ravenclaw. Hermione's voice shook. My house. But that's just symbolism. It doesn't mean. The Codex flipped another page. Asterisk blood of the lion, lost but found. Blood of the eagle, hidden in shadow. Blood of the serpent, broken and redeemed. Blood of the badger, bound by silence. Blood of the fifth, waiting in darkness. Asterisk. When all five unite as one, the balance shall remember its purpose. The silver light flickered. And somewhere deep in Grimmauld Place, a portrait that had been frozen for weeks suddenly opened its painted eyes. Walburga Black was awake. And she was smiling. The chamber went cold. Harry's wan hand jerked up instinctively, but there was nothing to fight, just shadows and ancient magic and a book that seemed to know more about his future than he did. Beside him, Hermione had gone completely. Still, her breath forming small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. "Do you feel that?" she whispered. "Hard not to." "No, feel it." She grabbed his wrist, her fingers ice cold against his skin. "The house, Harry. The whole house just woke up." She was right. Grimmauld Place had always felt like a sleeping beast, something vast and dangerous biding its time beneath the surface. But now the beast had opened its eyes. Harry could feel its attention pressing against his mind, curious and hungry and ancient beyond comprehension. "I don't think we should be here," he said. "I don't think we have a choice." Hermione nodded toward the codex. "Look!" The book was still open, but the fiery letters had faded. In their place was something else, a map, drawn in ink that seemed to move, showing paths that led from Grimmauld Place to places Harry had never heard of. A vault beneath Gringotts marked with the Black family crest. A chamber beneath Hogwarts that didn't appear on any official blueprint. A forest where the trees grew upside down. And at the center of it all, 2 words. The trial. "Harry." Hermione's voice was barely audible. "What have we done?" He didn't have an answer. But somewhere above them, Walburga Black's portrait began to laugh, not the shrieking madness Harry remembered from previous visits, but something colder. Something that sounded almost like triumph. "The heirs have awakened," the portrait crooned. "Oh, my foolish, beautiful boys, you've opened the door your ancestors died to keep shut." "Shut up!" Harry shouted at the ceiling. But Walburga only laughed harder. "You think Voldemort is your enemy, Potter? You think the prophecy matters?" Her voice dropped to a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "The Dark Lord is a candle flame compared to what you've just unleashed. The balance remembers. And the balance is hungry." The codex slammed shut. The silver clasps relocked themselves, but the book no longer looked dormant. It pulsed, hungry and waiting, and Harry realized with sick certainty that it would open again. For them. Only for them. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said, but her voice lacked conviction. "No." Harry surprised himself with the word. "Not yet. Not until we understand what this is. Harry. Sirius died because we trusted the wrong people at the wrong time." Harry turned away from the codex, forcing himself to meet Hermione's terrified eyes. "I'm not making that mistake again. Whatever this is, whatever the Blacks were really guarding, we figure it out first. Then we decide who to trust." Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Together?" "Together." They walked out of the chamber, and the black door sealed behind them, and neither of them noticed the final line of text that had appeared on its surface, words that would have kept them awake if they'd seen. The trial begins at midnight on Samhain. Only one keeper may emerge. The balance demands blood. Outside, London was just waking up to September grey. Inside Grimmauld Place, a house that had slept for centuries stretched its ancient bones and prepared to hunt. And somewhere in the Department of Mysteries, in a room that didn't officially exist, an unspeakable watched a silver thread connect 2 names on a prophecy shelf and smiled. The game had changed. No one knew the rules. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The Forbidden Black Codex. 3 days had passed since the door opened. 3 days of Hermione barely sleeping, barely eating, barely speaking to anyone except in clipped, urgent sentences that made Harry's head spin. She had transformed the library into a war room, books stacked in precarious towers, scrolls unrolled across every surface. her handwriting covering 3 separate notebooks in increasingly frantic scrawl. Harry had spent those 3 days doing something harder. Waiting. Not passive waiting, the kind of waiting soldiers did before battle, the kind that involved checking your weapons and memorizing your exits and pretending you weren't terrified. He'd walked every corridor of Grimmauld Place until he knew its creaks and groans by heart. He tested every locked door, peered behind every tapestry, mapped every secret passage creature hadn't managed to hide. He'd stood outside the black door 12 times. Each time, it remained sealed. But each time, he felt something on the other side. Breathing. Waiting. Growing. You're pacing again. Harry stopped mid-stride. Hermione stood in the library doorway, her hair somehow even wilder than usual, dark circles bruising the skin beneath her eyes. She was holding a book so old its spine crumbled when she shifted her grip. I'm thinking. You're wearing a trench in the floorboards. She stepped into the room, careful to avoid the scattered parchment. Creature nearly tripped earlier. He's muttering about the young master disturbing the ancestral foundations. Creature can mutter all he wants. Harry sank onto a dusty sofa, suddenly exhausted. Did you find anything? Hermione's expression shifted, that particular gleam she got when she discovered something world-shattering. She dropped onto the sofa beside him, the ancient book balanced on her knees. I found everything. That's not an answer. That's the problem. Hermione opened the book, revealing pages that seemed to be written in at least 6 different languages, none of which Harry recognized. This is the Black Family Chronicle, their actual chronicle, not the sanitized version the Ministry keeps in its archives. Harry, they've been keeping records for over 3,000 years. 3,000? The family existed before Rome invaded Britain. Before the pyramids. Hermione's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. They weren't just an old wizarding family. They were one of the first magical families. The original 12 families that signed the first magical accord, the Blacks were there. Harry tried to process that. Failed. So they're old. What does that have to do with the Codex? The Codex isn't a book, Harry. Not really. Hermione carefully turned a page, revealing an illustration that made Harry's skin crawl, a spiral pattern that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at it. It's a key. The Blacks didn't write most of what's inside it. They found it. Passed it down through generations, adding to it, decoding it, but never. She paused, swallowed. Never fully understanding it. Understanding what? The balance. There it was again. That word Walburga's portrait had spat at them like a curse. Harry felt his scar prickle, not painfully, but with that same strange recognition from the corridor. Hermione, I need you to explain this like I'm Ron. That almost got a smile. Almost. Magic isn't good or evil, Hermione said slowly. We know that. We've always known that. A spell is a tool. It's how you use it that matters. Right. But what if that's not completely true? Hermione's brow furrowed. What if magic does have a moral dimension, just not the one we think? What if magic cares about balance? Balance between what? Everything. Hermione gestured broadly, nearly knocking over a stack of scrolls. Light and dark. Creation and destruction. Order and chaos. The Blacks believe that magic naturally seeks equilibrium. If someone performs too much dark magic, the universe creates an equal amount of light magic to compensate. If someone tries to force the world toward pure order, chaos rises up to meet it. Harry thought about Voldemort. About all the dark magic he'd performed, all the Horcruxes he'd created, all the death he'd spread across Britain. So Voldemort is tipping the scales. Hermione's voice hardened. Hard and fast. And the balance is trying to correct itself. That's what Dumbledore meant when he said love was a power Voldemort couldn't understand. Love isn't just an emotion, Harry. It's the light that rises to meet darkness. It's the universe fighting back. But if that's true, if the balance always corrects itself, why do we have to fight? Why can't we just let the universe handle Voldemort? Because the balance doesn't care about individuals. Hermione's eyes met his, dark with something like grief. It cares about equilibrium. If Voldemort destroys enough light, the balance will create new light, but that might mean letting him win for decades first. Centuries even. The balance works on a scale we can barely comprehend. And the Blacks? They tried to control it. Hermione turned back to the book, her fingers tracing the moving spiral. That's what made them powerful. They learned rituals that could accelerate the balance, force it to correct itself faster. They could sense imbalances before they happened and adjust them. That sounds good, actually. It sounds like playing God. Hermione's voice was sharp. And that's exactly what the Ministry decided. Around 1200 years ago, the Blacks used the balance to stop a plague that would have killed half the magical population of Europe. They saved hundreds of thousands of lives. But the method they used. Hermione hesitated. The balance requires sacrifice, Harry. Not necessarily blood, but something of equal value to what you're trying to correct. To stop that plague, the Blacks sacrificed something the Chronicle won't name. Something that destroyed 3 entire magical bloodlines. Harry felt cold. They killed people? No. Worse. They unmade them. Hermione's voice dropped to barely a whisper. The Chronicle says their names were erased from existence. Not just killed, never born. The balance undid their entire history because the Blacks demanded payment. Silence stretched between them. That's monstrous, Harry finally said. Yes. Hermione closed the book gently. And that's why the Ministry declared the Black Codex forbidden. Why they erased most references to the balance from magical history. Because the Blacks didn't stop at stopping plagues. They started manipulating the balance for profit. For power. For revenge. Sirius never mentioned any of this. Sirius was disowned at 16. Hermione's expression softened. He never accessed the family's deepest secrets. The Blacks would have died before letting a blood traitor near the Codex. Harry stood up. Walked to the window. Stared out at the grey London sky. You said the Codex is a key. A key to what? He heard Hermione rise. Heard her footsteps approach. The Codex doesn't just contain rituals, she said quietly. It contains locations. Places where the balance is thin, where magic works differently. The Blacks built vaults and chambers at those locations, storing artifacts and knowledge that could manipulate the balance directly. The chamber beneath us. One of many. Hermione stood beside him now, her reflection ghostly in the window glass. Harry, I've decoded enough of the Chronicle to understand something important. The Black Codex wasn't sealed away because it was dark magic. It was sealed away because it was dangerous. To the Ministry, to the pure blood establishment, to everyone who benefits from the way magic currently works. What do you mean? The Ministry controls magic by regulating it. By defining some magic as legal and some as illegal, some as light and some as dark. Hermione's voice took on that passionate edge he'd heard so many times, in so many arguments about house elves and werewolf rights. But the balance doesn't care about Ministry definitions. If the balance became widely known, if people understood that magic corrects itself, the Ministry's entire authority would crumble. So they buried the truth. They buried the Blacks. Hermione turned to face him fully. First they discredited them. Called them dark wizards, Death Eaters, blood purists. Then they erased their real history. And finally... She paused. Finally, they waited for the family to destroy itself. Which it did. Which it did. Hermione's hand found his. Squeezed. Until now. Harry looked down at their joined hands. Thought about the blood covenant that had recognized them both. Thought about the prophecy in the Codex. When lion and mind unite, the noble house shall rise again. Why us? He asked. Why now? I don't know. Hermione's grip tightened. But I think we need to find out before someone else does. Someone else found out 4 hours later. Harry was in the kitchen, attempting to eat cold toast without tasting it, when the fire in the hearth roared green. He had his wand out before the flames subsided, revealing a face he didn't expect. Remus Lupin looked older than Harry remembered. The transformation was subtle, gray at the temples that hadn't been there before Sirius died, deeper lines around the eyes, a weariness that seemed to have settled into his bones. But his smile when he saw Harry was genuine, if tired. "May I come through?" Harry nodded, too surprised to speak. Lupin stepped out of the fire, brushing ash from his shabby robes, and pulled Harry into a brief, fierce hug. "You look terrible," Lupin said. "Thanks. It wasn't a compliment." Lupin released him, glancing around the kitchen with an expression Harry couldn't read. "Hermione told me to come. She sent a Patronus this morning, said you'd found something important." Harry's stomach dropped. "She didn't tell me she contacted you. She didn't want to worry you until she was sure." Lupin sat down heavily at the kitchen table, and for a moment he looked every one of his years. "She's been keeping me updated. About the house, about the inheritance, about—" He trailed off. "About the Codex?" Lupin's eyes sharpened. "She didn't name it. Just said you'd discovered something in the library that required caution." Harry debated lying. Debated deflection. But this was Remus, the last of his fathers. Friends, the only adult who had never lied to him about anything that mattered. "We found a hidden chamber," Harry said slowly. "Behind a blood covenant that recognized both me and Hermione. There's a book inside, the Black Codex. Hermione says it contains knowledge about something called the balance." Lupin went very still. "Harry." His voice was careful, controlled. "Have you opened the Codex?" "It opened itself." "What did it show you?" Harry described the prophecy. The map. The words that had burned themselves into his memory. The feeling of something waking up in the house around them. When he finished, Lupin had gone pale. "Remus? I need to see the chamber. Sirius would have wanted." "Harry." Lupin's hand shot across the table, gripping Harry's wrist with surprising strength. "I knew Sirius better than anyone alive. And I'm telling you, if he'd known what was in that chamber, he would have burned the house down around it." "But why?" Lupin released him. Stood up. Walked to the kitchen window and stared out at the overgrown garden. "Because the Black Codex destroyed his family," Lupin said quietly. "Not the dark magic, the knowledge. Sirius's grandfather, Arcturus Black, spent 40 years studying the Codex. He was a good man, by all accounts. Fair. Honorable. But the Codex changed him. Changed him how? It made him see patterns everywhere. Imbalances that needed correcting. He started performing rituals without understanding them, convinced he was helping the world." Lupin's voice dropped. "He killed his own brother, Harry. Convinced that Phineas Black Jr. was tipping the balance toward darkness. He was wrong. But the Codex had already consumed his judgment." Harry thought about Hermione's obsession. The way she'd barely slept. The way her magic had felt different lately, sharper, somehow, more precise but also more distant. "Hermione's not like that. Hermione is brilliant and driven and sometimes too certain of her own conclusions." Lupin turned back to face him. "Those are wonderful qualities. They're also the qualities the Codex exploits. You want us to stop. I want you to be careful." Lupin crossed back to the table, his expression earnest. "The Codex isn't evil. It's not cursed. It's temptation, the temptation to believe you know better than the natural order of magic. The Blacks fell to that temptation for generations. I don't want you and Hermione to fall the same way." Harry absorbed this. Turned it over. Looked for the lie, the manipulation, the angle. He found none. "We're not stopping," he said finally. "But we'll be careful. I promise." Lupin studied him for a long moment. Then nodded slowly. "Then I'll help how I can." He pulled a worn leather journal from his pocket, the same journal Harry had seen him consulting during order meetings. "I've been researching the Black family for months. Ever since Sirius." He swallowed. "Ever since he died. I wanted to understand what he'd run from. what he'd never been able to escape. And I found references to something called the Trial of Keepers. Lupin opened the journal to a marked page. 7 trials, each one testing a different aspect of the balance. The chronicles say the Blacks used these trials to select their heirs, to prove someone was worthy of accessing the Codex's deepest secrets. When were the last trials held? 400 years ago. Lupin's expression was grim. None of the participants survived. Hermione found them in the library an hour later. She was carrying the Black Codex. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. The book looked different now, larger somehow, its silver clasps glowing with faint inner light. Hermione's eyes were wild, her hair crackling with static electricity. It opened again, she said breathlessly. 10 minutes ago. I was in my room and the walls started. Harry, the walls were bleeding. Put the book down. I can't. Hermione's voice cracked. It won't let me. Every time I try to release it, my hands. Harry crossed the room in 3 strides. Grabbed the Codex's edge. Hermione's fingers were wrapped around its spine so tightly her knuckles had gone white. But when he tried to pull it free, her grip somehow tightened. Harry, stop, Lupin said sharply. Don't force it. Blood-bound objects react poorly too. The Codex snapped open. Harry felt the book pull, not physically, but magically, dragging something out of him that he hadn't known he possessed. Beside him, Hermione gasped, her free hand flying to her chest. Words blazed across the pages. The trial begins. First Keeper, Hermione Jean Granger. Second Keeper, James Sirius Potter. The balance requires demonstration of worth. Prove your unity, or die as one. What does that mean? Harry demanded. Prove our what? The Codex answered by showing them. The library dissolved. Harry had experienced portkeys and apparition and the sensation of being pulled through time itself. This was none of those things. This was unmaking, the world peeling away like rotten skin, revealing something darker and more primal beneath. When the world reformed, Harry was standing on a battlefield. Bodies lay everywhere. Wizards and witches in robes that looked centuries out of date, their faces frozen in expressions of terror and rage. The sky above was wrong, not night, not day, but something between, a bruised purple that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a dying heart. Harry. Hermione stood 10 feet away, her hands empty, the Codex gone. She looked around with wide eyes, taking in the carnage, the impossible sky, the complete absence of any familiar landmark. Where are we? Not where. Lupin's voice came from behind them. He stood at the edge of the battlefield, his face gray with recognition. When star. This is the Battle of Blackmoor, the secret civil war I told you about. 400 years ago. Harry looked at the bodies again. At the sky. At the way the air itself seemed to shimmer with residual magic. The trial brought us here? The trial is showing us something. Lupin walked forward carefully, avoiding the fallen bodies. The chronicles say the Keeper's trial forces participants to witness the Black family's greatest failure. To understand why the balance must be protected. A sound cut through the battlefield. Sobbing. Harry followed it to a figure kneeling in the center of the carnage, a woman in black robes, her dark hair streaked with gray, her face buried in her hands. She looked up as Harry approached, and he saw her eyes were the same shade as Sirius's. Another witness, the woman whispered. Another fool who thinks they can understand. Who are you? I was the Keeper. The woman laughed bitterly. The last true Keeper, before the balance rejected my family entirely. My name is Cassiopeia Black, and I am the one who ended us. Ended. The balance demanded a sacrifice. Cassiopeia gestured at the battlefield. I refused. So it took everything else instead. My children. My husband. My cousins and aunts and uncles and everyone I had ever loved. Her voice broke. 500 Black family members dead in a single hour. Because I was too cowardly to pay the price. Harry felt Hermione move closer to him. felt her shoulder press against his. "What price?" Hermione asked. Cassiopeia's eyes focused on her. Widened. "2 bloodlines," she whispered. "2 ancient bloodlines joined as one. That's what the balance wanted. That's what it has always wanted. The lion and the mind bound together, creating something new." Harry's heart stopped. "You mean? The balance doesn't want rituals or artifacts or vaults of treasure." Cassiopeia stood slowly, her robes dripping mud and blood. "It wants union. 2 families, separated by centuries of rivalry, finally merging into one. The Potters and the Blacks. The Lions and the The Blacks?" Harry said numbly. "But Hermione isn't. She carries the blood of the lost sister." Cassiopeia's gaze didn't waver. "That makes her black enough. And you carry the blood of the Potters, which makes you the lion the balance has been waiting for since the first prophecy was written." Hermione made a small sound. Not a scream, worse. A whimper of pure, primal fear. "Marriage," she said. "The balance wants us to. Not marriage." Cassiopeia's smile was terrible. "Something deeper. Something permanent. The balance doesn't care about your human ceremonies. It wants your magic. Bound together, intertwined, unable to be separated. 2 keepers, sharing one power." Harry couldn't look at Hermione. Couldn't look at Lupin. Couldn't look at anything except the battlefield, the bodies, the proof of what happened when someone refused the balance's demands. "What if we say no?" he asked. Cassiopeia's smile faded. "Then this becomes your future." She gestured at the carnage. "Everyone you love, everyone you've ever known, dead within a year. Not because the balance is cruel, but because the imbalance Voldemort has created will consume everything. The only way to stop it is to become what the balance needs. 2 keepers. 1 power." Cassiopeia stepped closer. 2 souls, bound so tightly that not even death can separate them. The Blacks tried to achieve this for centuries. Arranged marriages, blood adoptions, dark rituals that scarred the soul. None of it worked. Because the balance doesn't respond to force. What does it respond to? Cassiopeia looked at Harry. Looked at Hermione. Something like hope flickered across her ancient face. "Love," she said. "The truest magic of all. The balance has been waiting for 2 people who would choose each other, not because they were commanded, not because they were manipulated, but because they wanted to stand together." The battlefield began to fade. "The trial isn't over," Cassiopeia called out as the world dissolved around them. This was only the first truth. There are 6 more trials, each harder than the last. But remember what I told you, the balance doesn't demand sacrifice. It demands choice. Harry reached for Hermione's hand in the dissolving darkness. She reached back. And together they fell through time and space, back into Grimmauld Place's library, where the codex sat innocently on the table, and where Walburga Black's portrait was screaming with laughter. They saw. The portrait shrieked. They saw the truth and they didn't run. "Oh, my noble house, my beautiful, doomed noble house." Lupin silenced her with a flick of his wand. Then he turned to Harry and Hermione, his expression unreadable. "Well," he said quietly. "Now you know." "Know what?" Harry's voice sounded strange to his own ears. Distant. "That we're supposed to, that the balance wants. That the prophecy wasn't about defeating Voldemort." Lupin's eyes were sad. It was about creating something that could. The lion and the mind, united as one. 2 keepers, sharing one power. Harry. Hermione, the Codex isn't offering you a weapon. What is it offering us? Lupin looked at their joined hands. At the way Harry's fingers intertwined with Hermione's. At the way either of them had let go, even now. "Each other," he said softly. "Forever." The Codex pulsed on the table. And somewhere beneath Grimmauld Place, in the Chamber of Night, something ancient and patient finally smiled. The Keepers had arrived. The balance would have its due. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, The Last Heirs Chosen. The screaming didn't stop for 3 days. Walburga Black's portrait had always been unpleasant. Harry remembered his first visit to Grimmauld Place, the way her shrieks had rattled the chandeliers and brought Creature running with his hands over his ears. But this was different. This was deliberate. Every hour on the hour, her painted mouth would open and a sound would emerge that wasn't quite human, part grief, part triumph. Part something that crawled under Harry's skin and laid eggs there. Impervious, Hermione whispered for the dozenth time, casting a muffling charm on the door to the library. I don't understand. She wasn't like this before we opened the codex. Maybe she wasn't awake before. Harry sat slumped in an armchair, his third cup of cold tea abandoned beside him. Maybe the codex woke her up too. Lupin had left hours ago, promising to return with answers from the Order's archives. But Harry had seen the look on his face before he'd gone, the carefully controlled terror of a man who had just realized something terrible, and wasn't ready to share it. Now it was just Harry and Hermione and the codex. The book sat on the library table like an accusation. Its silver clasps had stopped glowing, but its surface still seemed to breathe, a slow, rhythmic pulse that matched Harry's heartbeat when he sat close enough to feel it. We need to talk about what Cassiopeia said. Hermione's voice was carefully neutral. She stood across the room, as far from the codex as possible, her arms wrapped around herself like armor. Which part? Don't do that. Do what? Pretend you don't know. Hermione's eyes flashed. The part about the balance wanting, about us being. She stopped. Took a breath. Started again. The part about two souls bound so tightly that not even death can separate them. Harry had been avoiding this conversation since they'd returned from the battlefield. Every time Hermione tried to broach it, he found an excuse. He was tired, he was hungry, he needed to check on Creature, he needed to write to Ron, he needed to do anything except sit with the weight of what Cassiopeia had suggested. He couldn't avoid it anymore. What do you think it means? He asked quietly. I think it means the balance wants us to perform some kind of permanent magical bonding. Hermione's voice was clinical now, the way it got when she was discussing something too painful to feel. There are precedents, ancient rituals that bind two magical cores together. They were often used for marriages between powerful families. But we're not. Harry felt heat rise to his cheeks. I mean, we're just friends. Hermione finished the word like it hurt. I know. We're friends. Best friends. But the balance doesn't care about romance, Harry. It cares about connection. And we have that. Merlin knows we have that. Harry thought about all the moments that had brought them here. The troll in the bathroom. The Chamber of Secrets. The Time Turner. The Department of Mysteries. Every battle, every narrow escape, every time they had chosen each other over safety, over common sense, over everything Dumbledore had told them to do. We survived the trial, he said slowly. Cassiopeia said it was only the first truth. There are 6 more. Which means we have time. Hermione finally moved, crossing to stand beside his chair. Time to figure out what the balance actually wants. Time to find another way. What if there is no other way? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she sat on the arm of his chair close enough that he could smell the lavender soap she'd started using, a small luxury she'd allowed herself after weeks of grim practicality. Then we face that when it comes, she said. Together. Creature found them like that the next morning. The old house elf materialized in the library doorway with a crack like breaking bone, his wrinkled face twisted into an expression Harry had never seen before. Not hatred, not the usual contempt he reserved for blood traitors and filthy half-bloods. Something closer to fear. The young master must come, Creature said, his voice trembling. The mistress's portrait, she is not alone anymore. Harry was on his feet before the sentence finished. What do you mean, not alone? Other portraits. Creature's hands shook as he wrung them together. Old ones? Ones Creature thought were sleeping forever. They are waking, young master? All of them. And they are asking. Asking what? Creature's bulbous eyes darted to Hermione. Stayed there. They are asking about the Granger girl. The drawing room had become a nightmare. Harry had seen Walburga Black's portrait dozens of times. The gilt frame, the faded velvet curtains, the way her painted eyes followed you across the room. But he had never seen the walls around her. Portraits lined every surface now. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Faces Harry didn't recognize, dressed in fashions from centuries past, all staring with the same hungry intensity. At Hermione. Here she is. Walburga crooned from her central position. The lost sisters get. Oh, she has the look, doesn't she? The same stubborn chin. The same intelligence. She has our grandmother's eyes. Said a portrait of a young man with dark curls and a cruel mouth. I remember grandmother. She cried when they cast her out. Good riddance. Snapped an old woman in emerald robes. A squib. In the noble house of Black. The shame of it followed us for generations. Until now. Another portrait, a woman with wild gray hair and a kind face that seemed out of place among the others, stepped forward in her frame. Until the blood returned. The balance recognizes its own. Harry pushed through the crowd of portraits, pulling Hermione behind him. Leave her alone. Ah. Walburga's smile widened. The Potter boy. So protective. So invested. Her painted eyes glittered. Tell me, boy, do you know what you've awakened? Do you understand what it means to be a keeper? I understand that you're a portrait, and you can't hurt us. Can't I? Walburga's hand pressed against the inside of her frame. The glass didn't break, it rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. The old magic is waking, Potter. Waking because of you. And when it wakes fully, these frames won't hold us anymore. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Is that a threat? It's a promise. Walburga leaned closer, her painted face distorting as it pressed against the rippling glass. But not from me. From the balance itself. You've been chosen, both of you, whether you want it or not. The only question is what you'll do with the choice. Chosen for what? Hermione stepped forward, her voice steady despite her trembling hands. What exactly are we keepers of? The portraits exchanged glances. The balance, said the kind-faced woman. The magic between magics. The force that keeps light and dark from consuming each other. That's what the Codex says. But it doesn't say how. Because the how is different for every generation. The woman's expression grew sad. For some, the keepers were warriors. For others, scholars. For my cousin Regulus. She stopped. Started again. For Regulus, the keepers were supposed to be spies. Infiltrators. He gave his life trying to become what the balance needed. Harry's heart seized. Regulus Black. Sirius's brother. The same. The woman nodded. He learned of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes and thought destroying them would restore the balance. He was wrong, the Horcruxes were only symptoms. But he tried. Merlin, how he tried. Where is his portrait? Hermione looked around wildly. Why isn't he here? Silence. Regulus chose not to leave a portrait, Walburga said quietly. His final rebellion against this family. He wanted to be forgotten. Then why are you telling us about him? Because you need to understand. The kind-faced woman pressed her hand against her frame. The balance doesn't care about blood purity or family names or any of the things the Blacks built their legacy on. It cares about worth. And Regulus Black, foolish, brave, doomed Regulus, had worth. Just as you two have worth. Prove it, Harry said. Prove what? Prove that we're chosen. Prove that this isn't some elaborate trick designed to make us do what the Black family couldn't. Harry stepped closer to Walburga's frame. Show us something. That can't be faked. Something that proves Hermione is really connected to this family. Walburga's painted smile faded. Very well. She reached up and touched her chest, right where her heart would be, if she'd had one. The family grimoire. The true one, not the copy in the library. It's hidden in the vault beneath Gringotts. The vault that only responds to the blood of the lost sisters' line. Hermione's vault? Our vault. Walburga's eyes flickered between them. Yours as well, Potter. Because the grimoire will only open for two, the lion and the mind, joined as one. Just as the codex opened for you both. Another test, Hermione said. Another truth. Walburga settled back in her frame, her moment of intensity fading. Go to Gringotts. Claim what's yours. And when you've seen the proof, when you've read the words written in your own blood, then decide whether to continue. The Ministry will have questions, Harry said. About the vault. About the inheritance. Let them. Walburga's smile returned, sharper this time. The noble house of Black has endured for 3,000 years, Potter. A few Ministry bureaucrats won't stop it now. They left Grimmauld Place at midnight. Hermione had insisted on waiting until dark, not because she was afraid, but because she wanted to test something. She'd spent the afternoon casting detection charms on Harry's cloak, the Marauder's map, and every inch of her own skin. What are you looking for? Harry had asked, watching her trace runes in the air. Tracking magic, she'd replied without looking up. If the Ministry really is watching the Black Estate, they'll have put markers on anyone associated with it. I want to make sure we're clean before we walk into Gringotts. And are we? Hermione had paused. Frowned. Cast another set of spells that made the air shimmer green. We're clean, she'd said finally. But that's strange. There should be at least a basic observation charm on you, Harry. You're the boy who lived. You inherited a major pure-blood estate. The Ministry should be crawling all over you. Maybe Dumbledore blocked them. Maybe. Hermione hadn't looked convinced. Or maybe someone else is keeping them away. Someone who wants us to reach Gringotts unnoticed. The thought had followed Harry through the evening, through the tense wait for darkness, through the walk to the leaky cauldron and the passage into Diagon Alley. Someone was helping them. Someone with power and resources and a reason to want the Black legacy awakened. The question was whether that someone was friend or enemy. Diagon Alley at midnight was a different world. The cheerful shop fronts Harry remembered from his first visit were darkened now, their windows like dead eyes staring at empty streets. A few figures moved in the shadows, hunched, furtive, clearly not wanting to be seen, but most of the magical thoroughfare was abandoned. Gringotts stood at the end of the alley like a monument to greed. Its white marble columns gleamed in the moonlight, and its bronze doors were shut tight. Two goblins stood guard, their spears crossed, their eyes gleaming with that particular combination of avarice and suspicion that characterized their kind. State your business, one of them said. Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Harry stepped forward, pulling Sirius's key from his pocket, an ornate silver thing that seemed to hum in his palm. We need access to the Black family vault. The goblins exchanged glances. The Black vaults have been sealed by Ministry decree since the death of Sirius Black. Not all of them. Hermione stepped up beside Harry, producing a parchment scroll from her robes. I've reviewed the inheritance documents. The Ministry only sealed the main family vault. There are 17 subsidiary vaults that remain under Black family authority, including Vault 711, which is held in trust for the heirs of the lost sister. The goblin who had spoken took the scroll. Read it. Read it again. This is irregular. The Black family was irregular. Hermione's voice was cool. Are you going to let us in, or do we need to involve the Goblin Liaison Office? The goblin's eyes narrowed. But he stepped aside. The cart will take you down. Vault 711 is in the oldest section, deeper than most wizards are allowed. Your guide will not accompany you beyond the security doors. Understood? Understood. Harry followed Hermione through the bronze doors, into the vast marble hall of Gringotts. A rickety cart waited on the tracks, smaller than the one Harry remembered from his first visit, but otherwise identical. Hold on, said the goblin driver. It's a long way down. It was. The cart plummeted into darkness, past vaults marked with numbers and names, past waterfalls of enchanted flame that made Harry's scar prickle, past levels Harry hadn't known existed. The air grew colder as they descended, not the cold of winter, but the cold of places that had never known warmth. Finally, after what felt like hours, the cart stopped. Before them was a door unlike any Harry had seen in Gringotts. It was made of black stone, the same black as the door in Grimmauld Place, and it bore no handle, no lock, no visible way to open it. But carved into its surface were words in a language Harry didn't recognize. "Blood of my blood," Hermione whispered, reading the words. "Flesh of my flesh. The lost sister returns." "How do you know that?" "I don't know." Hermione's eyes were wide. "I can just read it. Like I've always known how." She stepped forward, pressed her palm against the black stone. The door didn't melt like the one in Grimmauld Place. It absorbed her, Hermione's hand sinking into the stone up to her wrist, then her arm, then her shoulder. She gasped but didn't pull back, her expression somewhere between terror and wonder. "Harry," she said. "Your hand." "Now." Harry didn't hesitate. He pressed his palm against the stone beside hers. The world went white. The vault was round. That was Harry's first impression, a perfect circle of a room, its walls lined with shelves that held objects he couldn't identify in the dim light. The ceiling was lost in shadows, and the floor was made of the same black stone as the door, polished to a mirror shine. In the center of the vault stood a pedestal, and on the pedestal rested a book. Not the Codex, smaller than that, more ordinary in its appearance, but no less powerful. Harry could feel it the way he could feel Dementors, the way he could feel Horcruxes, a pull, a wrongness, a sense that this book had been waiting for him specifically. "The grimoire," Hermione breathed. "Walburga said it would only open for both of us." She walked toward the pedestal. Harry followed. The grimoire's cover was leather so dark it seemed to drink the light. No title. No markings. But when Harry reached out to touch it, his fingers brushed something unexpected: warmth. The book was warm, like a living thing, and he felt a pulse beneath its surface. "Together," Hermione said. They opened the book. Pages flipped on their own, not stopping until they reached a section written in what looked like blood. Red ink. Dried, cracked, but somehow still vibrant. Harry leaned closer to read the words, and his heart stopped. "I, Cassiopeia Black, last true keeper of the balance, do hereby bind my blood to the blood that will come. Asterisk to the lion and the mind, united as one asterisk. You are the heirs the balance has awaited. Not through birth, but through choice. Not through duty, but through love. Not through magic, but through sacrifice. The trials will test you. The world will fear you. The balance will claim you. But if you endure, if you choose each other, again and again, against all reason and all hope, you will become something this world has not seen in 1,000 years. Keepers. Guardians. Family." Beneath the words were two spaces, empty circles where wax seals should have been. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at him. "Blood," she said quietly. "It wants our blood. To seal the bond. Is that a bad thing?" "I don't know." Hermione's hand trembled as she reached for her wand. "But Cassiopeia said the balance demands choice, not sacrifice. So we can choose to seal it, or we can choose to walk away. Can we?" Harry looked around the vault. At the door that had recognized them. At the book that had waited centuries. "After everything we've seen, everything we've learned, can we really pretend this isn't real?" "I don't want to pretend." Hermione's voice broke. "I'm scared, Harry. I'm scared of what this means. I'm scared of becoming something I don't understand. But I'm more scared of facing Voldemort without every advantage we can find." Harry thought about Sirius. About the veil. About the laughter frozen on his godfather's face. "Then we do it together," he said. "Whatever it takes. Whatever we become." Hermione nodded. Raised her wand. Pricked her finger. Harry did the same. And together, they pressed their bleeding fingertips to the empty circles in the grimoire. The book screamed. When Harry opened his eyes, he was lying on the floor of the vault. Hermione lay beside him, her hand still clutching his, her face pale but alive. "What happened?" she whispered. Harry sat up slowly. The world felt different, sharper, clearer, like someone had cleaned a film of grime from his eyes. He could feel Hermione's magic now, humming beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. Could feel the vault around them, the ancient stones pulsing with power. Could feel the grimoire. It was closed now. But where its cover had been blank before, words now blazed in silver light. The last heirs are chosen. Keeper of the Lion, Harry James Potter. Keeper of the Mind, Hermione Jean Granger. The noble house of Black rises again. On the wall above the pedestal, a tapestry shimmered into existence. Family tree, the Black family. Tree, thousands of names stretching back to before recorded history. Harry watched as new branches grew, as new names appeared. Harry James Potter, heir of Black. Hermione Jean Granger, heir of Black. And beneath them, joined by a line of silver thread, the twin keepers. Bound by blood. Bound by choice. Bound by magic older than time. Hermione. Harry's voice shook. "Look!" She looked. And then she cried, not with fear, not with sorrow, but with something that might have been relief. As if, after weeks of uncertainty, she finally knew where she belonged. "We're Blacks," she whispered. "Both of us. We're something." Harry pulled her to her feet. "I don't know what. But we're something." The vault began to shake. Not violently, gently, like a great beast stretching after a long sleep. Dust fell from the ceiling. Objects rattled on the shelves. And in the distance, deep beneath Gringotts, something roared. "The trial," Hermione said. "Cassiopeia said there were 6 more trials. I think the vault just announced our presence." "To who?" "To everyone." Hermione grabbed his hand. "Harry, we need to go." Now. They ran. The cart was waiting, but the goblin driver was gone, replaced by a creature Harry didn't recognize, something with too many eyes and a smile full of teeth. It gestured to the cart. "The keepers return," it hissed. "The balance acknowledges." "Just get us out of here," Harry said. The creature laughed. The cart shot forward. Behind them, Vault 711 sealed itself, but not before Harry saw one last thing. A crown. Made of black iron and set with a single red stone. Resting on a shelf that hadn't been there before. Watching him. Waiting. The black crown, he thought, though he had no way of knowing the words. The thing that corrupts. And then the cart rounded a corner, and the vault was gone. They emerged from Gringotts into grey dawn. Diagon Alley was waking up, shopkeepers opening their doors, early risers heading to Flourish and Blots, a group of young witches giggling outside quality Quidditch supplies. Normal life. Unaware that 2 teenagers had just changed the course of magical history. Harry. Hermione's grip on his hand was painful. "People are staring." She was right. A few passers-by had stopped to watch them, not with recognition, but with confusion. As if Harry and Hermione were slightly out of focus, slightly wrong in a way their eyes couldn't quite process. "It's the magic," Hermione said, pulling him toward the leaky cauldron. "The bonding ritual must have affected our presence. We're putting out different magical signatures. Can you fix it? I don't even understand it." Hermione pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron, nearly colliding with Tom the barman. "We need to get back to Grimmauld Place. We need the codex. We need—" "Hermione." Harry stopped her in the middle of the pub, ignoring Tom's curious stare. "Breathe," she breathed. "We're going to figure this out," Harry said. "We always do. But right now, we need to stay calm and get home without attracting attention. Can you do that?" Hermione nodded. Took another breath. Straightened her shoulders. "Together," she said. "Together." They walked through the leaky cauldron's back door, into the dingy alley that led to Grimmauld Place. The house appeared as it always did, grudgingly, reluctantly, as if annoyed by their return. But when Harry put his hand on the door, he felt something new. The house welcomed him. Not enthusiastically, nothing about Grimmauld Place was enthusiastic. But there was a sense of recognition now, of acceptance, that hadn't existed before. The house knew its heirs. And it was ready to serve. "Creature!" Harry called as they stepped inside. The house elf appeared immediately, but not with his usual scowl. Creature's eyes were wide, his hands pressed together as if in prayer. "The young master and the Granger girl," Creature whispered. Creature felt it. The vault opened. The blood sealed. The heirs are chosen. Creature, you are the keepers now." Creature dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. The true keepers. The ones the balance has awaited. Creature thought he would never see this day. Creature thought the noble house would die with the blood traitor Sirius. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. "Creature," he said carefully. "What does this mean? What are we supposed to do now?" The house elf looked up, and for the first time since Harry had met him, there was no hatred in his eyes. "Only hope." "The trials?" Creature said. "The 7 trials of the keepers. The first you have survived. 6 remain, each harder than the last. And when they are complete—" He trailed off. "When they're complete, what?" "Then you will face the Dark Lord." Creature's voice dropped to a whisper. Not as Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. Not as the boy who lived and the brightest witch of her age. But as the twin keepers of the noble and most ancient house of Black. As the heirs of the balance itself. "And that will be enough?" Creature smiled, a terrible, hopeful smile. "That will be everything." Somewhere above them, Walburga's portrait began to sing. Not scream. Sing. An old song, in a language Harry didn't recognize, about lions and eagles and serpents and badgers and something else, something that had no name. The house joined her. And Harry and Hermione stood in the center of it all, hands still clasped, blood still singing in their veins, and wondered what they had become. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, Walburga's Portrait Awakens. The singing stopped at midnight on the 7th day. Harry had grown used to it, the strange, ancient lullaby that drifted through Grimmauld Place's corridors, seeping under doors and through cracks in the plaster. Walburga's voice, but not hostile anymore. Something closer to mourning. As if she were remembering a time when the Black family had been something worth singing about. When the silence came, it was worse than the noise. Harry found himself standing outside the drawing room at 11 minutes past midnight, his hand hovering over the doorknob, afraid of what he'd find on the other side. Hermione stood behind him, her wand out, her breathing deliberately steady. "It's just a portrait," she said. "It's never just a portrait." Harry turned the knob. The drawing room had changed. The dust was gone, every surface scrubbed clean, every curtain drawn back to let in moonlight. The portraits on the walls had rearranged themselves, forming a half-circle around Walburga's central frame. And Walburga herself. She looked different. Not her appearance. That remained the same, severe cheekbones, dark hair piled high, eyes that had judged generations of Blacks and found them wanting. But her presence had shifted. She sat in her frame like a queen on a throne, her hands folded in her lap, her expression almost peaceful. "Ah," she said softly. "The keepers arrive." "Walburga." Harry stepped into the room, Hermione close behind. "What happened to the singing? What needed to happen?" Walburga tilted her head, studying them both with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. "The house was welcoming you. Welcoming what you've become. But the welcoming is over. What comes next? The trials continue." Walburga's eyes flickered to Hermione. "But first, there are things you need to understand. Things I couldn't tell you before." "Before what?" "Before you were truly keepers." Walburga pressed her hand against the inside of her frame. The glass didn't ripple this time, it opened, swinging inward like a door. "Before you could be trusted with the truth." Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. "You can leave your frame?" "Only here. Only in this room." Walburga stepped out of the portrait, her painted feet touching the floor with soft clicks. She was solid, not fully solid, Harry realized, but more substantial than any portrait he'd ever seen. Her black robes swirled around her ankles, and her shadow fell across the floor exactly where it should. The house recognizes its mistress. Even if I am reduced. You're a portrait. You're not supposed to be able to do this. I'm a black. Walburga's smile was thin. We've never been good at doing what we're supposed to. She walked, actually walked, across the drawing room, her movements fluid and graceful. She stopped before Hermione, studying her face with an expression Harry couldn't read. The lost sister's eyes, Walburga murmured. I'd forgotten how blue they were. My grandmother had blue eyes. Your grandmother was my youngest sister. Walburga's voice softened. Marietta Black. She was 17 when she was cast out. 17 and terrified and so brave. She reached up as if to touch Hermione's cheek, then pulled her hand back. I should have stopped them. I should have spoken up. But I was a coward, and Marietta paid the price. You knew her? I raised her. Walburga's composure cracked. Our mother died in the dragon pox epidemic of 1932. I was 23, Marietta was 9. I was the one who taught her to ride a broom. I was the one who held her when she cried about her magic not working. I was the one who stood silent while the family council voted to erase her. Why are you telling us this? Because the balance demands truth. Walburga stepped back, her composure returning. And because you need to understand, the Black family didn't fall because of dark magic. We fell because of cowardice. Because we were too afraid to stand up for what was right. Because we let fear dictate our choices, generation after generation, until there was nothing left worth saving. Sirius wasn't a coward. Sirius was many things. Walburga's expression flickered, something complicated passing across her painted features. Brave. Foolish. Reckless. He ran from this family instead of trying to change it. That took courage, but it also took the easy path. There was nothing easy about Sirius's life. No. Walburga nodded slowly. There wasn't. But running and fighting are not the same thing. Your godfather ran, Harry. He ran from his name, his inheritance, his responsibility. And now. She gestured at the room, at the house, at Harry and Hermione. And now 2 children must clean up the mess the adults left behind. That's not fair. Fair? Walburga laughed, a bitter, broken sound. The balance doesn't care about fair. It cares about balance. And right now, the scales are tipping toward destruction. Someone has to push back. We know. Hermione stepped forward, her voice steady. We've seen the battlefield. We've read the prophecies. We know what we're supposed to do. Do you? Walburga's eyes sharpened. Because I've watched you for 7 days, Hermione Granger. Watched you study the Codex, watched you cast your detection charms, watched you try to understand something that cannot be understood. And I've watched you ignore the one truth that matters. What truth? Harry. Walburga turned to face him. You've been avoiding each other. The words hit Harry like a bludgeon to the chest. He opened his mouth to deny it, to say something clever and deflecting, but nothing came out. We haven't, Hermione said. But her voice wavered. You have. Walburga walked to the window, her painted form silhouetted against the moonlight. Ever since the vault. Ever since you sealed your blood to the grimoire. You've been circling each other like wounded animals, afraid to touch, afraid to speak, afraid to acknowledge what's growing between you. Nothing is growing between us, Harry said. We're friends. Best friends. Liar. Walburga's voice was gentle. You're lying to yourself, Potter. I've seen the way you look at her when she's not watching. I've seen the way she reaches for you in her sleep. The bond is forming, whether you want it or not, and your fear is making it dangerous. What do you mean, dangerous? The bonding ritual in the grimoire wasn't just about inheritance. Walburga turned back to face them. It was about connection. You tied your magical cores together, Harry and Hermione. Your magic is now intertwined, what affects one affects the other. And right now, your fear is feeding into her anxiety, which is feeding into your guilt, which is creating a feedback loop that could destabilize both of you. Hermione's face went pale. That's why my spells have been misfiring. Partly. Walburga nodded. Also because you've been pushing too hard, studying too much, sleeping too little. But yes, the magical instability is a symptom of your emotional distance. The bond wants you closer. It's forcing you closer. And the more you resist, the more it will hurt. How do we fix it? Stop resisting. Walburga walked back to her frame, stepping into it with practiced ease. Talk to each other. Touch each other. Let yourselves feel whatever you're feeling without judgment or fear. She settled into her painted chair, her form becoming less solid. The bond doesn't care about labels. It doesn't care about what you call your relationship. It cares about connection. Give it that, and the instability will fade. And if we can't? Then the trials will destroy you. Walburga's eyes closed. The second trial begins in 3 days. You'll need every advantage to survive it. Don't let fear be the thing that kills you. Harry found Hermione in the library an hour later. She was sitting in the armchair by the fire, the codex open on her lap, but she wasn't reading. Her eyes were fixed on the flames, her expression distant. Can't sleep either? Hermione looked up. I keep thinking about what Walburga said. About the bond. About the trials. Hermione closed the codex carefully. 3 days, Harry. Then we have to face whatever the balance throws at us. And we don't even know what the second trial will be. We survived the first one. The first one showed us a memory. A warning. Hermione's voice trembled. The second one will probably be worse. Cassiopeia said 6 more trials, each harder than the last. And we haven't even talked about what happened in the vault. Harry crossed the room. Sat on the arm of her chair, close, but not touching. So let's talk about it. You know what I mean. Hermione. We sealed our blood to a grimoire, Harry. Hermione turned to face him, and her eyes were bright with tears she was refusing to shed. We performed an ancient bonding ritual without fully understanding what it would do. Our magic is connected now. If you die, part of me dies with you. And if I die, you're not going to die. You don't know that. Hermione's hand found his. Squeezed. None of us know anything. That's what terrifies me. We're flying blind, Harry. We're making decisions based on incomplete information and ancient prophecies, and the lives of everyone we love are hanging in the balance. That's always been true. Harry turned his hand over, lacing his fingers through hers. We just didn't know it before. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When did you get so wise? Serious. Harry's throat tightened. He used to say that courage wasn't about not being afraid. It was about being terrified and doing the right thing anyway. I'm terrified, Hermione. Every second of every day. But I'm not running. Neither am I. Hermione leaned into him, her head resting against his shoulder. But I'm tired of pretending that this is just about the war. About Voldemort. About the prophecy. What else would it be about? You know what? Harry looked down at her, at the curve of her cheek, the line of her jaw, the way her hair fell across her face. He'd known Hermione for 5 years. Had fought beside her, bled beside her, nearly died beside her. She was his best friend. His anchor. The person who made sense of a world that had never made sense. But somewhere along the way, maybe in the Chamber of Secrets, maybe on the run from werewolves, maybe in the Department of Mysteries when she looked at him like he was the only thing keeping her sane, she'd become something more. He just hadn't let himself name it. The bond, he said slowly. Walburga said it's forcing us closer. But what if it's not forcing anything? What if it's just showing us what was already there? Hermione lifted her head. Met his eyes. What are you saying? I'm saying that I don't know what this is. Harry gestured between them. I don't know if it's friendship or something else or some third thing that doesn't have a name. But I know that I trust you more than anyone. I know that facing Voldemort without you feels like facing a Dementor without a Patronus. I know that when I'm with you, I'm less afraid. That's the bond talking. Is it? Harry shook his head. I felt that way before the bond. Before the Codex. Before any of this. I felt that way in first year, when you lied to McGonagall about the troll. I felt that way in third year, when you used the time turner to save Sirius. I felt that way in fifth year, when you stood between me and Umbridge. Hermione's breath caught. Harry, you don't have to say anything. He squeezed her hand. I'm not asking for anything. I'm done pretending. Whatever this is, whatever we are, I'm not going to hide from it anymore. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she leaned forward and pressed her forehead against his. I'm scared, she whispered. Me too. But maybe. She closed her eyes. Maybe being scared together is better than being brave alone. Sirius said that too. He was smarter than people gave him credit for. They sat like that, foreheads touching, hands clasped, breath mingling in the space between them, until the fire burned low and the first gray light of dawn crept through the library windows. The Codex pulsed softly on the table. Not a warning. An acknowledgement. The second day was different. Harry noticed it immediately, the way his magic settled in his chest, the way Hermione's spells stopped misfiring, the way the house seemed to breathe easier around them. Walburga had been right. The instability was fading. But something else was growing in its place. It was small at first, a glance held too long, a touch that lingered, a sense of awareness that hadn't been there before. Harry could feel Hermione in the back of his mind now, not in words or images but in texture, the warmth of her presence, the sharp clarity of her thoughts, the fierce protectiveness that burned at her core. She felt him too. He could tell by the way she looked at him sometimes, startled, as if she'd heard something she wasn't expecting. This is strange, she said on the second afternoon, as they worked through the Codex's translated pages together. I can feel you thinking. Not the thoughts themselves, but the shape of them. Like an echo? More like a shadow. Hermione frowned, concentrating. When you're frustrated, I feel pressure. When you're worried, I feel cold. When you're... She trailed off, color rising to her cheeks. When I'm what? When you're looking at me. Hermione's voice was barely audible. I can feel it when you're looking at me, Harry. Even from across the room. Even with my back turned. Harry's heart hammered. Is that bad? I don't know. Hermione finally looked up at him. I don't know what any of this means. But I don't think it's bad. Neither do I. They stared at each other across the table. The Codex sat between them, forgotten. We should keep working, Hermione said. We should. Either of them moved. The moment stretched, taut and fragile, like a soap bubble just before it bursts. Harry could feel himself leaning forward, could feel Hermione doing the same, could feel the space between them shrinking inch by inch. And then, Creature is bringing tea. The house elf's voice shattered the moment like a rock through glass. Harry jerked back, his face burning. Hermione buried herself in the Codex, her hair hiding her expression. Creature stood in the doorway, a tea tray floating beside him, his expression utterly neutral. Creature apologizes for interrupting, the elf said. Creature will leave the tea and go. Creature. Creature sees nothing. The tray settled on the table. Creature hears nothing. Creature remembers nothing. He bowed, genuinely bowed, not the mocking gesture Harry was used to, and disappeared with a crack. The silence he left behind was unbearable. We should. Harry started. Yes, Hermione said quickly. We should. She grabbed a cup of tea. He grabbed another. They drank in desperate silence, not looking at each other, not acknowledging what had almost happened. But Harry could still feel her. And she could still feel him. And somewhere in the drawing room, Walburga Black's portrait smiled. That night, the house woke Harry at 2 in the morning. Not with noise, with pulling. A gentle but insistent tug in his chest, guiding him out of bed and into the corridor. He followed it without thinking, his bare feet silent on the cold floorboards, his wand clutched in his hand. The tug led him to Hermione's door. He raised his hand to knock. The door opened before he could touch it. Hermione stood on the other side, her hair loose around her shoulders, wearing an oversized jumper that Harry recognized as his own, lost months ago, apparently found and claimed by her. "The bond," she said quietly. "It woke you too. Pulled me here." "I know." Hermione stepped back, letting him into her room. "I felt it. I felt you. Coming closer." Harry stopped in the middle of her room, suddenly acutely aware that he was standing in Hermione Granger's bedroom in nothing but his pajama bottoms. Her things were everywhere, books on the nightstand, a half-finished letter to her parents on the desk, a SBW badge pinned to her mirror. "The bond is getting stronger," Hermione said, closing the door behind him. "Walburga said it would. That we need to stop resisting. So we stop resisting. Just like that? Just like that." Harry turned to face her. "We're not doing anything wrong, Hermione. We're not betraying anyone. We're just letting ourselves be what the balance needs us to be." "And what's that?" "I don't know." He walked toward her. Stopped when he was close enough to see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. "But I'm tired of being afraid of it." Hermione's breath was shallow. Her hands hung at her sides, trembling slightly. "Harry, we don't have to define it." He reached out slowly, giving her time to pull away. She didn't. His fingers brushed her cheek. "We don't have to name it. We just have to stop fighting it." Hermione leaned into his touch. Her eyes closed. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay." They stood like that, his hand on her cheek, her breath warm against his wrist, the bond between them humming with something that felt like peace. Not passion. Not romance. Something deeper. Something that was both and neither. "Can you stay?" Hermione asked. "Just until I fall asleep. The bond feels less loud when you're close." "Yeah." Harry's voice was rough. "Yeah, I can stay." They didn't kiss. They didn't do anything that would have required explanation or apology. Harry climbed onto Hermione's bed, and she curled against his side, and somewhere in the darkness, the bond between them stopped fighting and started breathing. They slept like that, tangled together, foreheads touching, breaths synchronized, and for the first time since the Codex had opened, either of them dreamed. Walburga was waiting when Harry crept back to his room at dawn. She stood in the corridor, solid as life, her arms crossed over her chest. "Well," she said, "it's about time. Were you watching?" "I'm always watching." Walburga's expression softened. "But not in the way you think. I'm watching for you, Potter. Someone has to." "Why?" "Because the trials will try to tear you apart." Walburga walked closer, her painted robes whispering against the floor. "Fear. Rage. Betrayal. Doubt. The balance will throw everything it has at your bond, trying to break it. And if it breaks..." "What?" "Then you fail." Walburga stopped before him. "Not just the trials. Everything. The war. The balance. The future of magic itself. It all rests on whether two teenagers can hold on to each other when everything is screaming at them to let go. No pressure." Walburga's smile was sad. "You're a black now, Harry. Pressure is our inheritance." She walked back to the drawing room, leaving Harry alone in the corridor. He stood there for a long moment, thinking about Hermione sleeping in the next room, about the bond humming in his chest, about the trials waiting in the darkness. Then he went back to her room, climbed into her bed, and faced the dawn together. 3 hours later, Hermione woke to find Harry watching her. His green eyes were soft in the morning light, his expression unguarded in a way she'd rarely seen. "What?" she asked. "Nothing." His hand found hers under the covers. "Just thank you." "For what?" "For not running." Harry's thumb traced circles on her palm. For staying. For being here. Hermione squeezed his hand. Where else would I be? The codex pulsed in the library. The second trial was coming. But for now, just for now, there was this. There was them. And that was enough. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, The Vault Beneath Gringotts. The letter arrived at breakfast 3 days later. Harry had been expecting something. A sign, a summons, a warning. The codex had been pulsing steadily since their second night together, its rhythm matching his heartbeat so closely that he sometimes forgot it was separate from him. Hermione had noticed too. She'd taken to sleeping with the book beside her bed, claiming it helped her dream more clearly. Neither of them mentioned what she dreamed about. The owl was unfamiliar, a sleek black bird with eyes like molten gold, nothing like the Hogwarts school owls or the tatty barn owls Harry was used to. It carried no letter. Only a key. The key was silver, like the one Sirius had left him, but older. Much older. The metal was tarnished almost black in places, and the head was shaped like a serpent eating its own tail, an Ouroboros, Hermione whispered, ancient symbol of cycles and rebirth. Where did this come from? Harry asked, turning the key over in his palm. The owl clicked its beak and dissolved into silver mist. The balance, Hermione said. She stood at the window, the codex clutched to her chest, her eyes distant. It's time. Time for what? The second trial. Hermione turned to face him. I've been decoding the codex's next section for 3 days, Harry. The trial isn't a test of courage or combat. It's a test of knowledge. We have to retrieve something from the Black Vaults, something that will teach us how to use the bond in combat. What kind of something? Hermione held out the codex, open to a page covered in moving diagrams. They showed 2 figures, one with messy hair, one with bushy, moving in perfect synchronization, their magic flowing between them like water between connected vessels. A spellbook, she said. The Lost Black Family Spellbook. It was sealed in the deepest vault beneath Gringotts 300 years ago, after the last keeper died without an heir. How do you know it's still there? Because the vault requires 2 bloodlines to open. The keeper's bloodline, mine, apparently, and the champion's bloodline. Hermione's eyes met his. Yours, Harry. The Potters were never just a light family. They were the Balance's warriors. The ones who fought when the keepers couldn't. I've never heard of any of this. Because the Ministry erased it. Hermione closed the codex. Just like they erased the Black's true history. The Potters were part of the Balance for centuries, until one of your ancestors refused to sacrifice a Muggle village to restore equilibrium. The Balance rejected your family after that. Stripped you of your knowledge and power. And now? Now the Balance is giving you another chance. Hermione's voice was quiet. But it won't be easy. The spell book is protected by something called the Crucible of Truth. The Codex doesn't explain what that means, only that it tests the bond between keeper and champion. Harry looked at the silver key in his hand. At the serpent eating its tail. When do we leave? Tonight. Hermione's jaw tightened. We can't wait. The Ministry is getting suspicious. Dumbledore sent another owl this morning, asking why we haven't responded to his meeting requests. If we delay much longer, someone will try to stop us. Then we go tonight. Together. Together. Gringotts at midnight was different from Gringotts during the day. The marble columns seemed to weep in the moonlight, streaks of moisture running down their white surfaces like tears. The bronze doors were shut, but when Harry approached, they swung open on their own. No goblins in sight, no guards, no challenge. Something's wrong. Hermione whispered. Everything's wrong. Harry stepped inside, his wand out. But we don't have a choice. The main hall was empty. Not deserted, empty as if the space itself had been hollowed out, the echoes of their footsteps swallowed before they could form. The chandeliers were dark, the teller's counters unmanned, the marble floor cold beneath Harry's shoes. The vaults are this way. Hermione pointed to a door marked Private Access, authorized personnel only. The codex showed me a map. The deepest vaults are below even the oldest sections, below where the dragons are kept. Below the dragons? The vaults that require blood sacrifice to open. Hermione's voice was steady, but Harry felt her fear through the bond, cold and sharp, like ice forming in his chest. The ones that haven't been touched in centuries. Harry pushed open the door. The corridor beyond was narrow, barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side. The walls were rough stone, unadorned, and the air smelled of ozone and old blood. Torches flickered to life as they passed, not with fire, but with something green and sickly, the same color as the killing curse. "The goblins must know we're here," Hermione said. "Then why aren't they stopping us?" "Maybe they can't." Hermione's hand found his. Squeezed. "Maybe the balance has more influence here than the goblins do." They walked for what felt like hours, descending deeper and deeper into the earth. The corridor sloped downward, then downward again, until Harry could feel the weight of stone pressing against his magic, not painfully, but presently, like a hand resting on his shoulder. The corridor ended at a door. The door was made of bone. Not animal bone. Harry had seen enough transfigured skeletons to recognize the difference. Human bone. Femurs and ribs and skulls, all fused together into a seamless surface, their empty eye sockets staring at nothing. "The crucible of truth," Hermione breathed. "The codex said it would test the bond. But it didn't say." "Hermione." Harry pointed. "Look." Words were carved into the largest skull, letters of fire, the same as the codex had used. "Only the twin keepers may enter. Only the truthful may survive. Only the bound may leave." "3 tests," Hermione said. "Inside the vault. We have to pass all 3 to reach the spell book. What happens if we fail?" The door answered by opening. The vault was not a room. It was a world. Harry stood on a field of glass, frozen black, reflecting a sky that didn't exist. Above them, stars spun in patterns that made his eyes ache, constellations that shifted and merged and separated in ways that violated every law of astronomy. Hermione stood beside him, her hand still in his, her breathing ragged. "The first test," a voice said. "Not human, something older, something that spoke in vibrations rather than words. Asterisk truth. The balance demands truth. Asterisk. Truth about what?" Harry demanded. Asterisk about yourselves. About each other. About the bond you have formed. Asterisk. The glass beneath them cracked. Harry looked down, and saw his own face staring back at him. Not his reflection. Something else. A version of himself that was older, harder, with scars he didn't recognize and eyes that had seen too much. The other Harry smiled, a cruel smile, nothing like his own. "You think you're worthy," the mirror Harry said. "You think you're special. But you're just a boy who got lucky. A boy who survived because his mother was a better witch than he'll ever be." "I know that," Harry said. "I've always known that." "No." The mirror Harry stepped out of the glass, solid and terrible. "You say you know it. But you don't believe it. You think you deserve to be the chosen one. You think the prophecy chose you because you're strong enough to bear it. It chose me because Voldemort chose me. And why did he choose you? Because you were a baby? Because you were helpless?" The mirror Harry laughed. "No. He chose you because he saw something in you, something dark, something hungry, something that recognized him." Harry's hand tightened on his wand. "That's not true. Isn't it?" The mirror Harry stepped closer. "You felt it in the Chamber of Secrets. When you stabbed the basilisk Fang into the diary, part of you enjoyed it. You felt it at the graveyard. When you dueled Voldemort, part of you wanted to win, not because it was right, but because you wanted to prove you were stronger." Hermione stepped between them. "Leave him alone." "Ah." The mirror Harry's smile widened. "The Keeper. The mind. You think you understand him, don't you? You think the bond gives you insight?" "It gives me everything I need to know." "Does it?" The mirror Harry tilted his head. Then tell me, what is he most afraid of? Hermione was silent. Not Voldemort, the Mirror Harry continued. Not death. Not failure. He's afraid of himself. Afraid of what he might become if he stops fighting. Afraid that the darkness inside him is real, and that one day, it will swallow everything good. Harry's chest ached. The Bond was screaming, Hermione's fear, his own, tangled together so tightly he couldn't tell them apart. That's enough, he said. You've made your point. Have I? The Mirror Harry laughed again. The first test isn't about me, boy. It's about her. He gestured at Hermione. The glass beneath her cracked, and another figure emerged. Harry had never seen this woman before, but he knew her instantly. The same hair as Hermione. The same eyes. The same stubborn set to her jaw. Mom? Hermione whispered. No. The woman's voice was gentle, sad. I'm not your mother, Hermione. I'm what you fear becoming. I don't. You do. The woman stepped closer, her hand reaching out to cup Hermione's cheek. You're afraid that the Codex is changing you. That the balance is making you cold. That one day, you'll wake up and realize you've become exactly what you always hated, someone who values knowledge above compassion. Someone who sacrifices people for the greater good. I would never. You already have. The woman's eyes were merciless. You've been lying to your parents for years. Erasing their memories, changing their reality. You tell yourself it's for their protection. But part of you enjoys it. Part of you likes being the one who decides what's best. Hermione's breath came in ragged gasps. That's not true. It is true. The woman's hand fell away. The first test of truth is simple. Admit your darkness. Not to me. Not to Harry. To yourselves? The glass field shuddered. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at him. I'm afraid, he said. Quietly. I'm afraid of what I am. What I might become. I'm afraid that Voldemort isn't the only monster inside me. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. I'm afraid of being wrong, she whispered. Of making a mistake that gets someone killed. Of being so certain I'm right that I stop listening to everyone who disagrees. The Mirror Harry and the Mirror Hermione smiled. Good, they said together. The first test is passed. They dissolved into silver mist. The glass field shattered. Harry fell. Not physically, spiritually star. His consciousness tumbled through darkness, through silence, through a void where nothing existed except the bond connecting him to Hermione. He could feel her falling beside him, her terror and determination intertwined. They landed hard on stone. The second chamber was small, barely larger than a closet, with walls made of polished obsidian. No door. No windows. No visible exit. Just a pedestal in the center. And on the pedestal, a mirror. Not the mirror of Ariste. Harry had seen that too many times to mistake it. This mirror was smaller, simpler, its frame unadorned silver. But when Harry looked into it, he didn't see his reflection. He saw Sirius. Alive. Laughing. Standing in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, a bottle of fire whiskey in his hand, his gray eyes bright with mischief. Harry. Sirius's voice was warm. You came back. Sirius. You could stay, you know. Sirius set down the bottle. The mirror offers what the heart desires. Stay here. With me. We can be a family again. It's not real. Real enough. Sirius stepped closer. Real enough to feel. Real enough to matter. You've been so alone, Harry. So lost. Let me help you. Harry felt the pull, not from the mirror, but from inside himself. The desperate, aching need to see Sirius again. To hear his laugh. To pretend the Department of Mysteries had never happened. Harry. Hermione's voice, distant but clear. Don't. He looked away from the mirror. Hermione stood beside him, her face pale, her hand extended. She wasn't looking at Sirius. She was looking at something else, something Harry couldn't see. What do you see? He asked. Ron. Hermione's voice cracked. He's apologizing. For the Yule Ball. For not believing me about the Hallows. For every time he made me feel like I was too much. Don't look. I know. Hermione's hand found his. I know it's not real. But it hurts, Harry. It hurts to refuse. The mirror pulsed. Choose, it said. The dead or the living. The past or the future. The dream or the truth. Harry looked at Sirius. At the smile that wasn't quite right, the eyes that were just slightly too bright. I choose the truth, he said. Sirius vanished. The mirror cracked. And the wall behind it dissolved, revealing a narrow passage leading deeper into the earth. The third chamber was the largest. It was also the most terrifying. Harry recognized it immediately, the Department of Mysteries. The exact spot where Sirius had fallen through the veil. The stone archway stood in the center of the room, its tattered black curtains swaying in a wind that came from nowhere. What is this? Hermione whispered. The third test. Harry's voice was hollow. The test of the bond. The veil rippled. Figures emerged, ghosts but not ghosts. Possibilities. Harry saw versions of himself that had made different choices. A Harry who had joined Voldemort. A Harry who had run away from Hogwarts. A Harry who had let Ron and Hermione fight alone. Beside him, Hermione saw other versions of herself. A Hermione who had stayed in the Muggle world. A Hermione who had betrayed Harry to the Ministry. A Hermione who had never existed at all because her parents had been killed before she was born. You must choose, the veil whispered. One of you will enter. One of you will retrieve the spell book. The other must hold the bond alone. Choose what? Harry demanded. Which of you is the keeper? Which is the champion? The veil's curtain parted slightly, revealing darkness within. The spell book will only respond to the one who knows the balance best. The other must wait, and must trust. Hermione's grip on Harry's hand tightened. It has to be me, she said. I've studied the Codex. I understand the balance better. Hermione. The spellbook is knowledge, Harry. Knowledge is my domain. Her eyes were fierce. You know this. The balance knows this. It's not about courage or strength. It's about understanding. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to insist that he should be the one to enter the darkness, to face whatever waited inside. But the bond whispered that she was right. Come back, he said. Always. Hermione stepped toward the veil. Hold the bond. Don't let go. I'll be faster if I know you're here. She walked through the curtain. And disappeared. The waiting was worse than any battle. Harry stood before the veil, his hand extended toward nothing, the bond stretched taut between him and Hermione. He could feel her, moving through darkness, searching for something, her heart hammering with fear and determination. I'm here, he thought at her. I'm not going anywhere. He felt her acknowledgement. A warmth that spread through his chest despite the cold. The veil whispered around him, promises and threats, memories and lies. He ignored them all. Focused on the bond. On Hermione. Find it, he urged. Find the spell book and come back. I see it, her thought came back, faint, strained. Asterisk Harry, it's beautiful. But there's something else. Something, asterisk. Hermione? Asterisk, it's guarding the spellbook. A creature. I've never seen anything like, asterisk. The bond screamed. Harry felt Hermione's terror like a physical blow, her magic lashing out, her thoughts scattering, her consciousness flickering like a candle in a hurricane. Hermione! He stepped toward the veil. No, her thought was a command. Asterisk, stay there. I can handle, asterisk. Another scream, this time audible, coming from beyond the curtain. Harry couldn't stay. Didn't care about the test or the balance, or anything except the girl who had walked into darkness for him. He plunged through the veil. The other side was not what he expected. He stood in a library, not the Grimmauld Place library, but something older, vaster. Shelves stretched to infinity in every direction, filled with books that glowed with inner light. The air hummed with magic so dense it felt like drowning. And in the center of the library, Hermione knelt before a pedestal. She was bleeding. Her hand was pressed against the pedestal's surface, and blood was flowing from her palm into a crystal basin. But she was smiling, tired but triumphant, and in her other hand she held a book bound in white leather. "Hermione! I found it!" Her voice was weak but steady. "The creature was a guardian. It wanted blood, a sacrifice. I gave it what it needed. You could have died. But I didn't." Hermione looked up at him, and her eyes were bright with tears. "Because you came. Even though I told you not to. Even though the test said only one of us could enter. The test was wrong." "No." Hermione struggled to her feet, the white book clutched to her chest. "The test was incomplete. It didn't account for the bond, for what we are to each other. The balance didn't expect us to break its rules." Harry crossed to her, pulling her into his arms. She collapsed against him, shaking. "I felt you," she whispered. "When the creature attacked, I felt you through the bond. You gave me strength. You gave me courage." They stood like that, holding each other in the infinite library, as the world around them began to dissolve. They emerged from the veil together. The third chamber was gone. The Department of Mysteries was gone. They stood in a vault, the real vault, deep beneath Gringotts, surrounded by treasure and artifacts and the bones of ancient guardians. And in Hermione's hands, the lost Black family spell book glowed with silver light. "We did it," Harry said. "We did it." Hermione looked up at him, and her smile was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "The second trial is over. What was the third test? The one about the bond?" Hermione's smile faded. "It was about trust," she said quietly. "Whether I could trust you to hold the bond while I was gone. Whether you could trust me to return." She touched his cheek. "We both passed." The spellbook pulsed. Words appeared on its cover, letters of fire that burned and faded, burned and faded. "The Twin Keepers have proven worthy. The lost spells are found. The balance acknowledges. But the third trial approaches. And it will demand more than blood." Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. And together, hand in hand, they walked out of the vault, and into whatever came next. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Draco Learns the Truth. The silver serpent hung in the air for 3 seconds before dissolving. Draco Malfoy watched it fade, his heart hammering against his ribs, his palms slick with sweat. The summoning charm had worked, but not the way he'd expected. He'd been trying to call his mother's house elf, hoping for news from Malfa Manor, hoping for any sign that his family hadn't completely fallen from the Dark Lord's favor. Instead, the magic had brought him this. A memory. Not his own. Someone else's, old, buried, wrapped in enchantments so complex that Draco couldn't even begin to understand them. But the image was clear enough. 2 figures standing before a door of black stone. Harry Potter. Hermione Granger. Their blood mixing on ancient silver. "What are you doing here, boy?" Draco spun. Professor Snape stood in the doorway of the abandoned classroom, his black eyes fixed on the fading remnants of the silver serpent. "I was lying." Snape stepped into the room, his robes billowing behind him. "You were attempting to contact your mother. Instead, you triggered a blood ward. That hasn't been activated in 400 years. A blood ward? I don't even know what that means." "No." Snape's expression was unreadable. "You wouldn't. The Malfoys have spent centuries trying to forget their connection to the House of Black. It seems the connection has not forgotten them." Draco's blood went cold. "What connection?" Snape was silent for a long moment. Then he waved his wand, sealing the classroom door and casting a dozen privacy charms Draco didn't recognize. "Sit down, Draco." "I don't want to sit down." "Sit down." Draco sat. Snape paced before him, his pale face illuminated by the flickering torchlight. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer than Draco had ever heard it. Your mother is a black by birth. You know this. Of course I know it. She's always bragging about it, about how the blacks are one of the sacred 28, about how our blood is purer than. Your mother's family has been lying to her for her entire life. Snape stopped pacing. The blacks were never pure-blood supremacists. That was a mask, a disguise they wore to hide their true purpose. True purpose? Draco laughed, a hollow, desperate sound. What true purpose? They were dark wizards. Death Eaters before the Dark Lord was even born. They were keepers. Snape's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Guardians of something called the balance. An ancient force that maintains equilibrium between light and dark magic. The pure blood ideology was a cover, a way to infiltrate the families who actually believed in blood supremacy. That doesn't. The Malfoys were never meant to be Death Eaters, Draco. Snape knelt before him, his dark eyes fierce. Your ancestors were the Black family's spies. Their agents in the pure blood courts. They fed information to the Keepers for generations, until the balance was forgotten and the Blacks fell. Draco's head was spinning. You're lying. I wish I was. Snape stood. The Dark Lord doesn't know about the balance. He doesn't know about the Keepers. But he's beginning to suspect something. Potter and Granger have been busy, and their activities have not gone unnoticed. What does Potter have to do with any of this? Everything. Snape pulled a roll of parchment from his robes, old parchment, yellowed with age, sealed with black wax. The Blacks have chosen their new keepers. Potter carries the blood of the champion line. Granger carries the blood of the lost sister. Together, they are the twin keepers, the first legitimate heirs the House of Black has produced in 400 years. Draco stared at the parchment. At the seal. At the words written in a language he didn't recognize but somehow understood. Draco Lucius Malfoy. Heir of Black. By blood of the serpent. I'm a Black? His voice cracked. But I'm a Malfoy. You are both. Snape pressed the parchment into his hands. Your mother's blood carries the serpent line, the Black's intelligence network. You were meant to be trained as an agent, Draco. Meant to serve the Keepers and protect the balance. My father. Your father knows nothing. Snape's expression was cold. Lucius Malfoy has spent his life serving a master who would destroy him without a second thought. He believes in blood purity because it's easier than facing the truth, that his family has been lying to him for generations. Draco looked down at the parchment. At the words that seemed to burn against his skin. Why are you telling me this? Because the Dark Lord is planning something. Snape's voice was grim. He's learned that the Black Codex has been awakened. He doesn't understand what it means, but he knows it's a threat. And when Voldemort feels threatened, he destroys. Yes. Snape turned away. You have a choice, Draco. You can pretend this conversation never happened. You can burn the parchment and continue down the path your father chose for you. Or what? Or you can become what you were always meant to be. Snape looked over his shoulder. A spy. An agent. A serpent in the Dark Lord's garden. Draco's hands trembled. What would I have to do? The astronomy tower was cold at midnight. Draco stood at the railing, staring down at the grounds of Hogwarts, the parchment clutched in his frozen fingers. He'd read it 17 times. Each reading revealed something new, a hidden message, a coded instruction, a name he recognized from his mother's family tree. Narcissa Black Malfoy, Keeper's bloodline, Serpent Branch. Bellatrix Black Lestrange, traitor to the balance. Andromeda Black Tonks, lost sister's kin. Andromeda. Ted Tonks's wife. The cousin his mother never spoke of. The one who had married a Muggleborn and been burned off the family tapestry. Draco had always been told Andromeda was a blood traitor. A disgrace. A warning about what happened when purebloods forgot their heritage. But the parchment told a different story. Asterisk Andromeda Black Tonks, guardian of the lost sister's legacy, protector of the keeper's bloodline. May her name be blessed. Asterisk. I see you've been busy. Draco spun. Pansy Parkinson stood behind him, wrapped in a Slytherin dressing gown, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. Pansy! I followed you. She stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the parchment. You've been acting strange for weeks. Skipping meals? Missing classes? Professor Snape keeps calling you into his office. Her voice dropped. What's going on, Draco? Nothing. Don't lie to me. Pansy's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. I've known you since we were children. I know when something's wrong. And right now, everything is wrong. Draco looked at her. At the concern in her eyes, the fear she was trying to hide. Can you keep a secret? I can keep your secrets. He handed her the parchment. Pansy read it in silence. Her expression shifted, confusion, disbelief, dawning horror. The Blacks? She whispered. Potter and Granger are the new keepers. Draco took the parchment back. And apparently so am I. But you hate Potter. I hate that he's always in the spotlight. I hate that everyone loves him for doing nothing. Draco's voice cracked. But I don't. I never wanted him dead. Not really. Not like Father does. Your father. My father is a Death Eater. Draco said the words aloud for the first time. My father served the Dark Lord for years. He's in Azkaban now because of what he did. And I was supposed to follow in his footsteps. Were you? I don't know anymore. Draco turned back to the railing. Snape wants me to spy on the Dark Lord. To feed information to the Keepers. To become something I never knew existed. And if you refuse? Then I stay on the path my father chose. Draco's voice was hollow. I become a Death Eater. I serve a master who tortures people for fun. I watch everyone I love die or go mad. He laughed bitterly. Or I could join Potter. The boy I've tormented for 5 years. The boy whose death I've wished for more times than I can count. People change. Pansy moved to stand beside him. You've changed, Draco. I've seen it. You don't laugh at the Cruciatus curse anymore. You don't joke about mudbloods. You flinch when the Carrows talk about what they do to Muggleborns. You notice that? I notice everything about you. They stood in silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. I don't know what to do, Draco admitted. Yes, you do. Pansy's hand found his. You've always known. You've just been too afraid to admit it. Draco closed his eyes. And for the first time in his life, he let himself imagine a different future. One where he wasn't his father's son. One where he wasn't a Death Eater. One where he stood beside Harry Potter, not as a friend, not as an enemy, but as something more complicated. An ally. A spy. A serpent. I need to contact Potter, he said. Tonight? No. Draco opened his eyes. Not yet. First, I need to understand what I'm getting into. He looked at the parchment. There's a vault. Beneath Gringotts. The Black family vault. The one that requires serpent blood to enter. I need to see what's inside. I'm coming with you. Pansy. I said I'm coming with you. Her chin lifted defiantly. You're not facing this alone, Draco. Whatever's in that vault, whatever you find, I'll be there. Draco wanted to argue. Wanted to protect her from the darkness he could feel closing in around them. But the parchment pulsed in his hand. And the word serpent seemed to glow. The vault was not what Draco expected. He'd grown up hearing stories about Gringotts, about the ancient goblins who guarded the wizarding world's wealth, about the dragons that protected the deepest vaults, about the curses that would kill anyone who tried to steal from the wrong family. But this vault was different. It was hidden in a section of the bank that didn't appear on any map, a place the goblins had forgotten, or perhaps had been compelled to forget. The door was made of bone, like the one Harry and Hermione had described, but the bones were snake bones, coiled together into a pattern that seemed to move when Draco looked away. The Serpent Vault, Pansy whispered. She'd insisted on coming, and Draco had stopped arguing after the third time she'd threatened to hex him. It's beautiful. Beautiful isn't the word I'd use. Draco pressed his palm against the door. The bones shifted, slithered, parted like living things, revealing a passage beyond. The air that wafted out was cold and dry, smelling of dust and old magic and something else, something that made Draco's scarred forearm itch. Your mark, Pansy said. It's reacting. The dark mark. The brand his father had forced him to take last summer, before 6th year, before everything had gone wrong. It burned now, not with the Dark Lord's summons, but with something else. Something that felt almost like recognition. The serpent line was never meant to serve the Dark Lord, Draco murmured. We were meant to serve the balance. Then why does your mark hurt? Because I've been serving the wrong master. He stepped into the passage. The vault was smaller than he'd expected. A single room, round as a coin, with walls lined with portraits, not of people, but of snakes. Serpents of every size and color, their painted eyes following Draco as he walked to the center of the room. A pedestal waited there. And on the pedestal, a dagger. The blade was silver, etched with runes that shifted and changed. The hilt was wrapped in what looked like snake skin, but when Draco touched it, the skin moved, coiling around his fingers like a living thing. Draco. Pansy's voice was frightened. It's all right. Draco's voice sounded strange to his own ears. Distant. It recognizes me. The serpent's blood. Draco Lucius Malfa. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Asterisk heir of the serpent line. You have been expected. Asterisk. By who? Asterisk by the balance. By the keepers. By the one who marked you for a different purpose. Asterisk. The dagger pulsed. Draco felt something unlock in his chest, a door he hadn't known existed, opening onto a room full of memories that weren't his. He saw Narcissa Black as a child, playing in the gardens of Grimmauld Place. He saw Bellatrix before Azkaban, laughing with her sisters, her eyes not yet mad. He saw Andromeda holding a baby girl with bushy brown hair, a baby who would grow up to be Hermione Granger. He saw himself, not as a Death Eater, not as a bully, but as something else. A protector. A guardian. A serpent in the best sense of the word, subtle, patient, deadly when necessary, but never cruel for cruelty's sake. Is this real? He whispered. Asterisk the balance does not deal in lies. Only in truths you have been too afraid to face. Asterisk. The dagger's glow faded. The runes stopped shifting. And in the center of the blade, a single word appeared. Choose. Choose what? Asterisk choose your master. The Dark Lord who would consume you. Or the balance that would redeem you. Asterisk. Draco looked at Pansy. At her pale face, her frightened eyes, her hand reaching for his. You can't choose for me, she said quietly. But whatever you decide, I'm with you. You shouldn't be. Too bad. Draco laughed, a broken, desperate sound. Then he looked at the dagger again. I don't know how to be good, he admitted. I've spent my whole life being cruel. Being cold. Being what my father wanted me to be. Asterisk the balance does not require goodness. Only balance. Asterisk. What does that mean? Asterisk it means you do not have to become a hero. You only have to become yourself. Asterisk. Draco reached out. Took the dagger. And felt something break inside him, and something else begin to heal. He found Harry Potter in the Gryffindor common room 3 nights later. It wasn't difficult. The invisibility cloak had been a Christmas gift from his father years ago, a poor copy of the real thing, but good enough to slip past the fat lady and through the portrait hole. Harry was alone, staring into the fire, a book open on his lap that he wasn't reading. Potter. Harry spun. His wand was in his hand before Draco had finished speaking, his green eyes hard. Malfoy. I'm not here to fight. Draco pushed back the hood of the cloak, letting the firelight illuminate his face. I'm here to talk. About what? About the blacks. Draco stepped closer, his hands raised to show he wasn't holding a wand. About the balance. About the fact that you and Granger have been sneaking around for weeks, and the Dark Lord is starting to notice. Harry's expression didn't change, but his wand lowered slightly. How do you know about the balance? Because I'm part of it. Draco pulled the parchment from his pocket, the one Snape had given him, the one that named him Heir of Black. The Serpent Line. The spies. The ones who were supposed to protect the keepers. Harry took the parchment. Read it. His face went pale. You're a Black. Apparently. Draco's voice was bitter. Surprise. I'm related to the Mud, to Hermione Granger. Distantly. Through her grandmother. Does she know? Not yet. Draco took a breath. That's why I'm here. I need to speak with both of you. Together. There are things you need to know, about the Dark Lord, about what he's planning, about the people in the Ministry who are trying to stop you. And I'm supposed to trust you. No. Draco met his eyes. You're supposed to listen. And then you're supposed to decide whether I'm worth the risk. Harry was silent for a long moment. Sit down, he finally said. I'll get Hermione. Hermione didn't trust him. Draco could see it in the way she held herself, shoulders back, chin lifted, wand clutched in her hand like a lifeline. She sat as far from him as possible, her bushy hair hiding half her face. You expect us to believe you've changed, she said. I expect you to believe I want to survive. Draco leaned back in his chair, forcing himself to appear calm. The Dark Lord is losing. He doesn't know it yet, but he is. Dumbledore's been planning for this for years. And Potter. He looked at Harry. Potter has something Voldemort doesn't. What's that? People who actually care about him. Draco's voice was quiet. I've seen the Dark Lord's followers. They don't love him. They fear him. They serve him because the alternative is death. But you, he gestured at Harry and Hermione. You have something worth fighting for. Something worth dying for. And you want to be part of that? I want to not die when the Dark Lord falls. Draco's jaw tightened. I want my mother to survive. I want to be something other than my father's son. Hermione and Harry exchanged glances. We'll need proof, Hermione said finally. Proof that you're not playing both sides. Proof that you're actually willing to help. What kind of proof? The Dark Lord is planning something. Harry leaned forward. You said so yourself? Tell us what it is. Draco took a breath. He's going to attack Grimmauld Place. The words hung in the air. Voldemort knows the Codex has been awakened. He doesn't understand what it is, but he knows it's connected to the Blacks. And he's heard rumors about 2 students who've been spending time there. Draco's eyes met Harry's. He's sending Death Eaters within the month. Maybe sooner. How do you know? Because my mother told me. Draco's voice cracked. She's terrified, Potter. She thinks the Dark Lord is going to kill us all, and she's probably right. Harry stood up. Walked to the window. Stared out at the dark grounds. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. No. Harry's voice was hard. We need to prepare. The house has defenses we haven't even begun to understand. If Voldemort attacks, we need to be ready. I can help. Draco stood. The Serpent Line has knowledge about Grimmauld Place that isn't in any of the books. Traps. Escape routes. Hidden chambers. He paused. I can show you. Another test, Hermione said. Another truth. Draco met her eyes. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to use me. And maybe, he swallowed. Maybe someday, we can be something other than enemies. Harry turned from the window. Show us, he said. Show us what you know. Draco nodded. And for the first time in his life, he felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. They met in the room of requirement every night for a week. Draco taught them about the serpent wards, invisible barriers that responded to the presence of enemies, designed to trap intruders in corridors that looped forever. He taught them about the Black family's secret passages, the ones that led from Grimmauld Place to the Hogwarts kitchens, from the Hogwarts kitchens to the Shrieking Shack, from the Shrieking Shack to places even the Marauder's map didn't show. He taught them about betrayal. "Your greatest weakness," he said on the fifth night, "is that you trust people who haven't earned it. The Order is full of spies. The Ministry is full of traitors. And some of the people closest to you." He hesitated. "Some of them are not what they seem." "Like who?" Harry demanded. "I don't know yet." Draco shook his head. "But the Dark Lord has agents everywhere. In the Ministry. In Hogwarts. Even in Dumbledore's inner circle." "How do you know?" "Because my father told me." Draco's expression was dark. Before Azkaban. He was proud of it. Bragged about how the Dark Lord had people in places no one would ever suspect. Hermione's face was pale. "We need to tell Dumbledore." "Dumbledore knows." Draco's voice was flat. "Or he suspects. But he can't act without proof, and the Dark Lord is careful about leaving proof. So what do? We watch." Draco looked at Harry. "We wait. And when the traitor reveals themselves, we strike." Harry held his gaze. "All right," he said. "We'll do it your way." Draco nodded. And somewhere in the darkness, the balance shifted. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, The Shadow Magic Trial. The third trial began without warning. Harry woke to darkness, not the darkness of night, but something older. Something that breathed. He reached for Hermione's side of the bed. She'd been sleeping in his room for weeks now, the bond humming between them like a second heartbeat, and found only cold sheets. "Hermione?" No answer. He stumbled out of bed, wand raised. The room was empty. Not just empty of Hermione, empty of everything. His trunk was gone. The books were gone. The walls were bare, the windows bricked over, the door replaced by smooth stone. "Harry." Her voice came from everywhere and nowhere. He spun, searching for her, but saw only shadows. "Hermione, where are you?" "I'm here." Her voice was tight with fear. "But I can't find you. I can't see anything. The bond it's muffled. Like someone put a blanket over it." Harry closed his eyes. Reached for the bond, that warm thread that connected them, the thing that had become more essential than breathing. It was still there. Faint. Flickering. But there. "Follow my voice," he said. "I'll keep talking. You keep walking." "I'm trying." "But the shadows, Harry, the shadows are moving." He opened his eyes. She was right. The darkness was not empty. It was alive, shifting and coalescing, forming shapes that almost looked like people. Faces emerged from the gloom, faces Harry recognized. Sirius. Cedric. His mother and father. Dobby. "Hermione," he said urgently. "Don't look at them. Whatever you do, don't look at their eyes." "Why?" "Because they're not real. They're the trial, the shadow magic trial. The Codex warned about this. It shows you what you fear most." "Then why am I seeing?" Hermione's voice broke. "Harry, I'm seeing my parents. They're forgetting me. They're looking right through me like I'm a stranger. Because that's your fear." Harry forced his voice to stay steady. "Losing them. Being forgotten. But it's not real, Hermione. None of it is real." "How do you know?" "Because I can feel you through the bond. And the real Hermione is terrified, but she's also angry. She's not going to let some shadows beat her." A pause. Then a laugh. Small, shaky, but real. "You always know what to say." "I try." The shadows around Harry shifted. A new figure emerged, taller than the others, robed in black, a serpent's face where a human face should be. Voldemort. But not the Voldemort Harry knew. This version was larger, more terrible, his red eyes burning with a cold fire that seemed to drink the light. Harry Potter. The Shadow's voice was Voldemort's, but deeper. Older. The boy who thought he could escape fate. I'm not escaping anything. No. The Shadow smiled, a horrible stretching of serpentine lips. You're running toward it. Toward the balance. Toward the bond. Toward the girl who will destroy everything you love. Leave her out of this. I can't. The Shadow stepped closer. She's the key, Harry. The mind that unlocks the lion's cage. Without her, you're just a boy with a scar and a destiny you don't understand. Then it's a good thing she's not going anywhere. The Shadow laughed. You believe that. You need to believe that. But the third trial will test you, not your courage, not your magic, but your faith. Can you trust her when everything you see tells you to let go? Harry's hand tightened on his wand. I don't need to trust what I see. I trust what I feel. He reached for the bond, not gently this time, but with his whole being. He poured himself into it, every memory, every hope, every moment of 5 years of friendship and something more. The Shadow screamed. And the darkness shattered. Harry stood in a corridor. Not Grimmauld Place. Not Hogwarts. Somewhere else, somewhere made of white stone and silver light, with windows that looked out on stars. Hermione stood at the other end of the corridor. She was crying. Hermione! He started toward her, but his feet wouldn't move. Something held him in place, invisible chains wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, his chest. They want me to choose, Hermione said, her voice hollow. The trial. It's offering me a way out. A way out of what? Of the bond. She held up her hand, and Harry saw a silver knife floating above her palm, the same knife from the Serpent Vault, the one Draco had described. One cut. One drop of blood. And the bond dissolves. I go back to being Hermione Granger, just a girl, just a Muggle-born, just someone who got lucky. Harry's heart stopped. And if you don't cut? Then I stay bound to you. Forever. Her voice cracked. The trial says it will get harder. The bond will get stronger. And one day it might consume us both. That's not true. Isn't it? Hermione looked at him, and her eyes were ancient, older than her years, older than the bond, older than the magic that connected them. The Codex warned us. The balance demands sacrifice. What if the sacrifice is us, Harry? What if the only way to defeat Voldemort is to lose ourselves completely? Harry strained against the invisible chains. Then we lose ourselves together. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. Hermione looked at the knife. At the bond. At Harry. I'm scared. She whispered. Me too. I don't want to lose who I am. You won't. Harry's voice was fierce. The bond doesn't erase us, Hermione. It completes us. You're still you, brilliant and stubborn and too clever for your own good. I'm still me, reckless and impulsive and terrible at potions. The bond just means we face it together. And if that's not enough? It has to be. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she lowered her hand. The knife clattered to the floor. And the chains around Harry's wrists dissolved. They found themselves in a chamber. The walls were mirrors, hundreds of them, thousands, reflecting images that shifted and changed. Harry saw himself at different ages, a baby in a crib, a child at school, a teenager fighting a basilisk, a man standing over Voldemort's body. Hermione saw herself too, but her reflections were different. Stranger. Versions of herself that had chosen different paths. A Hermione who had stayed in the Muggle world, a Hermione who had married Ron, a Hermione who had never met Harry at all. What is this place? She whispered. The heart of the trial. The voice came from everywhere, deep, resonant, neither male nor female. The place where shadows become truth. Where fear becomes understanding. Who are you? I am the balance. I am what your ancestors guarded. I am what Voldemort fears. The mirrors shimmered. And I am what will save you, if you prove worthy. Harry stepped forward. We've proven ourselves already. We passed the first trial. We survived the second. We found the spell book. You have survived. You have not yet understood. The voice was patient, almost kind. The shadow magic trial is not about passing or failing. It is about seeing. About accepting. About becoming what you were always meant to be. And what's that? Look in the mirrors. See what we see. Harry turned. The mirrors showed him, not his past, not his future, but his present. The Harry Potter of this moment, tired and determined, scarred and stubborn, a boy who had seen too much and lost too many. But there was something else. Behind his reflection, shadows moved. Not threatening, waiting star. Shapes that seemed to reach for him, not to harm, but to embrace. The shadows are not your enemies, the balance said. They are your inheritance. Your power. The magic the Ministry tried to erase. Dark magic, Hermione said. Shadow magic. Not dark, not light. Something older than both. The Blacks understood this. They knew that magic cannot be divided into good and evil. Only into balanced and unbalanced. And we're unbalanced? Your world is unbalanced. Voldemort has tipped the scales toward darkness. The Ministry has tipped them toward oppressive light. Neither serves the balance. Neither serves magic. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at him. How do we fix it? Harry asked. You have already begun. The mirrors shifted. New images appeared, images of the future. Harry and Hermione, older, standing before the Wizengamot. Harry and Hermione, holding hands, surrounded by young witches and wizards wearing black and silver. Harry and Hermione, alone in a chamber of shadows, their magic intertwined so completely that they seemed like one person. The bond will grow, the balance said. It will test you. Change you. Some will call it unnatural. Some will call it dangerous. They will try to break you apart. Let them try, Hermione said. They will. The voice was sad. Not just your enemies. Your friends. Your mentors. The people who love you most will fear what you have become. And what have we become? The mirrors answered with a single image. Two figures, cloaked in shadow, standing back to back. Wands raised. Magic flowing between them like water between cups. The twin keepers. The lion and the mind. The heirs of black. The balance's last hope. The voice whispered. And perhaps, the world's. The third trial was not a battle. It was a journey. Harry and Hermione walked through the mirrors, stepping from reflection to reflection, each one showing them a different truth about themselves and each other. In one mirror, Harry saw his mother, not as a ghost, but as a woman. Young and laughing, holding a baby with messy black hair. He loves you, Lily Potter said. Not because of the prophecy. Not because of the war. Because you're you, Harry. Because you have his heart. Mom, don't waste time being afraid. Her image flickered. Love is not weakness. It's the strongest magic there is. The mirror shattered. In another, Hermione saw Professor McGonagall, younger than she'd ever seen her, sitting in a classroom at Hogwarts, a stack of Newt's essays on her desk. You remind me of myself, McGonagall said. Brilliant. Driven. Terrified of failure. I'm not. You are. McGonagall's eyes were kind. But failure is not the enemy, Miss Granger. Fear of failure is. Let yourself be wrong sometimes. Let yourself be human. But what if being human costs us everything? Then at least you'll have lived. The mirror shattered. In a third mirror, Harry and Hermione stood together, not as they were, but as they might be. Older. Wiser. Standing in a room full of children, telling stories about the war. You'll survive, the older Hermione said. But surviving isn't enough. You have to live. How? The real Hermione asked. By choosing each other. Every day. Even when it's hard. Even when it hurts. Especially then. The mirror shattered. And finally, the last mirror. It showed nothing. Just darkness. But within that darkness, Harry could feel something waiting. Something. Vast and patient and hungry. The shadow magic, the balance said. The power your ancestors feared. The power Voldemort has been searching for his entire life. It's inside us? Not yet. But it could be. The darkness pulsed. The third trial offers a choice: accept the shadow magic or reject it. Accepting will give you power beyond anything you've imagined. It will allow you to face Voldemort as equals. But it will also change you. Make you more and less. Less how? You will feel things differently. Love will still be possible, but it will be muted. Fear will fade. Grief will become distant. You will be powerful, but you will also be less human. Harry looked at Hermione. No, they said together. No? We don't want power that costs us our hearts. Harry's voice was steady. That's what Voldemort chose. That's why he lost. The shadow magic is not the same as Horcruxes. It doesn't matter. Hermione stepped forward. We've seen what power without love does. It destroys. It corrupts. We won't become that. The darkness pulsed again, longer this time. Almost thoughtful. You refuse the gift? We refuse the cost. Harry took Hermione's hand. We'll face Voldemort as we are. Together. With the bond and the codex and whatever magic we can learn. But we won't sacrifice ourselves to do it. Silence. Then laughter. Warm and rich and surprisingly human. Well done. The darkness dissolved. The mirrors dissolved. And Harry and Hermione stood in the chamber beneath Grimmauld Place. The real chamber, with the codex on its pedestal and the black stone walls surrounding them. You pass. Walburga's voice echoed from above. The shadow magic trial is complete. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. They were both crying. The codex opened. Pages flipped. Words appeared, not in fire this time, but in silver ink that seemed to glow from within. The third trial is survived. Asterisk, the twin keepers have refused the shadow gift. Asterisk. The balance acknowledges their wisdom. The bond deepens. Harry felt it, a shift, a settling, like a key turning in a lock. The bond between them was stronger now, clearer. He could feel Hermione's heartbeat as if it were his own. The fourth trial will come, the codex continued. It will test your trust, your loyalty, your ability to see through deception. When? Soon. The book slammed shut. Walburga stepped out of her portrait, not fully solid, but more real than before. Her painted eyes were bright with something that might have been pride. You refused the shadow magic. Her voice was wondering. No black has ever refused it. Not in 1,000 years. We're not blacks, Harry said. You are now. Walburga's smile was strange, sad and hopeful at once. And perhaps that's exactly what the family has needed. Someone who would say no. What happens now? Now you rest. Walburga gestured, and the chamber's walls softened. Chairs appeared. A fire crackled to life in a hearth that hadn't existed moments before. The fourth trial will demand much of you. You need your strength. Harry sank into one of the chairs. Hermione sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched, close enough that the bond hummed with contentment. We should tell Draco, Hermione said quietly. About the trial. About what we learned. Tomorrow. Harry's eyes were heavy. Right now, I just want to be here. Hermione leaned against him. Okay. They sat in silence, watching the fire, feeling the bond pulse between them like a second heartbeat. Outside, in the corridors of Grimmauld Place, Creature moved through the shadows, cleaning, preparing, waiting. The house knew what was coming. The trial was over. But the war was just beginning. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Sirius's Hidden Memories. The dream came 3 nights after the trial. Harry stood in a corridor he didn't recognize, stone floors, stone walls, torches that burned with black flame. At the end of the corridor, a door waited. Not the black door from Grimmauld Place. Something older. Something that breathed. He walked toward it. The door opened before he could knock. Inside, a room full of mirrors. But not the mirrors from the trial. These were different. Smaller. Older. Each one showed a different memory, not Harry's memories, but someone else's. Sirius. Young Sirius, laughing with James Potter. Sirius at Hogwarts, sneaking through corridors under the invisibility cloak. Sirius in the shrieking shack, transformed into a dog, his eyes bright with mischief and something else, something that looked like fear. And then, Sirius standing in this room. This exact room. Facing the mirrors, his gray eyes hollow. "I'm sorry," the memory Sirius said. "I'm sorry I couldn't be what you needed. I'm sorry I ran." The mirror rippled. And Harry woke up. Hermione was already awake. She sat at the window of their room, their room, the one they'd been sharing for weeks now, though either of them had named what that meant, staring out at the grey London dawn. "You felt it too," Harry said. "The dream." Hermione nodded. "I saw Sirius. He was in a room full of mirrors." "I know." She turned to face him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair wild, her expression troubled. "That wasn't just a dream, Harry. That was a message. The Codex or the Balance or something, it's trying to show us something. Sirius's memories. Hidden memories." Hermione stood, crossing to her trunk and pulling out the black spellbook, the one they'd retrieved from Gringotts. "The Codex mentions something about this. Sirius left behind enchanted memories. Things he couldn't say while he was alive. Things about the Black family, about what Voldemort really fears." Harry swung his legs out of bed. "Where are they? The memories?" "I don't know." Hermione flipped through the spellbook's pages, her brow furrowed. "But the dream showed us a corridor. Stone. Floors. Black torches. Does that sound familiar?" Harry thought about it. Grimmauld Place had stone floors in some sections. But the torches. "The basement," he said slowly. "The part Creature always keeps locked. The part Walburga said was not for children's eyes. Then that's where we need to go." Creature tried to stop them. The old house elf appeared in the basement corridor before they'd taken 3 steps, his wrinkled face twisted with something between fear and desperation. "Young master cannot go down there. Mistress's orders. The memories they are not safe." "Creature." Harry knelt, bringing himself to the elf's level. "Sirius was my godfather. He left these memories for me. For us. The Balance wants us to see them." Creature's eyes filled with tears. "The memories will hurt you. They will show you things that cannot be unseen. Creature has guarded them for years, years and years and years, because the pain was too much for anyone to bear. Then let us bear it." Hermione knelt beside Harry. "We're not children anymore, Creature. We're the Twin Keepers. We need to know." The house elf looked at them, really looked, as if seeing them for the first time. "You have her eyes," he whispered to Hermione. "The lost sister. You have her courage. I have her blood." "Yes." Creature bowed his head. "Yes, you do." He stepped aside. The corridor stretched before them, stone floors, stone walls, black torches burning with silent flame. At the end, a door. Not locked. Not sealed. Simply waiting. Harry took Hermione's hand. Together. Always. They walked. The room was smaller than Harry expected. Round, like the vault beneath Gringotts, but warmer. More human. The mirrors lined the walls, 7 of them, each one different. Silver. Gold. Crystal. Obsidian. And in the center of the room, a pensive. Not Dumbledore's elegant silver basin. Something older. Rougher. Made of black stone, its surface shimmering with liquid light. Sirius's memories. Hermione breathed. He must have extracted them before he died. How do we watch them? I think. Hermione stepped toward the pensive. I think we have to go in together. The bond will let us share the memories. See what Sirius saw. Harry joined her at the basin's edge. The liquid light swirled, forming shapes, faces, moments frozen in time. He saw Sirius as a child, laughing with Regulus. Sirius as a teenager, screaming at his mother. Sirius as a young man, crying over a body that looked like James Potter's. Ready? Hermione asked. No. Neither am I. They leaned forward together. And fell. The first memory was the hardest. Harry stood in a drawing room, not the one at Grimmauld Place, but another. Older. Grander. The walls were hung with tapestries showing the Black family tree, and the furniture was covered in white sheets, as if someone had died recently. Young Sirius sat on a sofa, his legs pulled to his chest. He couldn't have been more than 15. I won't do it, he said. His voice was younger than Harry remembered, higher, more uncertain. I won't become a Death Eater. You will do as you're told. Orion Black stood before him, tall, severe, his dark hair streaked with gray. The Dark Lord has honored our family. He has offered you a place at his side. He's a monster. He's the future. Orion's voice was cold. And you are my son. You will serve. Or what? Sirius looked up. You'll disown me? Burn me off the tapestry? Go ahead. Orion's hand moved. The slap echoed through the room. Your brother will not fail me as you have. Regulus is a coward. Regulus understands duty. Orion turned away. You understand nothing. The memory shifted. Harry saw Sirius at Hogwarts, older now, 17, laughing with James Potter in the Gryffindor common room. But there was something wrong with the laughter. It was too bright. Too desperate. I can't go back, Sirius said. Not ever. Then don't. James clapped him on the shoulder. Stay with us. My parents won't mind. They're not your parents. They're the closest thing you've got. Sirius's smile faded. The thing is, I left something behind. Something important. What? Sirius didn't answer. The memory shifted again. The second memory was darker. Harry stood in a cave, not the cave where Dumbledore had drunk the potion, but somewhere else. Somewhere older. The walls were covered in runes that glowed with sickly green light. Sirius stood in the center of the cave, a wand in each hand. It's here, he whispered. The thing Voldemort fears. The thing the Blacks have been hiding for centuries. Regulus Black emerged from the shadows. He was younger than Sirius, maybe 17, maybe 18, with dark curls and gray eyes that looked too old for his face. Brother. Reg. Sirius didn't turn around. I wondered when you'd find me. The Dark Lord knows you've been searching. He wants you to stop. Or what? He'll kill me? Sirius laughed bitterly. He's been trying to kill me for years. I'm still here. This is different. Regulus stepped closer. The thing you're looking for, it's not a weapon. It's not a tool. It's a responsibility. The Blacks were meant to guard it, not use it. The Blacks are dead. Sirius finally turned. You killed them. You and Mother and all your pureblood friends. I'm trying to protect you. Then tell me where it is. Regulus was silent for a long moment. The Department of Mysteries, he finally said. The room with the veil. The Black family's greatest secret is hidden there, has been hidden there for centuries. But Sirius. He grabbed his brother's arm. You can't take it. The magic will destroy you. Then I'll be destroyed. Sirius pulled away. And the memory shattered. The third memory was the strangest. Harry stood in Grimmauld Place, the kitchen, the one he'd eaten breakfast in 100 times. But the kitchen was different now. Cleaner. Brighter. A woman sat at the table, her dark hair streaked with gray, her face lined with grief. Sirius knelt before her. Mother. Walburga Black looked up. Her eyes were red. Her hands trembled. Sirius. I came to say goodbye. His voice was gentle, gentler than Harry had ever heard it. I'm going into hiding. The Dark Lord is hunting me. He's hunting all of us. Then come with me. Sirius reached for her hand. Leave this house. Leave the pure-blood politics. We could start over, somewhere new. Somewhere safe. Walburga pulled away. I can't. You can. You don't understand. Tears streamed down her face. The house, the legacy, it won't let me leave. I made a bargain, Sirius. Years ago. Before you were born. I gave the house my freedom in exchange for its protection. What protection? From the Dark Lord. Walburga's voice dropped to a whisper. The house is warded against him. Against his followers. Against anyone who would harm the Black family's secrets. But the wards require a sacrifice. A presence. Someone to anchor them. That's why you never leave. That's why I can't leave. Walburga looked at her son, really looked, as if seeing him for the first time. I've made so many mistakes. I've been so cruel. But I did it to protect you. To protect Regulus. To protect the family's true purpose. The balance. Yes. Walburga nodded. The balance. The thing your father never understood. The thing the Dark Lord is trying to destroy. Sirius knelt closer. Tell me how to stop him. I can't. Walburga's eyes were ancient. The knowledge is buried too deep. Hidden behind blood wards and memory charms and magic older than the Ministry. But you have the Potter boy now. The champion's heir. And the lost sister's blood walks the earth again. Her name is Hermione. Then find her. Walburga pressed something into Sirius's hand, a silver key, like the one from Gringotts. Find her. And together you may be able to unlock what I cannot. The memory dissolved. And Harry woke up on the floor of the mirror room, Hermione's arms wrapped around him, her body shaking with sobs. Sirius knew, Hermione whispered. He knew about the balance. About the bond. About us. He knew something. Harry sat up slowly, his head pounding. But not everything. Walburga said the knowledge was hidden. Behind blood wards and memory charms. That's why he left the memories. Hermione looked around at the mirrors, at the 7 reflections that lined the walls. Each mirror contains a different memory. We only saw 3. There are 4 more. 4 more. Hermione stood, pulling Harry to his feet. And something tells me we need to see all of them. The first mirror was silver. When Harry touched it, the surface rippled, and he was pulled inside. He stood in a classroom. Hogwarts. But not any classroom he recognized. The walls were covered in star charts, and the ceiling showed the night sky as it had looked thousands of years ago. Sirius sat at a desk, younger than Harry had ever seen him. Maybe 11. Maybe 12. Mr. Black. A teacher stood before him, a woman with gray hair and kind eyes. Your family has asked me to teach you something. Something important. What? The truth about your bloodline. The woman sat beside him. The Blacks were not always as they are now. Once they were guardians. Protectors. They served something called the balance. Sirius's eyes widened. My mother never mentioned. Your mother doesn't know. The woman's voice dropped. The knowledge was lost generations ago. Buried by the Ministry. By the pure-blood families who wanted to control magic rather than serve it. Then how do you know? Because I am a keeper. The woman smiled, and for a moment, her face flickered. Became someone else. Someone Harry recognized. Professor McGonagall. Wait. Harry tried to speak, but the memory was already shifting. The second mirror was gold. Harry stood in a forest, the forbidden. Forest, but older. Wilder. The trees were taller, the shadows deeper. Sirius stood before a massive oak, his wand raised. I call upon the balance, he said. I call upon the old magic. I call upon the keepers who came before. The tree split open. Inside, a glowing orb. Like a prophecy orb, but larger. Brighter. This is the heart of the balance, a voice said. Harry turned, and saw Dumbledore. Young Dumbledore, with auburn hair and no beard, his blue eyes piercing. Professor? Not yet. Dumbledore smiled. I won't be a professor for another 20 years. But I am a student of the balance. As you are becoming. I don't understand. The orb contains the history of magic. The real history. Not the version the Ministry teaches. Dumbledore stepped closer. If you take it, if you learn the truth, you cannot unlearn it. It will change you. Isolate you. Make you a target. Sirius looked at the orb. Will it help me protect the people I love? Yes. Then I'll take the risk. He reached for the orb. And the memory shattered. The third mirror was crystal. Harry stood in a bedroom, Sirius's bedroom, the one at Grimmauld Place. But Sirius wasn't alone. James Potter sat on the bed, his glasses askew, his grin wide. You're mental, James said. Absolutely mental. Probably. Sirius paced the room. But James, the things I've seen. The things I've learned. The balance is real. The keepers are real. And Voldemort is trying to destroy it all. So we stop him. It's not that simple. Sirius stopped pacing. The balance requires sacrifice. Balance. You can't just defeat the Dark Lord and go back to normal. Something has to replace him. Like what? I don't know. Sirius sat beside James. But I think it has to be us. Us? Not us. Sirius shook his head. Our children. Or our godchildren. Someone from the next generation. Someone who can carry the legacy we're building. James was quiet for a moment. Lily's pregnant, he finally said. We're having a baby. Sirius's face lit up. James, if this legacy needs someone, if the balance needs an heir. James met his eyes. Then our children will be there. Harry and whatever other kids we have. They'll carry what we start. Are you sure? I've never been more sure of anything. They clasped hands. And the memory dissolved. The fourth mirror was obsidian. Harry stood in a graveyard, not Little Hangleton, but somewhere else. Somewhere older. The headstones bore names he recognized: Black, Potter, Granger. Sirius knelt before a grave marked Marietta Black, beloved sister, taken too soon. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry I never knew you. I'm sorry your family cast you out. The grave glowed. You can still save her line, a voice said. The ghost of a woman, Marietta, Harry realized. Hermione's grandmother. The lost sister's blood walks the earth. A girl. Bright. Brave. Born of muggles, but carrying our magic. What's her name? Hermione. Hermione Granger. The ghost smiled. She will need you, Sirius. In the years to come. She will need your protection. Your guidance. I'll be there. You'll try. The ghost faded. But the war will take you first. You will not live to see her grow. But you can leave something behind. Memories. Knowledge. A path. How? Use the pensieve. Store what you've learned. And when the time comes, when the twin keepers awaken, they will find their way. The graveyard dissolved. And Harry opened his eyes. He was back in the mirror room, Hermione beside him, both of them gasping for breath. For memories, Hermione said. But we only saw. There were 7 mirrors. Harry looked around. 3 were dark now, silver, gold, crystal, obsidian. 3 more glowed faintly. And the 7th. The 7th mirror was black. Not painted black. Shadow black. Like the door beneath Grimmauld Place. We can't open it yet, Hermione said. The magic won't let us. Not until we're ready. When will we be ready? I don't know. Harry walked to the black mirror. Pressed his palm against its surface. It was warm. And deep within, So deep he almost missed it, a heartbeat. Sirius, he whispered. The mirror pulsed. And then, nothing. They found Creature waiting in the corridor. The house elf's eyes were red, his hands clasped before him. The young master saw. We saw. Harry knelt. Creature, why didn't you tell us? About the memories? About what Sirius was trying to do? Creature was forbidden. Tears streamed down the elf's wrinkled face. Sirius ordered Creature not to speak. Not until the Twin Keepers came. Not until the bond was formed. And now? Now. Creature bowed his head. Now Creature can serve. Truly serve. Not the Black family of old. But the Keepers. The ones who will restore the balance. Harry looked at Hermione. We need to tell the others. Ron. Dumbledore. The Order. Not yet. Hermione's voice was firm. We don't know who to trust. Sirius's memories showed us that. The Ministry buried the truth. The pure-blood families corrupted it. Even Dumbledore. She hesitated. Even Dumbledore kept secrets. He was trying to protect us. Maybe. Hermione took his hand. But we're done being protected. We're the Keepers now. We make our own choices. Harry squeezed her fingers. Together. Together. They walked back through the corridor, past the black torches, past the stone walls. Behind them, the mirror room pulsed with light. The memories were waiting. And somewhere in the darkness, the balance watched. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Lost Black Family Spellbook. The spellbook changed everything. Harry realized this 3 days after the memories, when he walked into the library and found Hermione surrounded by floating pages, her wand tracing patterns in the air that seemed to bend light itself. She wasn't just reading anymore. She was absorbing, the spells pouring into her like water into a vessel that had been waiting its whole life to be filled. Hermione? She didn't look up. Her eyes were silver, not their normal brown, but shimmering, reflective, like the surface of the pensive. These spells, she whispered. Harry, they're not like anything I've ever seen. They don't follow the rules. They don't need incantations or wand movements. They just need intent. That sounds dangerous. It is dangerous. Finally, she looked at him. Her eyes flickered brown, silver, brown again. The Black family spent centuries developing magic that could bend magical contracts, break blood curses, seal dark souls forever. This isn't theory, Harry. This is power. Power. The word hung between them. Harry had spent his whole life being told he was powerful. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the one with the strange connection to Voldemort. But he never felt powerful. Not really. Now, watching Hermione's eyes shift colors, watching the pages float around her like obedient birds, he felt something. Not fear. Not jealousy. Ah. Show me, he said. The first spell Hermione taught him was called Veritas Vinculum, the truth bond. It's not like Veritaserum, she explained, her hands steady as she drew runes in the air. Veritaserum forces you to speak the truth. This makes you incapable of lying. Not just with words, with everything. Your magic. Your body. Your soul. Who would want that? People who need to trust each other completely. Hermione looked at him. People like us. Harry stepped closer. You want to cast it on us? I want us to learn it. Hermione's eyes flickered silver again. The bond between us is already strong. But these spells, they can deepen it. Strengthen it. Make it unbreakable. And the cost? Hermione was quiet for a moment. The Codex doesn't mention a cost. Not directly. But I've been studying the patterns, the way the magic flows. Every spell in this book takes something from the caster. Not blood. Not years. Of life. Something subtler. Like what? Memories, maybe? Or emotions? Or the ability to feel certain things. Hermione's voice dropped. Some of the blacks who used these spells regularly became cold. Distant. They stopped caring about anything except the balance. Like Cassiopeia. Like Cassiopeia. Hermione set down her wand. I don't want to become that, Harry. I don't want to lose myself. Then we're careful. He took her hands. We learn the spells we need. We use them when we have to. But we don't let them change us. Hermione leaned into him. Promise? Promise. The second spell was called Custos Animarum, the Keeper of Souls. Harry felt it the moment Hermione cast it, a warmth spreading through his chest, wrapping around his heart like careful hands. The spell was designed to protect against possession, against soul magic, against anything that would try to control the mind or body. It won't stop Voldemort's connection to your scar, Hermione said, her brow furrowed in concentration. That's too deep. Too old. But it might muffle it. Give you some protection. Do it. Harry. Do it, Hermione. I'm tired of being connected to that monster. If this spell can help, even a little, I want it. Hermione hesitated. Then she raised her wand. Asterisk. Custos Animarum. Asterisk. The magic hit Harry like a wave, warm and cold at once, flooding through his veins, settling into his bones. His scar prickled. Burned. For a terrible moment, he felt Voldemort's rage, distant, muffled, but still there. Then, silence. For the first time in years, Harry's scar was completely quiet. Hermione. His voice shook. It worked. Her smile was brilliant. Cheerful. Proud. One spell down, she said. God knows how many to go. They spent the next week in the library. Draco joined them on the third day, his serpent knowledge proving invaluable. The spell book was written in a language that shifted depending on the reader. To Harry, it showed images and emotions. To Hermione, complex diagrams and theoretical frameworks. To Draco, strategies. Ways to use each spell as a weapon or a shield. This is military magic, Draco said on the fifth day, his pale face even paler than usual. The Blacks weren't just scholars. They were generals. These spells were designed for war. What kind of war? The kind the Ministry erased. Draco pointed to a diagram showing two armies, one in black, one in white, clashing on a field of gray. The balance isn't just a philosophy. It's a battlefield. Light and dark, order and chaos, creation and destruction, they'd been fighting each other since magic began. And the Blacks? The Blacks were the referees. Draco's voice was bitter. They were supposed to keep both sides from destroying each other. But somewhere along the way, they started picking favorites. Started using the balance for their own gain. Like Voldemort. Like everyone. Draco closed the spellbook. The difference is, Voldemort knows what he's doing. He's actively trying to tip the scales toward darkness. The Ministry is trying to tip them toward light. Neither of them realizes that tipping the scales at all is what breaks the balance. So what do? We stop tipping. Draco met Harry's eyes. We become what the Blacks were supposed to be. Guardians. Not warriors. Not kings. Guardians. Harry looked at Hermione. She was watching Draco with an expression he couldn't read, curious, assessing, something that might have been respect. That's surprisingly wise, she said. Draco's lips twitched. Don't tell anyone. I have a reputation. The fourth spell was the one Hermione became obsessed with. Covenantum Eternum, the Eternal Covenant. It can break blood curses, she said, her voice feverish. Harry, do you understand what that means? Curses that have lasted for centuries, curses that have destroyed entire families. This spell can end them. At what cost? Hermione didn't answer. Hermione. The cost is... She paused. Swallowed. The caster has to take the curse onto themselves. Transfer it from the original target to their own body. Absolutely not. Harry. No. He crossed the room, pulling her away from the spellbook. I'm not letting you sacrifice yourself for some ancient curse. We'll find another way. There is no other way. That's why the spell was created. The blacks used it to protect innocent people, to take on curses that would have killed thousands. And what happened to the blacks who cast it? Hermione's silence was answer enough. Exactly. Harry cupped her face in his hands. We're not doing that. We're not becoming martyrs. We're becoming keepers. That means protecting the balance, not destroying ourselves in the process. Hermione's eyes shimmered. You're getting bossy. Someone has to balance out your self-sacrificing tendencies. She laughed, a real laugh, bright and surprised. I love you, she said. The words hung in the air. Either of them had said it before. Not like that. Not out loud. Harry's heart hammered. I love you too, he said. And for a moment, just a moment, the spell book was forgotten. The fifth spell was the most dangerous. Draco found it. He'd been searching through the book's later sections, looking for something, he wouldn't say what, when his hand froze on a page. You need to see this. Harry and Hermione crowded around him. The page showed a diagram of two figures, a man and a woman, their magic intertwined so completely that they seemed to share a single silhouette. Below the diagram, words in shifting silver script. Unio Animarum, the union of souls. What does it do? Harry asked. It binds two magical cores permanently. Draco's voice was flat. Not temporarily. Not conditionally. Permanently. The two become one. Their magic merges. Their lifespans synchronize. What affects one affects the other, always. Like the bond? Like the bond made absolute. Draco looked up. The bond you have now is strong, but it can be broken. With enough force, enough dark magic, enough will, someone could tear you apart. This spell would make that impossible. And the cost? Draco was silent. Draco. The cost is choice. His voice was barely audible. Once the spell is cast, you can't undo it. Ever. Not with magic, not with death, not with anything. You would be bound together for eternity, not just this life, but whatever comes after. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked at him. No, they said together. No? Not yet. Harry shook his head. Maybe someday. But not yet. We're not ready for that kind of commitment. The balance might not give you a choice, Draco warned. The trials are getting harder. The bond may need to be stronger. Then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Draco nodded slowly. Your funeral, he said. Or maybe, your eternity. The sixth spell was the one Hermione had been searching for all along. Sigillum Animae, the seal of the soul. It can trap dark souls, she said, her voice trembling with excitement. Not destroy them. The balance doesn't allow destruction without equal creation, but seal them. Lock them away where they can't hurt anyone. Like a Horcrux? The opposite of a Horcrux. Hermione traced the diagram with her finger. A Horcrux splits the soul and hides the fragment in an object. This spell takes a whole soul, a corrupted one, a dangerous one, and binds it in a prison of pure magic. Could it work on Voldemort? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Maybe, she finally said. If we could get close enough. If we could weaken him enough. If we could. So many ifs. I know. She looked up at him. But it's the first real possibility we found. The first thing that isn't just fight harder or love more or believe in yourself. A real weapon. A real tool. Hermione closed the spellbook gently. We're not going to kill Voldemort, Harry. The balance wouldn't allow it. His death would tip the scales too far toward light. But we might be able to contain him. Lock him away where he can't harm anyone ever again. Like prison? Like something older than prison. Something permanent. Harry thought about the veil. About Sirius falling through it, laughter frozen on his face. Like death? Like a different kind of death. Hermione took his hand. One that doesn't require killing. One that respects the balance. Then that's what we'll do. He said it firmly. confidently. But deep in his chest, where the bond hummed and the scar lay quiet, he felt a flicker of doubt. Voldemort had cheated death before. What made them think this time would be different? The seventh spell was blank. Not missing, asterisk intentionally asterisk blank. The page was there, the diagrams were there, but the words shifted too fast to read. Every time Harry tried to focus, the letters rearranged themselves into new patterns, new languages, new symbols he didn't recognize. The spell is alive, Hermione said. Or the book is. Or both. What does it do? I don't know. She sounded frustrated, more frustrated than Harry had heard her in weeks. The codex won't let me read it. Every time I try, I get a headache. A real one, not just mental strain. Maybe it's protecting itself. Maybe. Hermione closed the book. Or maybe it's protecting us. Some knowledge is too dangerous even for keepers. Harry touched the cover. The book pulsed, warm, almost affectionate. I think it likes us, he said. I think it's using us. Hermione pulled the book toward her. But maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what the balance is. Using and being used. Giving and taking. Always in motion. Like magic. Like life. They sat in silence, the spell book between them, the bond humming softly. Outside, the sun was setting over London. Inside, something was waking up. Creature brought them tea at midnight. The young master and the mistress have been studying for many hours, the elf said, his voice careful. Creature is worried. About what? About the spells. Creature set down the tray. Creature served the Black family for many years. Creature saw what the spells did to them. Made them powerful. Made them cold. We're not the Blacks. No. Creature looked up. You are something else. Something new. But the spells do not care about new or old. They care about use. And the more you use them, the more they will use you. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. We'll be careful, Hermione said. Creature bowed his head. Creature hopes so. Creature has served many masters. Creature does not wish to serve another who loses themselves to the magic. He disappeared. The tea grew cold. And the spellbook waited. They practiced the spells in the Chamber of Night, the vast underground space beneath Grimmauld Place, where the Shadow Phoenix slept and the ancient magic pooled like water. The first few attempts were disasters. Hermione tried to cast Veritas Vinculum and accidentally bound herself to a chair. Harry attempted Custos Animarum and ended up floating 3 feet off the ground, unable to come down. Draco laughed so hard he nearly fell into a cursed artifact. It's not funny, Hermione said, still tied to the chair. It's a little funny, Draco said. This is serious magic. If we can't control it, we'll learn. Harry floated down beside her. That's what the trial is about. Learning. Growing. Becoming. You're getting philosophical. Blame the bond. Hermione smiled, reluctantly, but genuinely. Fine. Let's try again. They practiced until dawn. By sunrise, Hermione could cast Veritas Vinculum without binding herself to anything. Harry could maintain Custos Animarum for an hour without floating. And Draco had discovered a spell that let him turn invisible, not like the cloak, but through shadow magic that made him part of the darkness itself. The serpent line, he said, marveling at his translucent hands. We were meant for stealth. Or assassination, Hermione said. Same thing, really. Harry laughed, and for a moment, just a moment, they were almost friends. The spell book had one final secret. Hermione found it on the 8th day, in the last pages of the book, hidden behind enchantments that took her hours to unravel. What is it? Harry asked. I don't. Hermione's voice broke. Harry, it's a map. A map of what? A map of Horcruxes. She turned the book toward him. The Blacks were tracking Voldemort's Horcruxes before anyone else. Before Dumbledore. Before the Order. They knew what he was doing, and they created spells to find each fragment of his soul. Harry stared at the map. 7 points of light. 7 Horcruxes. 2 of them were gray, destroyed. The diary. The ring. 3 glowed gold, located. The locket. The cup. The diadem. 1 pulsed black, unknown. Something Voldemort had hidden so deeply that even the Black family's magic couldn't find it. And the 7th. The 7th was red. Pulsing. Living. No, Harry whispered. Yes. Hermione's voice was terrible. Harry, the 7th Horcrux, the one the Blacks couldn't locate, it's not an object. Then what is it? Hermione looked at him. At his scar. At the place where Voldemort's soul had clung to his own. It's you, she said. Harry, you're the 7th Horcrux. The spell book slammed shut. And somewhere in the darkness, the balance wept. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10, Dumbledore's Greatest Secret. The revelation shattered something inside Harry. Not dramatically, not with screams or curses or shattered glass. It was quieter than that. A slow crumbling, like erosion, like the way Grimmauld Place's walls had worn down over centuries of secrets and lies. He was a Horcrux. He had always been a Horcrux. Every time Voldemort had possessed him, every time the scar had burned, every time he felt that dark connection pulsing between them. It wasn't just a connection. It was a peace. Hermione. His voice was steady, which surprised him. How long have you known? She flinched. I suspected. After the Department of Mysteries. When Dumbledore started avoiding you, when he stopped explaining things, I started looking for reasons. Reasons why he would keep you at arm's length after everything you'd been through. And you didn't tell me? I wasn't sure. Tears streamed down her face. And I was scared, Harry. I was so scared that if I told you, if I confirmed it, you would do something reckless. Sacrifice yourself? Try to destroy the Horcrux without caring what happened to you. I'm not. You are. She grabbed his hands. You've always been willing to die for the people you love. It's one of the things I admire most about you. But this, Harry, this is different. If you die to destroy the Horcrux, you die for real. No coming back. No miraculous survival. Harry looked down at their joined hands. I need to talk to Dumbledore. No. Hermione. Listen to me. Her grip tightened. Dumbledore knew. He's always known. The spellbook map confirms it. The Blacks discovered the Horcrux in your scar years ago, and someone told him. Probably Snape. Probably years ago. You don't know that. I know Dumbledore. Hermione's voice was bitter. I know he keeps secrets. I know he manipulates people. I know he's been preparing you for this moment since you were 11 years old. Preparing me for what? To die. The words hung in the air. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to defend the man who had guided him, protected him, given him a chance to be more than the Dursleys' unwanted nephew. But he couldn't. Because Hermione was right. They found Dumbledore in his office at midnight. The headmaster looked older than Harry remembered, fragile, almost, his once twinkling eyes dull with exhaustion. The office hadn't changed. Fawkes dozed on his perch, the silver instruments hummed their soft music. The portraits of former headmasters watched with undisguised curiosity. Harry. Hermione. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. I wondered when you would come. You knew. Harry didn't bother with greetings. About the Horcrux. About my scar. You've known for years. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Yes. You were going to let me die. I was going to let you choose. Harry laughed, a hollow, broken sound. Choose? When have I ever had a choice? The prophecy chose me. Voldemort chose me. The balance chose me. Even you. His voice cracked. Even you chose me, didn't you? Marked me as the chosen one before I could walk. Harry. Don't. Hermione stepped forward. Don't give us the wise old man speech. Don't tell us about the greater good. Tell us the truth. The real truth. About the Horcrux. About what you've been planning. About why the Black Spell Book showed us a map that matches your own research. Dumbledore's eyes widened. The Black Spell Book. You found it. We found a lot of things. Hermione pulled the spell book from her bag, the Lost Black Family spell book, pulsing with silver light. Including the 7th Horcrux. The one you couldn't locate. The one hidden in plain sight. The scar. The scar. Hermione opened the book to the map. The Blacks created this centuries ago. They were tracking dark magic before the Ministry even existed. And they knew that Voldemort had done something unprecedented. Something that even the most powerful dark wizards had never attempted. Multiple Horcruxes, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes. That was his downfall. His arrogance. He wanted to be immortal, truly immortal, and he didn't realize that splitting his soul so many times would make him vulnerable. Vulnerable to what? To someone who shared his blood. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. The protection your mother gave you, Harry, it wasn't just love. It was balance. Lily Potter gave her life to save yours, and that sacrifice created a magical equilibrium that Voldemort couldn't breach. His own killing curse rebounded because the balance demanded it. That doesn't explain why I'm a Horcrux. Doesn't it? Dumbledore stood, walking to the window. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, his soul was already unstable. Too many fragments, too much dark magic. A piece of that soul latched onto the only living thing in the room. The only thing with enough magical potential to sustain it. A baby. A survivor. Dumbledore turned back. You didn't just survive, Harry. You thrived. In ways that surprised even me. The Horcrux should have corrupted you, should have made you dark, cruel, drawn to Voldemort's power. Instead, you became the opposite. Kind. Brave. Loving. Because of my mother's protection? Because of you. Dumbledore crossed to him, kneeling so they were eye to eye. The Horcrux is a parasite, Harry. It feeds on darkness. And you starved it. Every choice you made, every friend you loved, every enemy you forgave, you denied the Horcrux the darkness it needed to grow. So it's not controlling me? No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. It never has. The pain in your scar, the visions, the connection, those are the Horcrux trying to gain purchase. But you've resisted. Every time. Because you are stronger than Voldemort could ever understand. Then why do I have to die? Dumbledore's composure cracked. Because the Horcrux is still there. And as long as it exists, Voldemort cannot truly be defeated. The balance requires sacrifice. Hermione's voice was cold. We've heard that before. From Cassiopeia. From the Codex. From every Black who ever made excuses for their family's cruelty. This is different. Is it? Hermione stepped closer to Dumbledore. You're asking Harry to die. To walk to his own death. To let Voldemort kill him so the Horcrux can be destroyed. And you've been preparing him for this since first year. The chess game. The basilisk. The graveyard. Every trial, every battle, it was all training for this moment. Training him to survive. Training him to sacrifice. The office fell silent. Fawkes stirred on his perch, his golden eyes fixed on Harry. You're right, Harry said quietly. Both Hermione and Dumbledore turned to him. I've been training for this my whole life. Harry's voice was steady, calmer than he felt. Every battle, every loss, every moment of fear, it was all leading here. To the moment where I have to choose. I never wanted. Dumbledore started. I know. Harry met his eyes. I know you care about me. I know this isn't easy for you. But Hermione's right too. You kept secrets. You manipulated people. You let me believe things that weren't true. I did what I thought was necessary. So did Voldemort. Dumbledore flinched. The portraits on the walls gasped. But Harry wasn't finished. I'm not saying you're evil. I'm not saying you're like him. But you both believe the ends justified the means. You both decided you knew best. And you both. Harry's voice broke. You both used the people who trusted you. The silence stretched. I'm sorry, Dumbledore whispered. I am so sorry, Harry. Sorry doesn't help. No. Dumbledore sank into his chair, suddenly ancient. No, it doesn't. Hermione pulled Harry out of the office and into the corridor. That was. She shook her head. I can't believe you said that. He needed to hear it. Maybe. Hermione pressed her forehead against his. But Harry, Dumbledore isn't our enemy. He made mistakes. Terrible mistakes. But he loves you. He's been trying to protect you the only way he knew how. By letting me die. By giving you a choice. Hermione pulled back. That's what he said. He was going to let you choose. Not force you. Not trick you. Let you choose. And if I choose to live? Then we find another way. Hermione's eyes blazed. There's always another way. The spellbook showed. Us, the Blacks, could seal dark souls. Maybe we can seal the Horcrux instead of destroying it. Maybe we can separate it from you without killing you. Do you really believe that? I have to. Her voice cracked. Because I can't lose you, Harry. Not after everything. Not after Sirius. Not after the bond. Harry pulled her close. You won't, he whispered. Whatever happens. Whatever I have to do. You won't lose me. Promise? Promise. They stood in the dark corridor, holding each other, as the castle slept around them. Dumbledore found them an hour later. He looked different, smaller somehow. Like a mask had been stripped away. There's something I need to show you, he said. Both of you. Something I should have shown you years ago. He led them through the castle, past sleeping portraits and snoring suits of armor, down staircases and through corridors Harry had never seen. Finally, they stopped before a door, plain, wooden, unremarkable. The Black family's greatest secret, Dumbledore said. Hidden in the place no one would think to look. He opened the door. The room beyond was circular, like the Department of Mysteries, like the mirror chamber beneath Grimmauld Place. But instead of shelves or mirrors or veils, this room contained paintings. Not portraits. Memories. Frozen moments in time, captured on canvas, hanging on walls that stretched upward into darkness. The Blacks weren't just guardians of the balance, Dumbledore said, stepping inside. They were historians. They believed that magic couldn't be balanced without understanding its past. So they painted, not what they saw, but what they remembered. Generations of memories, preserved for the keepers who would come after. Harry walked to the nearest painting. It showed two figures, a man and a woman, standing before a door of black stone. Their hands were joined, and their faces were obscured by shadows, but something about their posture seemed familiar. The first keepers, Dumbledore said. The ones who founded the Black family. They weren't purebloods, Harry. They weren't even wizards, not in the way we understand the term. They were something older. Something the world has forgotten. What were they? Asterisk equalis star dot. Dumbledore spoke the word reverently. The balanced magic born from the union of light and dark, creation and destruction, life and death. They existed before Hogwarts. Before Merlin. Before the Ministry classified magic into categories that could be controlled. And the Blacks? The Blacks were their children. Their heirs. But as generations passed, the equalis blood thinned. The knowledge faded. The balance became something to be used rather than served. Hermione moved to another painting, this one showing a battle. Wizards and witches in ancient robes, fighting not with wands but with hands and voices and magic that seemed to tear reality apart. The secret civil war, Dumbledore said quietly. The war the Ministry erased. It wasn't between light and dark wizards. It was between those who wanted to control the balance and those who wanted to serve it. Who won? No one. Dumbledore's voice was sad. That's the tragedy of war, Hermione. No one wins. Both sides lost, and the balance was damaged in ways we're still discovering. Harry moved to a third painting. This one showed a woman, young, with dark hair and kind eyes, holding a baby. Who is that? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Your grandmother, he finally said. On your mother's side. She was a Black, Harry. She married a Potter, the first time the two houses had joined in centuries. And she died protecting your mother from Voldemort's first rise to power. My grandmother was a Black. The Lost Sisters line. Dumbledore nodded. The same line as Hermione's grandmother. The two branches of the family, separated by blood and betrayal, reunited in you and Hermione. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at him. We're cousins, she said faintly. Distant cousins, Dumbledore said. Several generations removed. And more importantly, you are the first keepers in 400 years who carry both branches of the Black bloodline. The lion and the mind. The champion and the keeper. That's why the bond is so strong. That's why the bond exists at all. Dumbledore stepped back. The balance has been waiting for you, Harry. For both of you. For 4 centuries, it has been preparing, and now, at the end of all things, you have arrived. No pressure, Harry muttered. Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, tired but warm. No pressure at all. They stayed in the memory room until dawn. Dumbledore showed them paintings of the first keepers, the secret wars, the moments when the balance had nearly shattered entirely. He showed them the Black family's greatest triumphs, and their darkest failures. He showed them Sirius. Young Sirius, standing in this very room, his gray eyes bright with determination. I won't let the family's legacy die, the painting Sirius said. I won't let the Ministry erase what we were. I will find the keepers. I will restore the balance. I will. The painting froze. What happened to him? Harry whispered. He tried. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. He tried so hard, Harry. But the war consumed him. Azkaban broke him. And by the time he was free, by the time he could have become what the balance needed, it was too late. The darkness had already claimed him. He wasn't dark. Not dark. Broken. There's a difference. Dumbledore touched the painting. Sirius loved you more than anything, Harry. He would have given his life for you, and he did. But he couldn't give you what the balance needed. Only you can do that. By dying. By choosing. Dumbledore turned to face him. I'm not going to tell you what to do, Harry. I've spent too many years making decisions for other people. This choice, this final choice, is yours alone. And if I choose to live? Then we fight. Dumbledore's eyes blazed. We fight with everything we have. Every spell, every ally, every secret the Blacks left behind. We fight, and we pray that the balance finds another way. That's not very reassuring. No. Dumbledore smiled sadly. I suppose it isn't. Hermione was quiet on the walk back to Gryffindor Tower. Harry could feel her through the bond, a storm of emotions, fear and love and fury and hope all tangled together. You're going to choose to live, she said finally. I haven't decided. Yes, you have. She stopped outside the portrait of the fat lady. You're going to choose to live because you're stubborn and you're brave and you refuse to let Voldemort win. But mostly, her voice softened. Mostly because you know I would follow you into death, and you can't bear the thought of me dying too. Harry pulled her close. I can't bear the thought of you being hurt, he whispered. Ever. For any reason. Then don't die. Hermione's arms wrapped around him. Stay. Fight. Live. I'll try. That's all I ask? They stood there, in the dark corridor, before the portrait of the fat lady, as the first gray light of dawn crept through the windows. Behind them, the castle waited. Inside them, the bond hummed. And somewhere in the room of hidden things, the diadem of Ravenclaw pulsed with dark light, 1 Horcrux down, 5 to go, and a 7th that beat with the heart of a boy who refused to die. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Air Hunters. The first attack came during breakfast. Harry was reaching for the marmalade when the windows of the great hall shattered inward, not glass, but something darker. Shards of shadow that sliced through the air like blades. Students screamed. Teachers shouted. And Harry felt the Bond scream a warning a second before Hermione tackled him to the floor. "Death Eaters?" he gasped. "Worse." Hermione's voice was tight. "Look!" He looked. The figures stepping through the shattered windows wore robes of deep purple, not the black of Death Eaters, but something older. Their faces were covered by masks of hammered silver, each one shaped like a different animal. Harry saw a lion, a serpent, a badger, an eagle, and one he didn't recognize, a creature that seemed to shift between forms. "The Air Hunters," Draco hissed, appearing at Harry's side. He'd been sitting with the Slytherins moments ago, now his wand was out, his face pale. "Ancient pure-blood families. They've been hunting the Black Heirs for centuries. Why now?" "Because you woke the Codex." Draco's voice was bitter. "Because the balance is stirring. Because they're terrified of what you might become." The lead figure, the one with the shifting mask, stepped forward. Its voice was neither male nor female, young nor old. It was simply voice, resonant and terrible. "Harry James Potter. Hermione Jean Granger." The mask tilted. "You have claimed what does not belong to you. The legacy of House Black is forfeit, lost when the last true keeper fell." "The last true keeper was Sirius Black," Harry said, rising to his feet. "And he named me his heir. Sirius Black was a blood traitor. A coward. A man who ran from his family's duty." The figure stepped closer. "His claims mean nothing. You mean nothing. The noble houses will not allow the balance to be restored by children and mudbloods." "Don't call her that." "Why?" "It's true." The mask seemed to smile. "Hermione Granger's blood is tainted. Her magic is borrowed. She has no right to the Black legacy, no right to call herself keeper. Try and stop her." Harry's wand was in his hand. Hermione's was beside his. Draco stood on his other side, his silver mask, his serpent mask, somehow already on his face. "The serpent betrays us," the figure said, sounding almost amused. "How fitting. The Blacks always did breed traitors. The Blacks bred survivors." Draco's voice was cold. "And we remember what the noble houses have forgotten, the balance. Doesn't care about blood. It cares about worth." The figure laughed. "Then prove it." The battle spilled into the grounds. Harry lost track of Hermione in the chaos. He could feel her through the bond, fighting somewhere to his left, her magic flaring bright and fierce. But the Air Hunters were everywhere, their purple robes swirling, their masks gleaming. "You cannot win," the lead hunter said, appearing before Harry. "The balance is broken. The keepers are dead. All that remains is chaos, and chaos serves us." "Serves who?" "The old families. The ones who ruled before the Ministry. Before Hogwarts. Before the balance was twisted into something weak." Harry dodged a curse, purple light, the same color as the robes. "You're the ones who twisted it. The Blacks were guardians. You turned them into this. This is survival." The hunter pressed forward. "The balance demands sacrifice. The Blacks were too cowardly to make the hard choices. We are not." "What hard choices?" "Killing children. Burning villages. Destroying bloodlines." The mask's smile widened. "Whatever it takes to keep the scales steady. The Blacks thought they could protect everyone. We know the truth. Some must die so others can live. That's not balance. That's murder. Call it what you will." The hunter raised its wand. "It is the only way." The curse came fast, too fast to dodge. Harry felt it hit his chest. Felt it stop. The bond flared, white-hot, agonizing, and the curse shattered. Hermione stood behind him, her wand extended, her eyes blazing silver. "You don't touch him," she said. The hunter stared. "The mine?" It whispered. The lost sister's blood. You're real. I'm very real. Hermione stepped beside Harry. And I'm very tired of people trying to kill the people I love. She raised her wand. Asterisk. Custos animarum. Asterisk. The spell hit the hunter like a wave, not painful, but binding. The silver mask cracked. The purple robes shredded. And beneath them, a face. Harry recognized. Theodore Knott's father, he said. You're a survivor. The man, Knott Sr., sneered. The Dark Lord is a child playing with powers he doesn't understand. The old families have been balancing magic for millennia. We will not let your generation destroy what we built. You built a system of murder and blood purity. We built order. Knott Sr. struggled against the binding spell. Order that has kept the magical world stable for thousands of years. Without us, chaos. Without you, freedom. Harry raised his wand. Asterisk. Expelliarmus. Asterisk. The spell wasn't powerful, not really. But it carried something more than magic. It carried conviction. The certainty of a boy who had spent his whole life being told what to do, what to be, what to sacrifice. Knott Sr.'s wand flew from his hand. The other hunters froze. The heir has claimed his victory, one of them said, the one with the eagle mask. The trial recognizes his worth. This isn't a trial, Harry said. Isn't it? The eagle mask tilted. The heir hunters are not your enemies, Harry Potter. We are your test. Every generation we seek the black heir. Every generation we challenge them. And every generation we are defeated, or we are not. And this generation? The eagle mask looked at Hermione. At Draco. At the bond that pulsed between Harry and Hermione like a visible thread. This generation, the hunter said quietly, may be the one that succeeds. They gathered in the room of requirement after the battle. The heir hunters had retreated, not defeated, Draco explained, but satisfied. They had seen what they came to see. What do they want? Harry asked. To know if the keepers are real. Draco paced the room, his serpent mask still in his hands. The old families have been waiting for centuries. They've seen false heirs before, wizards who claimed the Black Legacy but couldn't back it up. They've killed most of them. And us? Us they're not sure about. Draco stopped pacing. The bond. The spell book. The way you fought, Harry, that curse should have killed you. The fact that it didn't mean something. To them, at least. It means Hermione saved me. It means the bond saved you. Draco met his eyes. The old families understand bonds. They understand that magic is stronger when it's shared. That's why they arranged marriages for centuries, trying to create the kind of connection you and Granger have by accident. It wasn't an accident. No. Draco's voice was strange. I don't think it was. Hermione entered the room. She'd gone to the library to research the heir hunters, to find out everything she could about their history and their methods. They're not working for Voldemort, she said, dropping a stack of books on the table. That's the strange thing. They think he's crude. Too focused on destruction, not enough on balance. So they're neutral? No one is neutral. Hermione opened the top book, a history of the old families, written in Latin. They want the balance restored, but on their terms. With the old families in control. With blood purity maintained and muggleborns managed. Managed how? Hermione was silent. Hermione. The book doesn't say. She wouldn't meet his eyes. But I can guess. Harry thought about the heir hunters' masks. About the way they looked at Hermione, like she was a puzzle they couldn't solve. About the word mudblood, spoken with such casual contempt. They want to kill you, he said. They want to control me. Hermione finally looked up. The lost sister's blood is powerful, Harry. It's rare. And it's connected to the balance in ways the pure bloodlines aren't. If they could control me, they'd control the balance. Maybe. Hermione closed the book. Or maybe they'd just use me as a breeding stud. Marry me off to some pure-blood heir, force me to have children, take the magic from my blood and leave me empty. The room went cold. No, Harry said. It's not your choice. I'm making it my choice. He crossed to her, pulling her to her feet. No one is going to use you. No one is going to control you. You're not a tool, Hermione. You're not a weapon. You're you, brilliant and brave and stubborn, and I will burn down every old family in Britain before I let them touch you. Hermione stared at him. Harry. I mean it. His voice shook. I've lost too many people. I'm not losing you. Not to Voldemort, not to the Air Hunters, not to anyone. Even the balance? Especially the balance. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. You can't fight destiny. Watch me. Draco left them alone. He had his own battles to fight. His mother had sent a Patronus, a silver peacock that spoke in Narcissa's trembling voice. Asterisk, the Dark Lord knows. He's sending assassins. Hide. Please, Draco, hide, asterisk. I have to go, Draco said, his face pale. My mother. Go. Harry clasped his shoulder. But come back. We need you. Draco's expression flickered. Did you just say you need me? Don't let it go to your head. Draco almost smiled. Then he disapparated, leaving Harry and Hermione alone in the room of requirement. What do we do now? Hermione asked. We prepare. Harry looked at the spell book, at the codex, at the maps and histories spread across the table. The Air Hunters were a warning. Voldemort is sending assassins. The Ministry wants to control us. Everyone is coming for us, Hermione. I know. So we stop running. Harry's voice hardened. We stop hiding. We become what the balance needs us to be, not weapons, not tools, but keepers. And we fight. Hermione took his hand. Together. Together. The assassins came at midnight. Harry felt them through the bond, cold, sharp presences moving through Hogwarts, hunting for something. Hunting for him. Hermione. I feel them. She was already dressed, her wand in her hand. Death Eaters. At least 6. They've breached the anti-apparition wards. How? Someone let them in. The words hung in the air. Someone inside Hogwarts had betrayed them. Someone with access to the wards, knowledge of the castle's defenses, a reason to want Harry and Hermione dead. We need to warn Dumbledore. No time. Hermione pulled him toward the door. The room of requirement is hidden, but not that hidden. If they know we're here. The door exploded inward. Harry threw up a shield, not a spell, but the bond, Hermione's magic flowing through him to create a barrier of silver light. The curse that would have killed them splashed against it like water against stone. You're fast, a voice said. Faster than we expected. The figure stepping through the smoke wore Death Eater robes, black, hooded, a silver mask covering its face. But there was something wrong with the mask. The eye holes were empty, leading into darkness that seemed to go on forever. Who are you? We are the Dark Lord's hand. The figure raised its wand. We are the ones who clean up his messes. And you, Harry Potter, you are the biggest mess of all. The other assassins emerged from the smoke, 5 more figures, each one wearing the same empty mask. They moved in perfect synchronization, their wands raised, their magic pressing against Harry's shield like a physical weight. Hermione, Harry said quietly. The spell book. The 7th page. You can't be serious. We don't have a choice. Hermione hesitated. Then she pulled out the spell book, flipping to the blank page, the one that had resisted their attempts to read it. Blood, she said. It needs blood. Then give it blood. Harry pricked his finger on his wand tip, a shallow cut, barely painful. Hermione did the same. Together, they pressed their bleeding fingers to the page. The spellbook screamed. And the world went white. When Harry's vision cleared, the assassins were gone. Not dead, asterisk erase star. The smoke was gone. The damage to the door was gone. Even the memory of the attack seemed faded, like something glimpsed through fog. "What did we do?" Hermione whispered. The spellbook lay open on the floor. The blank page now bore words, not silver, but gold, burning with inner light. The union of souls. Performed in desperation. Performed in love. The bond is now absolute. No power may break it. No death may end it. You are one. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. And they both felt it, the shift, the settling, the final click of something locking into place. The bond wasn't just stronger now. It was complete. Two souls, intertwined so deeply that they couldn't be separated. Not by magic. Not by death. Not by anything. "What have we done?" Harry asked. "The only thing we could." Hermione touched his cheek. "We chose each other. Not because the balance demanded it. Not because the bond forced it. Because we wanted to. And now? No." Hermione's eyes were silver again, but not cold. Warm. Bright with something that looked like hope. "Now we face whatever comes. Together." The spellbook closed. The room fell silent. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort screamed in frustration. His assassins had failed. His Horcrux had bonded. And the Twin Keepers had become something he could never defeat. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12, Kreacher's True Loyalty. Kreacher found them in the ruins of the Room of Requirement. The old house elf moved through the smoke and scattered debris like a ghost, his bare feet silent on the stone floor. His eyes, usually clouded with hatred or suspicion, were clear. Almost serene. "The young master and the mistress have done it," Kreacher said. "The bond is absolute. Kreacher can feel it." Harry looked up from where he sat with Hermione, their hands still clasped, their magic still humming between them. "You can feel the bond? Kreacher is bound to the House of Black. Has been for centuries. Every elf who has served the family is bound, not to the people, but to the magic. And the magic has changed." Kreacher knelt before them, his wrinkled face upturned. "It is stronger now. Purer. Kreacher has not felt such strength since the days of the First Keepers." First Keepers? Before the corruption. Before the blood purity madness. When the blacks truly served the balance. Kreacher's voice trembled. Kreacher's great-great-grandfather served those keepers. He spoke of them in stories, of their wisdom, their power, their kindness. Kreacher thought those stories were lies. And now? Now Kreacher knows they were true. The old elf bowed his head. "Because Kreacher sees the same light in you. The same light that was lost for centuries." Hermione reached out, slowly, carefully, and touched Kreacher's shoulder. "We're not going to hurt you," she said. "We're not going to use you. We want you to be part of this, if you want to be." Kreacher's breath caught. "The mistress is kind. Like the lost sister. Like Marietta." Tears streamed down his face. Kreacher does not deserve kindness. Kreacher has done terrible things. Served terrible masters. Believed terrible lies. You were doing what you thought was right. I was doing what I was told." Kreacher looked up. There is a difference. And Kreacher is tired of following orders without understanding why. Then no more orders. Harry stood, pulling Hermione up with him. "From now on, we make decisions together. You. Me. Hermione. We're not masters and servant. We're family." Hermione finished. Kreacher stared at them. Then he did something Harry had never seen him do. He smiled. The hidden oath came that night. Kreacher led them through corridors of Grimmauld Place that Harry had never seen, passages that appeared only when the elf touched specific stones, doors that opened only when he whispered words in a language older than English. "The family protects the balance of magic itself," Kreacher said, repeating the words like a prayer. "That is the true oath of House Black. Not blood. Purity. Not dark magic. Balance." "Then why did the family forget?" Hermione asked. "Because forgetting was easier." Kreacher stopped before a door, Not black stone like the Codex chamber, but plain wood, scarred and ancient. The ministry offered power to those who would suppress the truth. The pure-blood families offered status to those who would embrace the lies. And the blacks? He sighed. The blacks were tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of sacrificing. Tired of being misunderstood. So they gave up. They compromised. Creature pushed open the door. And compromise is the death of the balance. The room beyond was small, barely larger than a closet. But every surface was covered in writing. Thousands of names, thousands of dates, thousands of oaths carved into stone by hands that had long since turned to dust. The history of the black family, Creature said. Not the official history. The real history. Every keeper, every champion, every sacrifice. Recorded by the house elves who served them. Harry walked to the nearest wall. Arcturus Black, third keeper. Died protecting the Muggle village of Hogsmeade from the Great Fire of 1487. His elf, Mimsy, carved this stone, Lycoris Black, fifth keeper. Walked into the Shadow Realm to retrieve the Codex. Never returned. Her elf, Tilly, waited at this door for 40 years, Sirius Black, 16th keeper. Cast out by his family. Died in the Department of Mysteries, fighting to protect the balance. His elf, Creature, honors his memory, Harry's hand trembled against the stone. Creature did not always honor Sirius. The elf's voice was thick. Creature hated him. Blamed him for Regulus's death. For the family's fall. For everything. He paused. But Creature was wrong. Sirius was not a blood traitor. He was the truest black of all, because he refused to compromise. Hermione moved to another wall. Narcissa Black Malfoy, Keeper's bloodline, Serpent Branch. Her loyalty is yet to be tested. Bellatrix Black Lestrange, traitor to the balance. May her name be cursed forever. Andromeda Black Tonks, guardian of the lost sister's legacy. May her name be blessed. Creature, Hermione said softly. What happened to Andromeda? Creature protected her. The elf's chin lifted. When the family cast her out, Creature followed in secret. Watched her marry the Muggleborn. Watched her have a child. Watched her daughter grow. Her daughter, Nymphadora Tonks. Creature nodded. Who married a werewolf. Who had a child of her own. Who carries the black blood still, though diluted. Harry's mind raced. Teddy. Remus and Tonks's baby. He's part of the black line. He is. Creature met his eyes. And when he is old enough, he will have a choice. Serve the balance or walk away. That is the true oath, Harry Potter. Choice. Not compulsion. Not blood. Not duty. Choice, Hermione repeated. Like the balance demanded of us. The balance demands nothing. Creature's voice was fierce. It offers power and wisdom and purpose. But it never forces. That is what the blacks forgot. That is what the old families twisted. The balance is not a master. It is a partner. Harry looked at the walls. At the thousands of names, the thousands of choices. What do we do now? Now. Creature reached into his tattered pillowcase and pulled out a scroll. Ancient parchment, sealed with black wax. Now Creature gives you the true oath. The one the blacks have hidden for centuries. Harry broke the seal. The words blazed gold. I, Harry James Potter, heir of Black, do swear to protect the balance of magic itself. Not for power. Not for glory. Not for revenge. But because the balance is the foundation upon which all magic rests. And a foundation, once broken, cannot be rebuilt. So I swear. So I shall act. So the balance shall be preserved. Harry read the words aloud. As he spoke, the walls of the room began to glow, every name, every date, every oath carved into stone. The light built, brighter and brighter, until Harry had to close his eyes. When he opened them, the room had changed. The walls were clean, no names, no dates, no oaths. But fresh stone lay ready, waiting for new carvings. And Creature stood in the center of the room, his withered body straight, his eyes bright. "The old history is complete," the elf said. "The new history begins." Hermione took the oath next. "I, Hermione Jean Granger, heir of Black, do swear to protect the balance of magic itself." Her voice was steady, but Harry could feel her through the bond, trembling, terrified, hopeful. When she finished, the walls glowed again, not gold, but silver. The names of Harry and Hermione appeared on the stone, carved by invisible hands. Harry James Potter, Keeper of the Lion. Hermione Jean Granger, Keeper of the Mind. Bound by blood. Bound by choice. Bound by love. May their names be blessed forever. Creature bowed, deeply, formally, the bow of a servant to a master he respected. "The House of Black is restored," he said. "Not the house of blood purity and dark magic. The true house. The one the first keepers envisioned." "What happens now?" Harry asked. "Now the house wakes." Creature straightened. "All of it. Not just the drawing room or the library. Every room, every secret, every defense. The house has been sleeping for centuries, waiting for keepers who would speak the true oath." "Waking how?" Creature smiled. "You'll see." They saw. Grimmauld Place transformed over the next 3 days. Rooms that had been sealed for centuries opened their doors, revealing libraries and armories and training chambers filled with artifacts Harry had only read about. The dark corridors grew brighter, torches burning with silver flame instead of black. The portraits stopped screaming, some of them even began to help, offering advice and warnings and memories of keepers past. Walburga was the most changed. Her portrait had moved from the drawing room to the entrance hall, not as a punishment, but as a promotion. She was the guardian of the house now, the first line of defense against intruders. "The true oath," she said, when Harry and Hermione passed beneath her frame. "My mother spoke of it. My grandmother. They said it would come again, when the balance needed it most. Did you believe them?" "I wanted to." Walburga's painted eyes were sad. "But I lost hope. The family was so broken. So lost. I couldn't see how anything could save us. And now? Now." Walburga's smile was almost gentle. "Now I see that hope was not misplaced. It was simply waiting for the right time. The right keepers." She looked at Hermione. "The lost sister's blood," she murmured. "Marietta would be proud." "Thank you?" "Don't thank me." Walburga's expression hardened. "I am not kind, girl. I am not good. I am what the Black family made me, cold and cruel and desperate to survive. But even I can recognize truth when I see it. And you, both of you, are the truest thing this house has seen in centuries." She stepped back into her frame. "Go. The house is waking. It will need your guidance." Harry took Hermione's hand. "Together," he said. "Always." The Shadow Phoenix woke on the 4th night. Harry felt it before he saw it, a stirring in the Chamber of Night, beneath Grimmauld Place. The bond hummed with warning, and he was running before he consciously decided to move, Hermione beside him, their feet pounding down stone stairs that had appeared overnight. "What is it?" Hermione gasped. "The Shadow Phoenix. Creature mentioned it, the creature bound to House Black." "Bound or trapped?" Harry didn't have an answer. The Chamber of Night was vast, larger than the Great Hall, larger than the Quidditch pitch. Its walls were made of obsidian, polished to a mirror shine, reflecting thousands of stars that didn't exist in the real sky. And in the center of the chamber, a bird. It was enormous, larger than Buckbeak, larger than Thestrals, larger than anything Harry had ever seen. Its feathers were not black, but absence, the color of the space between stars, the color of dreams just before waking. Its eyes were silver. And it was screaming. "The bonds! Hermione shouted over the noise. The old bonds, they're breaking. The house waking must have disturbed them. Can we fix it? I don't know. The spell book, there might be something. She pulled out the black spell book, flipping through pages so fast they blurred. The Shadow Phoenix screamed again, louder this time, more desperate. Here. Hermione stopped on a page. The Vinculum Creatury. The creature bond. It was used by the first keepers to bind magical beasts to their service. Let's use it. Harry, the spell requires. Whatever it requires, we'll pay it. Hermione hesitated. Then she nodded. Together, they raised their wands. Asterisk. Vinculum Creatury. Asterisk. The spell hit the Shadow Phoenix like a wave. The creature stopped screaming. Its silver eyes fixed on Harry and Hermione, not with hatred, not with fear, but with recognition. Keepers, it said. Not telepathically. Audibly. A voice like wine through dead leaves, like ice cracking on a frozen lake. We're the keepers, Harry said. We're here to help. The bonds were old. Failing. The phoenix tilted its head. You have renewed them. We have. Why? Because you're part of the balance. Hermione stepped forward. Because the blacks bound you for a reason, not to enslave you, but to protect you. To protect the magic you carry. The phoenix was silent for a long moment. The blacks forgot that purpose, it finally said. They began to use us. To exploit us. We became weapons, not partners. That ends now. Harry's voice was firm. We're not going to use you. We're not going to bind you against your will. If you want to stay, stay as an ally. If you want to leave, we cannot leave. The phoenix's voice was sad. The bonds are not just magical. They are soul deep. We are bound to this house, this family, this balance. We cannot leave, even if we wanted to. Then we find another way. Hermione opened the spell book again. There has to be a release. A way to unbind you without destroying. The only release is death. Hermione's face went pale. No, Harry said. There's always another way. The phoenix looked at him, really looked, with eyes that seemed to see through flesh and bone and magic. You remind me of the first keeper, it said. Arcturus. He spoke the same words. Believed the same lies. They weren't lies. He found another way, for a while. For a while. The phoenix nodded slowly. And then he died. As all things die. As all things must. Not us. Harry stepped closer to the creature. Not yet. We have too much to do. The phoenix was silent. Then, slowly, carefully, it bowed its head. I will stay, it said. Not because I am bound. Because I choose to. Because you are the first keepers in centuries who have asked instead of commanded. Harry reached out. Touched the phoenix's feathered head. Thank you? The creature's eyes softened. Thank you? Creature was waiting when they emerged from the chamber of night. The shadow phoenix is awake, he said. Creature felt it. Creature, why didn't you tell us? About the bonds? About what the blacks did to the creatures. Because Creature was ashamed. The elf's voice was small. The blacks were not kind to their allies. They used them. Discarded them. Creature pretended not to see. Eyes filled with tears. The mistress is kind. Too kind. Kindness is dangerous. Kindness is necessary. Hermione stood. Without kindness, the balance means nothing. It's just numbers, light and dark, good and evil, life and death. Kindness is what makes it magic. Creature bowed his head. Creature will serve, he whispered. Not because he must. Because he chooses. That's all we ask? They walked back through the waking house, through corridors that had grown brighter, rooms that had opened their secrets, a home that was finally becoming what it was always meant to be. Behind them, the shadow phoenix spread its wings. Ahead of them, the future waited. And in the center of it all, the bond, the balance, the choice that made everything possible. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. The Chamber of Night. The Shadow Phoenix had a name. Harry learned this 3 days after the bonding, when he returned to the Chamber of Night alone. Hermione was sleeping. The spells from the Air Hunter attack had exhausted her more than she admitted, and Harry found himself drawn to the obsidian chamber, pulled by something that felt like curiosity, and something that felt like grief. "Nix," the creature said, as Harry approached. "That is my name. The first keeper gave it to me. It means night, but also possibility. The darkness before creation." "Nix." Harry tested the word. "Why are you telling me this now? Because you asked?" The phoenix tilted its head, an oddly bird-like gesture, despite its size. "The other keepers did not ask. They commanded. They demanded. They took. I'm not like them." "No." Nix's silver eyes glowed. "You are not. That is why the house is waking. That is why the balance is stirring. You are what the blacks were meant to be, before fear and power corrupted them." Harry sat on the obsidian floor, his back against a pillar. The blacks feared the balance? They feared losing it. Losing their purpose. Losing their power. Nix settled beside him, her massive form folding gracefully. "Fear is the enemy of balance, Harry Potter. Fear tips the scales, toward control, toward violence, toward the desperate need to hold on. Voldemort fears death. Voldemort fears everything. That is why he destroys. He believes that if he destroys enough people, enough hope, enough love, he will finally feel safe. Will he? No." Nix's voice was sad. "He will only feel emptier. The balance does not reward destruction. It corrects it, often violently." Harry thought about the prophecy. About Dumbledore's manipulations. About the Horcrux living inside his scar. "Is that what I am? A correction?" Nix was silent for a long moment. "You are a possibility," she finally said. "The balance does not create puppets, Harry. It creates opportunities. You could have become dark. You could have become cruel. You could have become everything the Dursleys feared and the Death Eaters hoped. But I didn't. No. You chose differently. Every day, every moment, every small decision, you chose love. Not because the balance forced you. Because you wanted to." Harry's throat tightened. Sirius used to say that. Sirius understood. Nix's eyes softened. He was not a keeper. The family had already fallen too far by his time. But he remembered. He carried the truth in his heart, even when he didn't have words for it. "I miss him." "I know." Nix's wing extended, not to touch him, but to offer presence. "Grief is the price of love, Harry. The balance demands it, not as punishment, but as acknowledgement. Every tear you shed for Sirius is a tribute to what he meant to you. It doesn't feel like a tribute. It feels like loss. Loss and love are the same thing. Two sides of the same coin. You cannot have one without the other." Harry leaned against Nix's warm side. "I'm tired," he admitted. "Tired of fighting. Tired of losing. Tired of being the chosen one." "Then stop." Nix's voice was gentle. "Stop being the chosen one. Be Harry. The boy who loves his friends. The boy who refuses to give up. The boy who looked into the face of darkness and pitied it. Can I do that? Just stop." "You already have." Nix's wings settled around him. "Every moment you spend with Hermione. Every spell you learn from the Codex. Every choice you make that isn't about Voldemort, you are becoming something more than his enemy." "What am I becoming?" Nix didn't answer. But her warmth seeped into Harry's bones, and for the first time in weeks, months, years, he slept without dreaming. Hermione found him there at dawn. She descended the obsidian stairs with quiet steps, the spell book tucked under her arm, her hair wild from sleep. When she saw Harry curled against Nix's side, her expression softened. "He needed rest," Nix said. "The bond has been demanding. The bond is always demanding." Hermione sat beside Harry, careful not to wake him. But it's worth it. Is it? Hermione looked at Nyx, really looked, the way she looked at complicated texts and ancient artifacts. You're testing me, she said. I am learning you. Nyx's silver eyes held hers. You have the chance to live. What if I fail? Then you fail. Nyx's voice was matter-of-fact. The balance does not demand success. It demands effort. Honest, genuine, human effort. Fall down. Get up. Fall again. Get up again. That is the rhythm of magic. That is the rhythm of life. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Harry makes it look easy. Harry has spent his entire life falling and getting up. He has practice. Nyx's eyes crinkled, something like a smile. You have spent your life avoiding falls. Studying. Preparing. Making sure you are never caught off guard. Because being caught off guard got people killed. Sometimes. Nyx's voice softened. And sometimes, being caught off guard is the only way to grow. You cannot plan for everything, Hermione. You cannot control everything. The balance does not reward control, it rewards adaptation. I don't know how to adapt. You are adapting right now. Nyx's wing brushed her shoulder. You are sitting in a chamber beneath an ancient house, talking to a creature most wizards believe is mythical, bonded to a boy who carries a piece of the darkest wizard's soul. You are already adapting. You simply haven't noticed. Hermione laughed, a small, surprised sound. When did you become a therapist? When the first keeper bonded me. Nyx's voice was dry. Arcturus was emotionally constipated. He needed someone to talk to. I learned to listen. Did it help? Arcturus died protecting a Muggle village from dragon fire. I would like to think my listening contributed to that choice. Hermione leaned against Nyx's other side. Thank you, she said. For watching over him. For watching over us. You are keepers. Nyx's voice was warm. It is my honor to serve. Harry woke to find Hermione reading the spellbook, her head resting on Nyx's wing. Morning, he said, his voice rough. Afternoon, actually. Hermione didn't look up. You slept for 11 hours. 11. The bond. Needed it. Nyx explained. Hermione finally met his eyes. You've been running on adrenaline and stubbornness for weeks. Your magic was depleted. Harry sat up slowly. His body felt strange, lighter somehow. Like someone had removed a weight he hadn't known he was carrying. The chamber, he said. It's healing me. The chamber is balanced. Nyx stirred beside him. It exists at the intersection of light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction. Being here restores what the outside world depletes. Why didn't you tell us before? You weren't ready. Nyx stood, her massive form stretching toward the vaulted ceiling. The Chamber of Night is not a place for the weak of heart, or the weak of purpose. You needed to understand what you were becoming before you could benefit from what this place offers. And now we understand? You understand enough. Nyx's silver eyes glowed. The shadow magic trial taught you to refuse power that would cost your humanity. The air hunters taught you to fight for what you believe. Preacher's oath taught you the true purpose of House Black. What's left? Everything. Nyx's voice was gentle. The war. The Horcruxes. The final confrontation with Voldemort. But also. She looked at Harry, then at Hermione. Also the things you have been avoiding. What things? Nyx didn't answer. But her gaze lingered on their joined hands, on the bond that pulsed between them, on the space that had grown smaller and smaller over the past weeks. The chamber shows truths, Nyx said. Not with words, with reflections. Walk to the far wall. Look at the obsidian. Tell me what you see. Harry stood. Walked. The obsidian was dark, darker than any mirror he'd ever seen. But as he watched, shapes began to form. Images. He saw himself, but not alone. Hermione stood beside him, her hand in his. They were older. Wiser. weary in a way that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with experience. This is the future, Nix said. Not the future, future. One of many possibilities. What happens to us? You survive. Nix's voice was soft. Voldemort falls. The balance is restored. You become what the Blacks were meant to be, guardians, not rulers. Protectors, not tyrants. That sounds good. It is good. Nix paused. But it is not easy. The future demands sacrifices, Harry. Not the sacrifices you expect, not blood or death or magic. Other sacrifices. Smaller ones? Harder ones. Like what? Nix didn't answer. But the obsidian showed him anyway. Hermione joined him at the wall. I see my parents, she said quietly. They're old. Gray-haired. They don't remember me. The chamber shows truths, Nix repeated. Hard truths. The ones you have been avoiding. I obliviated them. Hermione's voice cracked. To protect them from Voldemort. I erased myself from their memories. And you have not restored those memories. I can't. Hermione's hands trembled. If Voldemort finds them, if he uses them against me, then they die. Nix's voice was not cruel. And if you never restore their memories, they live, but they do not know their daughter. They do not know their granddaughter. They die strangers to the child they raised. There has to be another way. There is always another way. Nix stepped closer. The question is whether you are brave enough to find it. Hermione was silent. Harry took her hand. We'll find it, he said. Together. I promise. She looked at him, at the boy who carried a piece of Voldemort's soul, who had faced basilisks and dragons and Death Eaters, who had never broken a promise in his life. Okay, she whispered. Together. The obsidian pulsed. And the Chamber of Night showed them another truth, smaller this time, more private. A truth about the bond, about the choice they had made, about the future that was still unwritten. They watched in silence. And when the images faded, they held each other close. Nix left them alone. After that, the chamber will protect you, she said. I must tend to the other bonds, the ones that have been neglected for centuries. Call if you need me. She vanished into shadows that seemed to swallow her whole. Harry and Hermione sat in the center of the chamber, the obsidian walls reflecting their joined silhouettes. The chamber showed me something, Hermione said. About the bond. About what we did, the union of souls. What did it show you? That we're not just connected. Hermione's voice was strange. We're merging. Slowly. Imperceptibly. But the longer we're bonded, the more we become one. Is that bad? I don't know. She turned to face him. I don't know if we'll still be us in 10 years. Or if we'll be something else. Something new. Something new sounds interesting. Terrifying. Hermione's smile was wobbly. But maybe interesting too. Harry cupped her face in his hands. Whatever we become, he said, we become it together. That's enough for me. Hermione kissed him. Not passionately, gently star. A kiss of promise, of certainty, of choice. That's enough for me too, she whispered. The obsidian glowed. And somewhere in the darkness, the balance smiled. They stayed in the chamber for 3 more days. Nix brought them food, not creatures cooking, but something older. Fruits that glowed with inner light. Water that tasted like stars. Bread that seemed to hum when you touched it. The chamber provides, Nix said. What the keepers need, the chamber grows. The first Blacks cultivated it, using balance magic to create a space that could sustain life indefinitely. So we could stay here forever? You could. Nix's voice was careful. But you will not. No. No. Nix's silver eyes held Harry's. You are not the kind of people who hide. You never have been. The chamber can heal you, strengthen you, prepare you, but it cannot keep you. Your place is in the world. Fighting. Loving. Living. When do we leave? When you are ready. Nyx's wing brushed his shoulder. Not before. Not after. When? Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back. Tomorrow, they said together. Nyx nodded. Tomorrow. That night, Harry dreamed of Sirius. Not the Department of Mysteries. Not the veil. Something else, something gentler. They stood in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, the one Harry had eaten breakfast in 100 times. Sirius was young, younger than Harry had ever seen him. 17, maybe? His gray eyes were bright, his smile easy. You're doing well, Sirius said. Better than I ever did. I'm trying. I know. Sirius sat at the table, gesturing for Harry to join him. The chambers showed you the future. The one where you survive. Did you see your future? When you were here? Sirius was quiet for a moment. I saw myself in Azkaban, he finally said. I saw 12 years of darkness. I saw my escape, and my death. And you kept going anyway? I kept going because the future wasn't certain. Sirius met his eyes. The chamber shows possibilities, Harry. Not certainties. I saw my death, but I also saw you. Growing up. Fighting. Surviving. And that was worth 12 years in hell. Sirius. I'm proud of you. Sirius's voice cracked. I'm so proud of you. You've become everything I hoped you would be, and more. I miss you. I know. Sirius reached across the table, not touching, but present. But I'm not gone, Harry. I'm in the house. In the chamber. In the bond you share with Hermione. I'm part of the balance now, part of the magic that protects you. I don't want you to be magic. I want you to be here. I know. Sirius's smile was sad. But wanting doesn't make things true. We have to accept what is, and build something new from the ruins. How? By loving. Sirius stood. By choosing. By refusing to give up. He stepped back, his form beginning to fade. That's what the keepers do, Harry. That's what you do. Sirius. I'll be watching. The dream dissolved. Always. Harry woke with tears on his face. Hermione's arms were around him. I dreamed of my parents, she whispered. They were proud of me. Even though they don't remember. They will. Harry held her close. We'll find a way to restore their memories. I promise. I know. Hermione pressed her forehead against his. I believe you. Outside the chamber, the house waited. Inside, the keepers rested. And the balance, ancient and patient and hopeful, watched over them all. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Hermione's Dark Transformation. The change was subtle at first. Harry noticed it the morning after they left the Chamber of Night, a new sharpness in Hermione's movements, a precision that hadn't been there before. She cast spells without incantations, her wand barely flickering. She read 3 books at once, her eyes tracking different lines simultaneously. She corrected Draco's potions theory without looking up from her own work. Granger's different, Draco said, watching her from across the library. More intense. She's always been intense. No. Draco shook his head. This is something else. Something colder. Harry wanted to argue. But he felt it too, through the bond, through the subtle shifts in Hermione's magic. There was an edge to her now. A sharpness that cut rather than illuminated. She's just focused. The trials are getting harder. She's preparing. Maybe. Draco's gray eyes were troubled. Or maybe the spell book is changing her. The way it changed the Blacks. Harry thought about Cassiopeia. About the battlefield of Blackmoor. About the cold, distant woman who had watched her entire family die rather than pay the balance's price. Hermione's not like that. Not yet. The first sign of real trouble came 3 days later. They were practicing defensive magic in the Chamber of Night, Harry, Hermione, and Draco, when a curse went wrong. Not dark magic, just a misfired stunner that hit. a pillar and ricocheted toward Draco's face. Hermione's reaction was instantaneous. She caught the curse, caught it, her bare hand closing around the red light like it was a physical object. The magic sizzled against her palm, smoking, hissing, and then dissolved. Bloody hell, Draco whispered. Hermione looked at her hand. At the fading scorch marks. At the way her skin had already healed, knitting together without a scar. How did you do that? Harry asked. I don't know. Hermione's voice was strange, distant, like she was listening to something only she could hear. I just willed it. And it happened. That's not how magic works. It is now. She turned away, walking to the far side of the chamber. Nyx watched from the shadows, her silver eyes unreadable. Hermione. I need to practice alone. But… alone Harry. The bond throbbed, not with pain, but with distance. A wall going up between them. Something Hermione was building deliberately. Harry watched her go. And for the first time since the bond had formed, he felt truly alone. Nyx found him an hour later. The Keeper is changing, the Shadow Phoenix said. The spell book is accelerating the process. What process? The transformation. Nyx settled beside him, her warmth seeping into his cold bones. Every Keeper undergoes it. The balance demands adaptation, the ability to see magic differently, to feel it differently. Hermione is adapting faster than most. Is that bad? It is dangerous. Nyx's voice was careful. The transformation can be controlled, guided. But if it happens too quickly, the Keeper can lose themselves. Become the magic rather than wielding it. Like Cassiopeia. Like Cassiopeia. Nyx nodded. She was brilliant enough to understand the balance, but not strong enough to maintain her humanity. The magic consumed her. Made her cold. Made her cruel. Hermione isn't cruel. Not yet. Nyx's silver eyes held his. But the potential is there. In every Keeper. In every human. The question is whether she has someone, to hold on to. Me. You. Nyx's wing brushed his shoulder. The bond was designed to prevent exactly this. Two Keepers, balancing each other. Light and dark. Passion and logic. Emotion and reason. The lion and the mind. Yes. Nyx's voice was warm. You are her anchor, Harry. And she is yours. That is why the balance chose you, not because you were powerful, or clever or brave. Because you complete each other. Then why is she pulling away? Because she is afraid. Nyx's voice softened. Afraid of what she's becoming. Afraid of hurting you. Afraid of losing herself in the magic. What do I do? Remind her. Nyx stood. Remind her of who she is, not the Keeper, not the mind, not the heir of black. Hermione. The girl who lied to McGonagall about the troll. The girl who punched Draco Malfoy. The girl who loved a boy with a scar and a destiny, and a heart too big for his chest. I don't know if that's enough. Then find out. Nyx vanished into the shadows. And Harry went to find Hermione. She was in the library, not Grimmauld Place's library, but the one at Hogwarts. The restricted section. Surrounded by books that whispered and hissed. Hermione. Go away, Harry. No. He walked toward her. The books fell silent, their spines turning to watch. I'm not leaving, he said. Not ever. So you can build walls and push me away and pretend you don't need me, but I'm still going to be here. Hermione's hands trembled. You don't understand. Then explain. She turned to face him. Her eyes were silver. Not brown. Not the warm, intelligent brown he'd fallen in love with. Silver. Like Nyx's. Like the Pensieves. Like something ancient and inhuman. The transformation. She said. It's not just changing my magic, Harry. It's changing me. I can feel it, the coldness creeping in. The distance. The certainty. Certainty isn't bad. This kind is. She stepped closer. I'm becoming sure of things I have no right to be sure of. I'm making decisions without consulting anyone. Her voice cracked. I'm becoming what I always feared. What's that? The smartest person in the room. The one who knows best. The one who doesn't need anyone else's input because she's already figured out the answer. That's not. It is. Tears streamed down her face, but her eyes stayed silver. I look at you and Draco and everyone else, and part of me thinks I could do this better alone. Part of me thinks the bond is a weakness, not a strength. Part of me wants to cut it. Harry's heart stopped. Cut the bond? The spell book has a ritual for removing the keeper bond. It's painful, dangerous, but possible. Hermione's voice was flat. I've been researching it. Just in case. In case of what? In case I become something you can't love. Harry crossed the distance between them in 2 strides. Grabbed her shoulders. Pulled her close. I will always love you, he said. Always. No matter what you become. No matter what the magic does to you. Always. Hermione's silver eyes flickered, brown, silver brown. You don't know that. I know. He pressed his forehead against hers. I know because the bond isn't just magic. It's choice. My choice. Every day. Every moment. Choosing you. Even when I'm cold? Especially when you're cold. Even when I push you away? I'll push back. Hermione's breath hitched. Harry. I'm not leaving, he repeated. I'm not giving up. I'm not letting you become something you're not. We face this together, the transformation, the trials, everything. That's what keepers do. Keepers balance magic. Keepers balance each other. Hermione's eyes finally, faded back to brown. She collapsed against him, sobbing. I'm so scared, she whispered. I've never been this scared. Me either. But you're still here. I'm still here. They held each other in the restricted section, surrounded by whispering books and ancient magic. And somewhere in the darkness, the balance exhaled. The spells got harder after that. Hermione threw herself into the spell book with renewed intensity, not to escape, but to master. She practiced until her fingers bled. Studied until her eyes burned. Cast until her magic hummed like a plucked string. But she didn't shut Harry out. She let him watch. Let him help. Let him anchor her when the cold crept too close. Try this one, she said on the 5th night, pointing to a diagram in the spell book. Asterisk umbra vinculum star. The shadow bond. It allows the caster to draw power from darkness, not dark magic, but shadow magic. The kind Nyx uses. What's the cost? Temporary emotional numbing. Hermione's voice was clinical. The shadow magic suppresses fear and doubt, useful in battle. But it also suppresses joy and love. Temporary, like I said. Have you used it? Not yet. She met his eyes. I wanted to ask you first. Harry's chest warmed. What do you think? I think. Hermione paused. I think it's dangerous. But so is everything we're doing. The question is whether the benefits outweigh the risks. Do they? Against Voldemort? Yes. She touched his cheek. Against losing myself? No. Then we use it carefully. Together. Together. She cast the spell. The shadows in the room deepened, wrapped around her like a cloak, then faded. Hermione's eyes flickered silver. Then brown. How do you feel? Different. She flexed her fingers. Calmer. Sharper. Like someone turned down the volume on my emotions. Can you turn it back up? I think so. She closed her eyes, concentrating. The silver faded, warm brown returning. Yes. It's adjustable. The spell lets me control how much shadow magic I draw. That's good. It's dangerous. Hermione opened her eyes. The more I use it, the more I'll want to use it. That's how the blacks fell, They started with small adjustments, small shortcuts, small compromises. And then they couldn't stop. Then they couldn't feel. Harry pulled her close. Then we stop each other, he said. That's what the bond is for. That's what we're for. Hermione leaned into him. I don't deserve you. You deserve everything. He kissed her hair. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you believe that. Draco caught them in the library the next morning. You two are disgusting, he said, but there was no heat in it. Granger, your eyes are brown again. Good. They're always brown. They've been silver for 3 days. Draco sat across from them. I wasn't sure you were coming back. Hermione's hand tightened on Harry's. I almost didn't. But you did. But I did. She met Draco's eyes. Because Harry reminded me who I am. And who is that? The girl who punched you in 3rd year. Draco's lips twitched. Fair enough. He pulled out a scroll, long, ancient, sealed with black wax. I found something in the Malfoy archives. Something about the transformation. About how to control it without losing yourself. Hermione reached for the scroll. The Blacks left instructions, Draco said. For their heirs. In case the transformation went wrong. What kind of instructions? Rituals. Potions. Anchors. He looked at Harry. The bond is the strongest anchor, but it's not the only one. The Blacks used physical objects, rings, pendants, crowns, to tether themselves to their humanity. Crowns? The Black Crown. Draco's voice was careful. It's mentioned in the Codex. An artifact that grants control over ancient family magic, but slowly corrupts its wearer with pride and ambition. That sounds worse than the transformation. It is. Draco nodded. But the Blacks also created counter-charms. Ways to use the crown's power without succumbing to its corruption. Where is it? The crown? Draco paused. It's in the Chamber of Night. Hidden beneath the obsidian floor. Nyx has been guarding it for centuries. Harry looked at Hermione. No, she said. Hermione. We're not using an artifact that corrupts people. That's how the Blacks fell. That's how Voldemort fell. Voldemort fell because he couldn't love. And the crown would make that worse. Draco sighed. Fine. But we need something. The transformation is accelerating, Granger. The spells you're casting, the shadow magic, it's changing you faster than the bond can compensate. What do you suggest? The rituals. Draco tapped the scroll. The Blacks created ways to slow the transformation. To give the Keeper time to adjust. Time to feel. How much time? Months. Maybe years. Draco met her eyes. Long enough to finish the war. Long enough to beat Voldemort. Long enough to find a permanent solution. To find a permanent solution. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Show me the rituals. The rituals were brutal. Harry watched as Hermione performed them, day after day, night after night. Bloodletting. Meditation. Exposure to extreme temperatures. Each ritual stripped away a layer of shadow magic, forcing Hermione to feel again. She screamed during the first one. Cried during the second. Went silent during the third. The rituals are working, Draco said, watching her sleep. The silver in her eyes is fading. But she's exhausted. The transformation is exhausting. Draco's voice was quiet. The Keeper's body is being reshaped, magically, emotionally, physically. It takes time. And pain. Too much pain. Not too much. Draco met his eyes. The Blacks tried to skip the pain. Tried to accelerate the transformation with potions and spells and dark magic. That's what destroyed them. The pain is necessary. It reminds the Keeper they're human. Humanity shouldn't hurt this much. Humanity always hurts this much. Draco's voice was soft. We just pretend it doesn't. Harry sat beside Hermione's sleeping form. Thank you, he said. For finding the rituals. For helping. I'm not helping. Draco's voice was sharp. I'm surviving. The Dark Lord wants me dead. The old families want me controlled. The Order wants me imprisoned. You and Granger are the only ones who treat me like a person. So that's why you're here? Self-preservation? Partly. Draco paused. Partly because, I think, I want to be better. I want to be something other than my father's son. And the rituals help with that? The rituals remind me that change is possible. Draco looked at Hermione. If Granger can fight the transformation, if she can choose humanity over power, then maybe I can choose something other than darkness. Harry studied him. You're different, Draco. I'm trying. That's all anyone can do. Draco nodded. Then he left, silent as a shadow, gone before Hermione stirred. Hermione woke at midnight. Harry? Here. He took her hand. Always here. The rituals worked. Her voice was hoarse. I can feel again. Really feel. Not just echoes. What do you feel? Tired. Sore. Human. She smiled, weak but real. Also hungry. Did Creature save any of those treacle tarts? Harry laughed. Relief and joy tangled together. I'll give you 10. 5. I'm not a monster. He kissed her forehead. Stay here. I'll be right back. Harry. He paused at the door. Thank you? Her eyes were brown, warm, human, hers. For not giving up. Never. He walked to the kitchen, his heart lighter than it had been in weeks. Behind him, the band hummed, soft and steady, no longer screaming. In front of him, the future waited, uncertain but hopeful. And somewhere in the chamber of night, Nyx spread her wings and sang. The Keeper was back. The balance was holding. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. Voldemort declares war. The attack came at 3 in the morning. Harry woke to the band screaming, not pain, but warning. Something dark was moving toward Grimmauld Place. Something vast. And hungry and familiar. Hermione. I feel it. She was already out of bed, her wand in her hand, her eyes silver with shadow magic. Voldemort. He's coming. How do you know? Because the house is terrified. Harry dressed in seconds, jeans, jumper, the invisibility cloak forgotten on the chair. He didn't need it. What was coming wouldn't be fooled by fabric, no matter how magical. They ran through corridors that seemed to stretch and shift, the house trying to slow them down, trying to protect them. Portraits screamed warnings. Furniture rearranged itself into barricades. Creature appeared at their heels, his wrinkled face set in grim determination. The Dark Lord has breached the outer wards, the elf said. He is not alone. Death Eaters. Creatures. Things Creature does not have names for. How long until he reaches the house? Minutes. Creature's voice trembled. The house will fight. The house will protect. But the Dark Lord is powerful, more powerful than any who have come before. The house has faced dark wizards before. Not like this. Creature met Harry's eyes. Not one who has split his soul so many times. The balance is screaming, young master. It knows what is coming. Harry looked at Hermione. Can we evacuate? Get everyone out. The flue is blocked. Hermione's voice was calm, too calm, the shadow magic suppressing her fear. Apparition is impossible. The house is sealed, for defense, not escape. So we fight. So we survive. They reached the entrance hall. Walburga's portrait was already open, her painted form standing in the frame like a general before battle. The wards will hold for perhaps an hour, she said. After that, the Dark Lord will enter. You must be ready. Ready for what? To become what the balance needs. Walburga's eyes were fierce. Not children. Not students. Keepers. The house shook. Somewhere outside, Voldemort had arrived. The first wave was Dementors. Hundreds of them, thousands streaming toward Grimmauld Place like a tide of black robes and rotting hands. The house's wards blazed silver, pushing them back, but more kept coming. The Dementors are drawn to the Horcrux, Hermione said. Your scar. They can feel it, the piece of Voldemort's soul. Can we use that? Use it how? Bait. Harry's mind raced. If they're drawn to the Horcrux, we can lead them away from the house. Away from the wards. And lead them where? The Chamber of Night. Nix can. The house shook again. Harder this time. The Dark Lord is testing the wards, Walburga said. You don't have time for clever plans, Potter. You have time for action. Harry grabbed Hermione's hand. Come on. They ran toward the Chamber of Night, the bond blazing between them. Nix was waiting. The Shadow Phoenix stood in the center of the obsidian chamber, her silver eyes blazing, her wings spread wide. The darkness around her seemed to throb, alive, aware, hungry. The Dark Lord is here, Nix said. I can feel him. The balance is unbalanced. Can you fight him? I can delay him. Nix's voice was steady. The Chamber of Night is old, older than Voldemort, older than Hogwarts. Its magic is not light or dark. It is primordial. He will not understand it. Can it kill him? Nothing can kill him while the Horcruxes remain. Nix's eyes found Harry's. You know this. You have always known this. Then what do we do? Survive. Nix stepped closer. The house will protect you. Creature will guide you. The bond will sustain you. And when the Dark Lord breaks through, when he stands before you, you will do what you were born to do. What's that? Choose star dot. The house shook for a third time. And the wards cracked. Voldemort entered Grimmauld Place like a storm. Harry felt him through the scar, the bond that had been quiet for weeks suddenly roaring with dark magic and rage and something that might have been fear. Harry Potter. The voice echoed through his mind, through the house, through the bond that connected him to Hermione. You have taken what is mine. The Black Legacy. The balance. The girl, She is not yours. She will be. Harry staggered. Hermione caught him. He's in my head. Harry gasped. The connection, it's stronger than before. The Horcrux, Hermione said. He's using it. Trying to control you through it. Can you stop him? I can try. She pressed her palm against his scar, not his forehead, but the scar itself, her fingers tracing the jagged line. Her magic flowed into him, silver and warm, pushing back against the darkness. Foolish girl. Voldemort's voice was colder now. You think your borrowed magic can stand against me? It's not borrowed. Hermione's thoughts were fierce. It's mine. Earned. Chosen. Everything you'll never understand. The scar blazed. Harry screamed. And the bond held. The Death Eaters came next. Harry and Hermione fought them in the corridors, not with spells, but with presence. The bond made them faster, stronger, more aware. They moved like one person, anticipating each other's attacks, covering each other's weaknesses. Expelliarmus! Protego! Stupefy! Death Eaters fell. More took their places. The house fought beside them, walls shifting, floors collapsing, portraits spitting curses at the intruders. Where is he? Harry shouted over the chaos. Where's Voldemort? The library, Hermione said. He's looking for the Codex. We can't let him find it. Then we stop him. They ran. The library was destroyed. Books torn from shelves, pages scattered like snow. The Codex lay open on its pedestal, pulsing with silver light, and Voldemort stood before it, his back to Harry and Hermione, his wand raised. You have done something remarkable, Voldemort said, not turning. Awakened magic that has slept for centuries. Bonded two bloodlines that should never have united. We're not here to talk, Harry said. No. Voldemort turned. His red eyes found Harry's, and behind them, something flickered. Something almost like respect. You are here to die. As you should have died 16 years ago. Then kill me. Voldemort raised his wand. Hermione stepped in front of Harry. Asterisk no star dot. The word was not a plea. It was a command, backed by shadow magic and the bond and the ancient power of the Black family. Voldemort's wand wavered. The lost sister's blood, he murmured. I had forgotten how stubborn it was. Let him go. No. Voldemort's smile was terrible. I have waited too long for this. The prophecy. The Horcrux. The balance. Tonight it ends. He cast the killing curse. Harry pushed Hermione aside. The green light struck him in the chest. He didn't die. The curse hit, and shattered. Harry felt it break against his skin like glass, the green light splintering into 1,000 fragments that fell around him like rain. Voldemort stared. Impossible. The bond, Harry said, understanding flooding through him. You can't kill me while it exists. Hermione's magic, the Black family magic, it protects me. So I will kill her first. Voldemort turned. Harry tackled him. They fell to the ground, boy and Dark Lord, Chosen One and monster, grappling like children. Harry's wand was gone. Voldemort's had skittered across the floor. They fought with hands and teeth and pure, desperate will. You cannot win, Voldemort hissed, his fingers closing around Harry's throat. The Horcrux binds us. If I die, you die. Then we both die. No. Voldemort's grip tightened. I will not die. I have cheated death too many times. I am immortal. Immortal things can still be trapped. Harry reached out, not with his hand, but with the bond. He pulled Hermione's magic into himself, felt it flood through his veins, felt the shadow power of the Black family answer his call. Asterisk. Sigillum anime. Asterisk. The seal of the soul. Voldemort screamed. The spell hit him like a wave, not killing, but binding. Chains of silver light wrapped around his body, his limbs, his soul. He thrashed, he cursed, he begged. But the chains held. The Horcruxes. Voldemort gasped. You cannot destroy them all. You cannot. We will. Harry stood, looking down at the Dark Lord. Every last one. And then we'll seal you forever. Voldemort's red eyes blazed. This is not over, Harry Potter. I will escape. I will return. And when I do, when you do, we'll be waiting. Harry turned away. Behind him, the house groaned. The battle was over. But the war had just begun. The Death Eaters fled when they saw Voldemort bound. Nyx emerged from the Chamber of Night, her silver eyes blazing, her shadow wings spreading across the entrance hall. The remaining Dementors dissolved at her presence, not destroyed, but banished. Sent back to the darkness they had come from. The Dark Lord is contained, Nyx said. Temporarily. The seal will hold for perhaps a month, maybe longer. But it is not permanent. A month is enough. Is it? Nyx looked at Harry. You have 5 Horcruxes remaining. 5 pieces of Voldemort's soul, hidden in places you have not yet found. Can you find them in a month? We have to. Then you should begin. Harry looked at Hermione. Her eyes were brown, warm, human, hers. We need to talk to Dumbledore, she said. He knows where some of the Horcruxes are. The locket. The cup. The diadem. And the others? We find them together. They walked through the wreckage of Grimmauld Place, through corridors scarred by curses, rooms littered with debris, a house that had fought and bled and survived. Kreacher met them in the kitchen. The Dark Lord is bound, the elf said. Kreacher felt it. The house felt it. The balance felt it. Kreacher. Kreacher is proud. The old elf's voice cracked. Proud to serve such keepers. Proud to witness such magic. Proud to. He stopped. Swallowed. Proud to be part of this family. Harry knelt before him. You're not part of this family, Kreacher. The elf's face fell. You're the heart of it. Kreacher's eyes filled with tears. Young Master is too kind. Young Master is honest. Harry stood. Now help us clean up. We have a war to win. Creature bowed. Yes, young master. Creature would be honored. They found Dumbledore in the ruins of the library. The headmaster sat among the scattered books, his face pale, his hands trembling. Fawkes perched on his shoulder, singing softly, a song of healing, of hope, of balance. The Dark Lord attacked, Dumbledore said. I felt it from Hogwarts. By the time I arrived, the house handled it. Harry sat beside him. We handled it. I know. Dumbledore's eyes were strange. I saw you bind him. The seal of the soul. Magic that has not been used in centuries. The Blacks created it. The Blacks perfected it. Dumbledore looked at Hermione. You are becoming something remarkable. Both of you. We're becoming keepers. No. Dumbledore shook his head. You are becoming something the world has not seen in 1,000 years. Something the balance has been waiting for. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. What? They asked together. Dumbledore smiled, tired, sad, but genuine. Hope, he said. Pure, uncomplicated hope. The kind that doesn't need prophecies or chosen ones or ancient magic. The kind that simply is. Is that enough? It has always been enough. Dumbledore stood. You simply haven't believed it. He walked toward the door, then paused. The Horcruxes. You will need to find them quickly. The Dark Lord's followers will be desperate now. They will do anything to free him. We know. There is a house. In the countryside. The home of the Gaunt family. One of the Horcruxes is hidden there, Slytherin's locket. We'll find it. I know. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. Be careful, Harry. The Horcruxes are protected by more than magic. They are protected by suffering. By the pain Voldemort inflicted when he created them. We've faced worse. No. Dumbledore's voice was soft. You haven't. He left. And Harry and Hermione sat in the ruined library, holding hands, feeling the bond pulse between them like a second heartbeat. 1 month. Hermione said. 1 month. Can we do it? Harry looked at her, at the girl who had punched Draco Malfoy, who had lied to McGonagall, who had loved him even when he didn't deserve it. We can do anything, he said. Together. Hermione smiled. Together. Outside, the sun was rising over London. Inside, the house began to heal. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort raged against his chains. The war was not over. But for the first time, Harry believed they might win. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Ancient Black Crown. The dreams started 3 days after the battle. Harry stood in a room he didn't recognize, round, like the Chamber of Night, but smaller. More intimate. The walls were made of black stone, polished to a mirror's shine, and in the center of the room, on a pedestal of obsidian and silver, a crown. Not gold or jewels. This crown was made of black iron, twisted into spikes that reached toward the ceiling like frozen lightning. A single red stone sat at its center, pulsing with light that was neither warm nor cold. Take it. The voice was not Voldemort's. It was older. Deeper. Take what is yours. I don't want it. Asterisk, the crown chooses its wearer. It has chosen you. Asterisk. I didn't ask to be chosen. Asterisk, no one asks. That is the nature of power. Asterisk. Harry stepped closer. The red stone pulsed faster. Take it, the voice urged. Become what you were meant to be. Harry reached out and woke with Hermione's arms around him, her eyes wide with fear. You were screaming, she whispered. The bond, I felt it. Something was pulling you. The crown. Harry's voice was hoarse. The black crown. It's calling to me. They found Nyx. In the Chamber of Night. The Shadow Phoenix was waiting, as if she had known they would come. Her silver eyes were troubled, her feathers dark with something that looked like grief. The crown is waking, Nyx said. The battle with Voldemort, the dark magic he unleashed, It has stirred artifacts that should have remained sleeping. Why is it calling to Harry? Because he is the champion. The lion. The heir of the Potter line that once served the balance. Nyx's voice was careful. The crown was created for the champions, to help them control the shadow magic, to amplify their power, to protect the keepers. And the corruption? The corruption came later. Nyx looked away. The Black family began using the crown for more than protection. They used it for domination. For control. The artifact adapted, as artifacts do, and became something darker. Can we destroy it? The crown cannot be destroyed. It is bound to the balance itself, as am I, as the Codex, as the Chamber of Night. Nyx's voice was soft. It can only be worn or sealed. Then we seal it. Sealing requires a sacrifice. Nyx met his eyes. Not blood. Choice. Someone must choose to forego the crown's power forever, to bind it so that no one can ever use it again. Harry looked at Hermione. No, she said. Hermione. You're not sacrificing yourself. Not for this. Not for anything. It's not a sacrifice. It's a choice. My choice. Then it's a stupid choice. Her eyes blazed. The crown is powerful, Harry. We might need it. Against Voldemort. Against the Horcruxes. Against everything the Blacks used it for. Harry took her hands. That's the point, Hermione. The crown corrupts. Even if we use it for good, it will change us. Make us colder. Harder. More like them. You don't know that. I know. He pressed her hands to his chest. I can feel it. Through the bond. The crown is hungry, Hermione. It wants to be worn. It wants to feed. And if I put it on, even for a moment, I don't know if I'd be strong enough to take it off. Then I'll wear it. No. Why not? Because you're already fighting the transformation. Harry's voice cracked. The shadow magic is changing you. If you add the crown, I can handle it. Hermione. I said I can handle it. The bond flared, not with warmth, but with frustration. A wall of stubbornness that Harry recognized from 100 arguments about house elves and potions grades and the dangers of reckless heroism. Nyx, Harry said. Can Hermione wear the crown? The Shadow Phoenix was silent for a long moment. The crown was created for champions. For warriors. For those who fight. Her silver eyes held Hermione's. A keeper has worn it before. Only once. She lasted 3 days before the corruption consumed her. What happened to her? She tried to destroy the balance. Nyx's voice was soft. Believe that only one side should survive, light or dark, good or evil. The crown twisted her purpose into obsession. I'm not like that. You are young. Nyx stepped closer. Young and brilliant and certain. The crown feeds on certainty. It amplifies what is already there, including arrogance. Hermione flinched. I'm not arrogant. You are confident. There is a difference, but the crown does not see the difference. Nyx's voice softened. I am not saying you would fall, Hermione. I am saying the risk is real. Then what do we do? Nyx looked at Harry. At Hermione. At the bond that pulsed between them. The crown can be worn by two, Nyx said slowly. It has never been attempted. The keepers and champions were always separate. But the bond changes things. Shared power. Shared corruption. You want us to wear it together? I want you to consider wearing it together. Nyx stepped back. The crown would affect you both, but it would also have to contend with the bond. Two wills, resisting together? It might be enough. Might be? There are no certainties with the crown. Nyx's voice was tired. Only choices. Only consequences. Harry looked at Hermione. What do you think? I think. She paused. I think we need to see it. Touch it. Understand it before we decide. Then let's go. The crown's chamber was beneath the Chamber of Night. Harry hadn't known it existed, Neither had Hermione, despite her exhaustive exploration of Grimmauld Place. The passage appeared only when Nyx sang, a low, mournful melody that made the shadows weep. "The crown has been sleeping for 3 centuries," Nyx said, leading them down stairs that seemed to descend forever. "The last champion who wore it, Arcturus Black the Younger, sealed himself in this chamber to contain its power. He died here? He chose to die here." Nyx's voice was sad. The crown had corrupted him beyond saving. But he was strong enough, just barely, to remove it before the corruption became irreversible. He placed it on this pedestal and willed himself to sleep. Is he still? The body remains. The soul moved on. Nyx stopped before a door, black iron, like the crown itself. "Are you prepared?" "No," Harry said. "Good." Nyx pushed open the door. Preparation is overrated. The chamber was smaller than Harry expected. The black stone walls were bare, no writing, no portraits, no artifacts. Just a pedestal in the center, and on the pedestal, the crown. It was beautiful. Terrible. Magnetic. Harry felt its pull the moment he entered, a hunger that went beyond magic, beyond desire, beyond want. The crown needed to be worn. Needed to be used. Harry. Hermione's voice was strained. "I can feel it too. It's hungry." "Yes." They walked toward the pedestal together, the bond blazing between them. The crown's red stone pulsed faster, matching their heartbeats, matching the rhythm of the bond. "Two," the voice said. "The crown has never had two. You will have us," Harry thought. "But you will not control us. We will see." Harry reached out. Hermione reached out. Together, they touched the crown. The world dissolved. Harry stood in a field of stars, infinite, eternal, ancient. Hermione stood beside him, her hand in his, her eyes wide with wonder. "Where are we?" "The crown's mind," a voice said. "Or perhaps, the crown's memory." A figure emerged from the stars. Tall, dark-haired, wearing robes that seemed to be made of shadow. His face was kind, but his eyes were old. Older than Dumbledore. Older than Hogwarts. "Arcturus Black the Younger," Harry said. "The same." The figure smiled. "Or what remains of me. A memory. A warning. Did you wear the crown?" "I wore it for 40 years. Arcturus's voice was soft. 40 years of power. 40 years of purpose. I thought I was serving the balance, protecting it from those who would destroy it. Weren't you? I was serving my idea of the balance. My certainty. And that is what the crown corrupts, not your magic, not your soul. Your certainty. I don't understand. The balance does not deal in absolutes." Arcturus stepped closer. "It deals in nuance. In shades. In the space between light and dark where true magic lives. The crown erases that space. It makes you certain that you are right, certain that your enemies are wrong, certain that any action is justified if it serves your purpose. That sounds like Voldemort. Voldemort is certain. Dumbledore is certain. The old families are certain. Everyone is certain." Arcturus's eyes were sad. "Certainty is the enemy of balance. And the crown feeds on certainty. Then how do we wear it without being corrupted?" Arcturus was silent for a long moment. "You doubt," he finally said. "Both of you. You doubt yourselves, each other, the choices you have made. That doubt, that uncertainty, is your greatest protection. Doubt is protection. Doubt is balance. It keeps you from tipping too far in any direction. It reminds you that you might be wrong. It leaves room for," Arcturus smiled, "for growth. And if we lose our doubt, then you lose yourselves." Arcturus stepped back. "The crown will test you. It will offer you power beyond imagination, in exchange for your uncertainty. You must refuse. What if we can't? Then you seal yourselves in this chamber, as I did. And you wait for the next keepers to release you." Arcturus faded into the stars. And Harry and Hermione stood alone, the crown's weight in their hands. They wore it together. The crown expanded, spikes shifting, metal flowing, to rest on both their heads. Harry felt it settle into his mind like a key turning in a lock. Hermione gasped beside him. Power! Infinite, terrible, perfect power! Harry could feel everything: the house, the city, the country. Every magical signature, every spell being cast, every thought that brushed against the balance. Hermione felt it too, her wonder echoing through the bond. This is, she started. Dangerous. Yes. But also amazing. Yes. The crown pulsed. You see now, the voice said. Asterisk what you could be. What you could do, asterisk. We see, Harry thought. And we refuse. Refuse? Asterisk, we don't want to be gods. We want to be keepers, asterisk. Same thing. No, Hermione's thought was fierce. Asterisk, gods impose their will. Keepers protect the balance. There's a difference, asterisk. Is there? There is now. The crown was silent. Then, slowly, reluctantly, its power receded. Not gone. Waiting. But no longer pressing against their minds. Harry opened his eyes. Hermione opened hers. They were still in the chamber, the black stone walls, the pedestal, the crown resting lightly on their heads. We did it, Harry said. We did it. Nyx stood in the doorway, her silver eyes bright with tears. The crown has accepted you, the Phoenix said. Not as masters, as partners. That has not happened since the first keepers. Can we take it off? You can. Nyx stepped closer. But you will not want to. The crown's power is addictive. Harry looked at Hermione. Together? Together. They reached up and removed the crown. The power faded. The world felt smaller. Dimmer. Human. Good. Hermione whispered. That's good. Is it? Yes. She took his hand. Because now we know we can resist. Now we know that we're stronger than the crown. We're stronger than everything. They left the crown in its chamber. Not sealed, asterisk watched star. Nyx promised to guard it, to sing to it, to keep it sleeping. The crown will call to you again, the Phoenix said. When you are afraid. When you are desperate. When you believe there is no other way. Will we answer? I don't know. Nyx's voice was soft. But I hope, you will remember this moment. Remember that you chose each other over power. Remember that doubt is not weakness. We'll remember. They walked back through the passage, up the stairs, into the waking house. Creature met them in the entrance hall. The crown, he said. Creature felt it. The young master and the mistress, they wore it. We did. And they survived. We did that too. Creature bowed his head. The blacks could not. The greatest of them, the strongest, fell to the crown's temptation. But you, he looked up. You are something new. We're trying. Trying is enough. Creature's voice was firm. Trying is everything. That night Harry dreamed of the crown. Not the chamber, a battlefield. He stood among ruins, his wand raised, Hermione beside him. The crown rested on both their heads, blazing with red light. You could end this, the voice whispered. Asterisk all of it. The war. The Horcruxes. Voldemort. One spell. One sacrifice, asterisk. What sacrifice? Your doubt. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back. No, they said together. The dream shattered. And Harry woke to Hermione's arms around him, the bond warm and steady, the crown's call fading into silence. We said no, she whispered. We said no. Was it enough? It has to be. They held each other until dawn. And somewhere beneath Grimmauld Place, the crown slept, waiting, hoping, for the next time the keepers needed power they could not find anywhere else. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Betrayal inside the Order. The letter arrived on a Tuesday. Harry found it pinned to the front door of Grimmauld Place, not by an owl, but by a dagger. The blade was silver, etched with runes that shifted in the morning light, and the parchment beneath it was sealed with wax that bore the symbol of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry? Hermione appeared behind him, her wand raised. What is it? A message. He pulled the dagger free. From someone who knows how to bypass the wards. He broke the seal. Harry. I know what you've been doing. The Codex. The Black Legacy. The bond with Granger. Dumbledore may approve, but the Order does not. You are playing with forces you don't understand, and you are putting everyone at risk. Asterisk. The Ministry has been informed of your activities. They are sending Aurors to Grimmauld Place at dawn. If you are there when they arrive, you will be arrested, charged with misuse of ancient magic, conspiracy against the Ministry, and possession of forbidden artifacts. Asterisk. Leave now. Hide. And do not trust anyone in the Order, including me. Asterisk. A friend. Harry read the letter twice. Then he handed it to Hermione. This doesn't make sense, she said, her brow furrowing. The Order has been protecting us. Dumbledore isn't the only person in the Order. Harry's voice was cold. And someone thinks we're dangerous. Are we? Harry thought about the crown. The spell book. The bond that had grown so strong he could feel Hermione's heartbeat as if it were his own. Maybe, he said. But that doesn't mean we stop. Kreacher helped them pack. The old house elf moved through the rooms with grim efficiency, shrinking trunks and bags and the codex itself, storing them in a pouch that seemed to hold far more than its size suggested. Kreacher will protect the young master's belongings, he said. Kreacher will protect the house. The Aurors will find nothing, nothing, that Kreacher does not wish them to find. Kreacher. The young master must go. The elf's voice was firm. The mistress must go. The house will endure. Kreacher will endure. The balance demands it. Harry knelt before him. Thank you? For everything. Kreacher's eyes filled with tears. Kreacher is proud, he whispered. Prouder than Kreacher has ever been. Serve the balance well, young master. Serve the balance, and each other. We will. Harry stood. Took Hermione's hand. And they disapparated into the grey London dawn. They reappeared in an alley behind a pub Harry didn't recognize. The Leaky Cauldron? Hermione asked. No. Somewhere safer. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map. The Order knows about the Leaky Cauldron. They know about Grimmauld Place. We need somewhere they wouldn't think to look. Like where? Harry traced his finger along the map. Here. The point glowed, a building in the middle of London, unremarkable from the outside, marked only by a single word. Black. The building was a townhouse, narrow, tall, squeezed between a bookshop and a tea shop that looked like they hadn't been opened in years. The front door was black, like the door beneath Grimmauld Place, and it opened at Harry's touch. The Blacks own more than one house, Hermione said, stepping inside. Of course they did. Pureblood families always have backup properties. This one isn't in the Ministry records. Harry closed the door behind them. Sirius mentioned it once, said it was where the family went when they needed to disappear. Disappear from whom? The Ministry. The old families. Anyone who wanted to hurt them. Harry walked through the entrance hall, his footsteps echoing on black marble. The wards are old, older than Grimmauld Place. Kreacher said they were laid by the first keepers. Can we activate them? I already have. Harry turned to face her. The bond, the house recognized it. The same way Grimmauld Place recognized us. Hermione looked around. The walls were bare, no portraits, no tapestries, no signs of habitation. But the air hummed with power, ancient and patient and protective. We could stay here, she said slowly. Hide until the Aurors stop searching. Until we figure out who betrayed us. We could. Harry took her hands. Or we could find out who sent that letter. Who's been feeding information to the Ministry? Who's been watching us? Hermione. I'm tired of running. Her eyes blazed. I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of letting other people decide what we can and can't do. What do you want to do? I want to fight. The first clue came from an unexpected source. Draco Malfoy appeared in the townhouse's fireplace at midnight, not in flames, but in shadow. His serpent mask gleamed in the darkness, and his gray eyes were hard. The Ministry raid was a setup, he said, stepping out of the hearth. Someone in the Order tipped them off, not about the artifacts, but about you. They wanted you arrested. Wanted you out of the way. Who? I don't know yet. Draco paced the room. But I have suspicions. The old guard, the ones who've been in the Order since the First War. They don't trust you, Potter. They think you're reckless. Dangerous. Uncontrolled. Like Sirius. Like Sirius. Draco stopped pacing. Your godfather was brilliant, but he was also chaotic. The old guard never forgave him for the things he did. The pranks. The rule-breaking. The disobedience. They think I'm the same. They think you're worse. Draco met his eyes. Because you have power Sirius never had. The Codex. The bond. The crown. You're not just a reckless teenager anymore. You're a threat. To whom? To the way they've been doing things. Draco's voice was quiet. The Order is old, Potter. Set in its ways. They've been fighting Voldemort for decades, and they're tired. They don't want new ideas. They don't want ancient magic they don't understand. They want control. And we threaten that. You are that. Draco pulled out a scroll, long, official, stamped with Ministry seals. The Order held a vote last night. Without Dumbledore. Without you. They decided. Decided what? That you and Granger are to be contained. Watched. Limited. Draco's voice was bitter. They want to take the Codex. Seal the Chamber of Night. Lock you both in Grimmauld Place until the war is over. They want to imprison us. They want to protect you. Draco's lips twisted. That's what they tell themselves, anyway. That's what they always tell themselves. Harry looked at Hermione. What do? We find the traitor. Hermione's voice was cold, colder than Harry had ever heard it. We find out who's been feeding information to the Ministry. And we stop them. How? The same way we stop everything. She pulled out the spell book. We use the magic the Blacks left us. The spell was called Veritas Vinculum Animarum, the Truth Bond of Souls. It was a variant of the spell Hermione had used before, but stronger. More invasive. It didn't just prevent lying. It forced the target to speak their deepest truths, whether they wanted to or not. Hermione. Harry started. I know. Her voice was steady. It's dangerous. It's a violation. But we need answers, Harry. And we don't have time for careful investigations. There has to be another way. There isn't. She met his eyes. The Ministry is coming. The Order is turning against us. Voldemort is bound, but not forever. We need to know who we can trust. And if the spell hurts someone? Then we heal them. Her jaw tightened. We're keepers, Harry. We balance. We don't hide from hard choices. Harry looked at Draco. You agree with this? I agree that we're out of options. Draco's voice was quiet. I don't like the spell. I don't like what it does. But I like the idea of the Ministry locking us up even less. So we do it. We do it. Harry took a breath. Then we need a target. Someone in the Order. Someone with access to information. Draco nodded. I know just the person. Mundungus Fletcher was not difficult to find. The thief was hiding in a pub in Nocturne Alley, the same pub where he'd conducted most of his illegal business for the past decade. He was drinking alone, his shabby robes stained with something that might have been wine and might have been blood. Potter? His eyes went wide. What are you, you're supposed to be? Hiding? Harry slid into the seat across from him. The Ministry raid was yesterday. We're not hiding anymore. You should be. Mundungus looked around nervously. The old guard is furious, Potter. They've been meeting in secret, planning. Planning what? To hand you over. Mundungus's voice dropped. To the Ministry. To the old families. To anyone who'll take you off their hands. The Order wants to betray us. The Order wants to survive. Mundungus took a long drink. They think you're too dangerous. Too unpredictable. Too powerful. Who's leading them? Mundungus was silent. Who asterisk? Kingsley. The word came out like a confession. Shacklebolt. He's been gathering support for weeks. He thinks Dumbledore is too soft on you. Too trusting. Harry's blood went cold. Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Auror who had protected the Prime Minister. Who had fought at the Department of Mysteries. Who had always seemed so steady, so reliable, so good. Kingsley wants us imprisoned? He wants you controlled. Mundungus met his eyes. He's not evil, Potter. He's scared. Scared of what you're becoming. Scared of what the balance might do to the world. The balance isn't going to destroy the world. Kingsley isn't sure. Mundungus looked away. And he'd rather lock you up than take the risk. Hermione stepped out of the shadows. Then Kingsley has made a grave mistake. Mundungus flinched. Granger, I wasn't. You were honest. Hermione's eyes were silver. That's more than most people have been. She raised her wand. Asterisk. Veritas vinculum animarum. Asterisk. The spell hit Mundungus like a wave. He gasped, his eyes went wide, his mouth opened. And the truth poured out. The confession took an hour. Mundungus told them everything, every secret meeting, every whispered conversation, every betrayal. Kingsley had been planning for months. Recruiting Order members who were disillusioned with Dumbledore's leadership. Building a faction that believed the war had gone on too long and cost too much. They think you're the key, Mundungus said, his voice hollow. If they control you, if they control the balance, they can end the war on their terms. What terms? Surrender. Mundungus looked at Harry. They want to negotiate with Voldemort. Give him territory. Give him prisoners. Give him you. Kingsley wants to hand me over to Voldemort? Kingsley wants to survive. Mundungus's voice cracked. He's not a traitor, Potter. He's a coward. There's a difference. Not much of one. No. Mundungus slumped in his chair. Not much of one at all. Hermione lowered her wand. The spell is done. You're free. Mundungus looked at her. You're not going to kill me? We're not murderers. Hermione's voice was cold. But we're not fools either. You're going to forget this conversation. Forget we were here. And if you tell anyone, anyone, what happened tonight, you'll kill me? We'll let Kingsley know you talked. Hermione's smile was terrible. Imagine how grateful he'd be. Mundungus went white. I won't say anything. I swear. See that you don't. Harry and Hermione walked out of the pub, leaving Mundungus shaking in his seat. He's not the traitor, Harry said, once they were back in the townhouse. No. Hermione's voice was tired. He's just a coward. A useful coward, but a coward nonetheless. The traitor is someone else. Someone closer. Someone in the inner circle. Draco emerged from the shadows. Someone Kingsley trusts. Someone who's been feeding him information about you for months. Who? I don't know yet. Draco's jaw tightened. But I have a list. Names. People who've been spending time around Grimmauld Place. People who've been asking questions about the Black Legacy. Give me the list. Harry. Give it to me. Draco handed over a scroll. Harry read the names. His hand trembled. No, he whispered. Harry? Hermione moved closer. What is it? He showed her the list. At the bottom, scribbled in Draco's cramped handwriting, was a name Harry never expected to see. Remus Lupin. Remus wouldn't betray us. Hermione's voice was fierce. He loved Sirius. He loves you. He's been helping us since the beginning. The evidence says otherwise. Draco's voice was quiet. Lupin has been meeting with Kingsley in secret. Asking about the Codex. About the bond. About the Horcrux in Harry's scar. Those aren't betrayals. Those are questions. Questions he didn't ask us. Harry's voice was hollow. Questions he should have brought to Dumbledore. To us. Instead, he went behind our backs. There has to be an explanation. Then let's find it. Harry looked at Hermione. The spell. The truth bond. We can use it on Remus. Harry. It's the only way to be sure. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Okay, she finally said. But I'm casting it. Not you. You're too close to him. I can handle it. Can you? Hermione touched his cheek. If Remus betrays us, if he's been working against us all along, can you handle that? Harry's throat tightened. I have to. No. Hermione's voice was gentle. You have to survive. Let me carry this one. Let me be the one who casts the spell and hears the truth and makes the hard choices. That's not fair. To you? Fair doesn't matter. Hermione met his eyes. The balance doesn't care about fair. It cares about right. And right now, what's right is protecting you. Harry wanted to argue. But the bond hummed, warm, certain, steady. Okay, he said. You cast the spell. Hermione nodded. Then let's go find Remus. They found him at the burrow. Remus was sitting in the garden, alone, staring at the stars. His face was gray in the moonlight, his eyes hollow. Harry. He didn't turn. I wondered when you'd come. You knew we were looking for you? I knew someone would figure it out eventually. Remus finally turned. I'm not the traitor, Harry. Not in the way you think. Then in what way? Remus was silent for a long moment. I've been trying to protect you. His voice cracked. From the Order. From the Ministry. From yourself. Kingsley wanted to imprison you. Lock you away where you couldn't hurt anyone. I convinced him to wait. To give you time. Time for what? Time to prove that you're not a threat. Remus met his eyes. Time to show the world that the balance isn't something to fear. And if we can't? Then I was going to help you run. Remus's voice was soft. Help you disappear. Find somewhere Voldemort couldn't reach you. The Ministry couldn't control you. Somewhere safe. You were going to kidnap us? I was going to save you. Tears streamed down his face. I couldn't save Sirius. I couldn't save James or Lily. But I could save you, even if you hated me for it. Harry looked at Hermione. Her eyes were brown, warm, human, hers. He's telling the truth, she said. The bond, I can feel it. He's not lying. Remus blinked. The bond lets you detect lies? It lets us feel intent. Yours isn't betrayal. It's fear. Remus's voice was bitter. I've been afraid my whole life, Hermione. Afraid of hurting people. Afraid of being hurt. Afraid of failing. You didn't fail. Not yet. Remus stood. But the Order is fracturing. Dumbledore is losing control. And Kingsley. He paused. Kingsley is desperate. Desperate people do terrible things. Like betray us to the Ministry? Like betraying everyone. Remus met Harry's eyes. He's not working alone, Harry. There's someone else. Someone inside the Order who's been feeding information to both sides, the Ministry and Voldemort. Who? I don't know. Remus's voice was frustrated. But I've been watching. Listening. And I think, it's someone close to Dumbledore. Someone he trusts implicitly. An inside man. A mole. Remus nodded. Someone who's been playing both sides for years. Someone who wants the war to continue, Because chaos serves their purpose. What purpose? Remus shook his head. That's what I haven't figured out yet. Harry looked at Hermione. Then we figure it out together. They didn't cast the spell on Remus. They didn't need to. The bond had given them the truth, not through magic, but through feeling. Remus was scared, desperate, broken, but he wasn't a traitor. He loves you, Hermione said, as they walked back through the night. Like a son. Like Sirius loved you. I know. Harry's voice was thick. That's what makes it so hard. What makes what hard? Knowing that the people who love us might still hurt us. Not because they're evil. Because they're scared. Hermione took his hand. That's the balance, she said quietly. Love and fear. Trust and doubt. Certainty and uncertainty. They're not opposites. They're partners. When did you get so wise? When I stopped being afraid of being wrong. Harry laughed, soft, surprised. I love you, he said. I love you too. They walked through the dark streets, the bond warm between them. Behind them, the order crumbled. Ahead of them, the war waited. And somewhere in the shadows, the mole watched, patient, hungry, waiting for the right moment to strike. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18, Rise of the Noble House. The announcement came at dawn 3 weeks after the betrayal. Harry stood at the window of the black townhouse, watching the sun creep over London's rooftops. The city was waking, shopkeepers opening their doors, commuters rushing to work, muggles living their lives completely unaware of the magic that pulsed beneath their feet. Beside him, Hermione slept. The bond hummed softly, content, peaceful, home. But Harry couldn't rest. The words had come to him in the night, not a dream, not a vision, but something deeper. A knowing. The balance speaking through his blood, through the codex, through the centuries of black family magic that now flowed in his veins. The noble house must rise again. Not in shadow. Not in secret. In light. You're thinking loudly? Hermione's voice was sleepy. She pushed herself up, her hair a wild tangle, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Sorry. Don't be. She patted across the room to stand beside him. What is it? I've been thinking about the blacks. About what they were supposed to be. About what we could make them. Make them? Restore them. Harry turned to face her. Not the blood purity. Not the dark magic. The original purpose. The balance. The keepers. You want to rebuild House Black? I want to give people something to believe in. His voice was steady. The ministry is corrupt. The order is fracturing. Voldemort is bound but not defeated. Everyone is looking for someone to follow, and they're following the wrong people. And you think they should follow us? I think they should follow the balance. Harry took her hands. We're not leaders, Hermione. We're not politicians. But we're keepers. We have the codex. The spell book. The crown. We have knowledge that no one else has. Knowledge is dangerous. Knowledge is power. Harry's eyes blazed. And if we share it, carefully, thoughtfully, with people we trust, we can change things. Change how? Start small. A study group. People who want to learn about the balance. About real magic, not the ministry's approved version. Harry's voice grew more passionate. Then a network. Safe houses. Communication channels that Voldemort can't penetrate. Then an army. No. Harry shook his head. Not an army. A community. People who believe in the same things we do. Protection. Balance. Choice. Hermione was silent for a long moment. The ministry will call it a cult. Let them. The order will call it a rebellion. Let them. Voldemort will call it a threat. Good. Harry's jaw tightened. He should be threatened. Hermione studied his face, the scar, the green eyes, the set of his jaw. You've changed, she said softly. We've changed. He touched her cheek. The bond. The trials. The crown. We're not the same people who walked into Grimmauld Place 6 months ago. No. Hermione leaned into his touch. We're not. So what do we say? When people ask what we're doing? When they ask what we believe? Hermione was quiet. Then she smiled. We tell them the truth. The first meeting was held in the Chamber of Night. Harry hadn't expected many people to come, a dozen maybe. I'm scared too. Harry met their eyes. We're facing something the magical world hasn't seen in centuries. A war that isn't just about light and dark. A war about the foundation of magic itself. The balance, someone said. Yes. Harry nodded. The balance. The force that keeps magic from destroying itself. The thing the Blacks were sworn to protect, before they forgot. Before the Ministry erased the truth. And you want us to protect it? I want us to learn about it. Harry looked around the chamber. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a leader. I'm just a boy who survived a killing curse and inherited a legacy I didn't ask for. You're Harry Potter. Neville's voice was firm. You're the reason we're still alive. I'm the reason a lot of people are dead. Darkness killed them. Draco stepped forward. Voldemort. The Death Eaters. The war. Not you. Harry looked at Draco, really looked. You believe that? I believe you're the best chance we have. Draco's gray eyes were steady. And I believe the Blacks were right, before they fell. The balance matters. Protection matters. Not blood purity. Not dark magic. Balance. Murmurs of agreement. Harry felt the bond pulse, warm, encouraging. We're not going to fight tonight, he said. We're not going to recruit or strategize or plan. Tonight we're going to learn. Hermione is going to teach you about the balance. About what the Blacks knew. About what the Ministry has hidden. And after? Luna asked. After. Harry paused. After you decide. Whether you want to be part of this. Whether you want to help us restore the noble House of Black, not the House of Blood supremacy, but the original house. The house that protected magic itself. You're asking us to join a new order. I'm asking you to join a new idea. Harry's voice was passionate. An idea that says magic isn't good or evil. An idea that says balance is possible. An idea that says we don't have to destroy each other to survive. The chamber was silent. Then Neville stood. I'm in. Then Luna. Then Draco. Then Pansy. One by one, the young witches and wizards rose, faces Harry recognized, faces he didn't, faces that were scared and hopeful and determined. We're in, they said. We're in. We're in. Harry looked at Hermione. Her eyes were silver, but warm. Bright with tears. They believe in us, she whispered. Now we have to earn it. The lessons began that night. Hermione stood before the crowd, the codex floating beside her, its pages turning on their own. She spoke about the balance, not as an abstract concept, but as a living force. Something that could be felt, measured, understood. The Ministry wants you to believe that magic is simple, she said. Light magic good. Dark magic bad. But the truth is more complicated. Magic is energy. It flows through everything, wizards, muggles, creatures, plants, stones. And like all energy, it seeks equilibrium. Equilibrium? Someone asked. Balance. Hermione conjured a scale, silver light forming 2 cups. When too much dark magic is performed, the balance creates light to compensate. When too much light magic is performed, the balance creates darkness to compensate. The goal isn't to eliminate one side. The goal is to keep the scale steady. But Voldemort has tipped the scale toward darkness. Hermione's voice hardened. He has performed so much dark magic, created so many Horcruxes, killed so many people, that the balance is screaming. It needs light to compensate. Desperately. Is that why Harry survived? The killing curse? Partly. Hermione looked at Harry. The prophecy, the blood protection, the love, those are all expressions of the balance. Ways the universe has tried to correct Voldemort's tipping. So we're instruments? We're participants. Harry stepped forward. The balance isn't a puppet master. It doesn't control us. It responds to us. Our choices matter. Our love matters. Our sacrifice matters. Like your mother's sacrifice? Yes. Harry's voice was thick. Like my mother's sacrifice. Like Sirius's. Like Dumbledore's, even when I didn't understand it. The room was silent. So what do we do? Neville asked. We learn. Hermione's eyes swept the crowd. We learn about the balance. About shadow magic. About the spells the Blacks created to protect it. And then? Then we fight? Then we protect. Hermione's voice was fierce. Not just against Voldemort. Against anyone who tries to tip the scales. The Ministry. The old families. The Order, if they stand in our way. You're talking about fighting our own side. I'm talking about fighting for what's right. Hermione met their eyes. The war isn't simple. The sides aren't clear. We have to find our own path, and walk it, even when we're alone. Even when we're scared? Especially when we're scared. Neville nodded. Then teach us. The lessons continued for a week. Harry and Hermione worked together, Harry demonstrating defensive spells, Hermione explaining the theory behind them. The students learned quickly, their magic responding to the ancient knowledge with an eagerness that surprised even Hermione. The balance is waking them, Nick said, watching from the shadows. Their magic has been suppressed, by the Ministry, by the schools, by centuries of fear. The Codex is helping them remember. Remember what? What they truly are. Nyx's silver eyes glowed. Not light wizards or dark wizards. Wizards. Capable of wielding magic in its purest form. Is that dangerous? Everything is dangerous. Nyx's voice was soft. But suppression is more dangerous. The Ministry's attempt to control magic, to categorize it, limit it, define it, has weakened the balance more than any dark wizard. You're saying the Ministry is as bad as Voldemort? I'm saying the Ministry has tipped the scales toward light. Voldemort has tipped them toward dark. Neither understands. That tipping is the problem. Harry watched the students practice. Their spells blending light and shadow, creation and destruction, life and death. What happens when they're ready? Then you have an army. Nyx's voice was careful. Not of soldiers, of keepers. People who understand the balance and will protect it. And the Order? The Ministry? They will call you traitors. Rebels. Dark wizards. Nyx's voice was sad. They will try to stop you. Imprison you. Destroy you. Can they? No. Nyx's voice was firm. Not if you stay together. Not if you trust each other. Not if you remember why you're fighting. Why are we fighting? To restore the balance. Nyx stepped back into the shadows. To give magic back to the world. To make sure no one, ever controls it again. The Ministry struck on the 8th day. Oris poured into the Chamber of Night, not through the entrance, but through a breach in the wards. Someone had betrayed them. Someone had given the Ministry access to the most protected space in Grimmauld Place. Kingsley, Harry said, as the Oris surrounded them. I should have known. Potter. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward, his face grim. You're under arrest. You and your followers. We haven't done anything illegal. You've been teaching unsanctioned magic. Conspiring against the Ministry. Using forbidden artifacts. Kingsley's voice was cold. That's enough. The Ministry doesn't have jurisdiction here. The Ministry has jurisdiction everywhere. Kingsley raised his wand. Come quietly. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked at him. No, they said together. The bond blazed. The chamber exploded. The battle was brief but brutal. Harry and Hermione fought side by side, their magic flowing together, amplifying each other, becoming something greater than the sum of its parts. The students fought too, their new knowledge giving them an edge the Aurors didn't expect. Stupefy. Protego. Asterisk umbra vinculum asterisk. Shadow chains wrapped around Aurors, holding them in place. Defensive spells deflected curses. The balance hummed through the chamber, ancient and approving. Potter! Kingsley shouted, struggling against the chains. You're making this worse. We're making this right. Harry walked toward him. Kingsley, I know you're scared. I know you think you're protecting people. But you're wrong. The Ministry's control, the Order's secrecy, the fear, that's what's destroying the balance. The balance is a myth. The balance is standing in front of you. Harry's voice was steady. Feel it, Kingsley. Feel the magic in this chamber. It's not dark. It's not light. It's real. Kingsley was silent. I can't. He swallowed. I can't just let you. Let us show you. Hermione stepped beside Harry. Come to the meetings. Learn about the balance. See what we're trying to build. And if I don't like what I see, then you leave. Hermione's voice was calm. No one is forcing you to stay. No one is forcing anyone to do anything. That's the point, Kingsley. Choice. Kingsley looked at the Aurors, bound in shadow chains, unharmed but helpless. You could have killed them. We're not killers. You could have run. We're not cowards. Kingsley was silent for a long moment. Release my people, he finally said. And I'll consider your offer. Harry nodded. The shadow chains dissolved. The Aurors stumbled to their feet, their wands raised, but Kingsley waved them down. Stand down. Sir? I said stand down. The Aurors lowered their wands. Kingsley looked at Harry. This isn't over. I know. But maybe. Kingsley's voice was strange. Maybe it's not the end either. He turned and walked out of the chamber. His Aurors followed. And the noble house of Black stood, bloodied, battered, but unbroken. The news spread quickly. Within days, young witches and wizards from across Britain began making their way to Grimmauld Place. Not just students, adults too. People who had felt the balance shifting. People who had known something was wrong with the Ministry's version of magic. People who were hungry for something real. We need a name, Draco said, watching the crowds gather in the entrance hall. Something that tells people what we stand for. The noble house of Black, Hermione said. Too traditional. The keepers. Too vague. Harry was quiet for a moment. The balance, he said. Just the balance. Not a house. Not an order. An idea. Draco considered. It might work. It will work. Harry's voice was steady. Because it's true. We're not fighting for power or glory or revenge. We're fighting for balance. For magic itself. And when Voldemort escapes, then we fight him. Harry met Draco's eyes. With everything we have. Every spell, every ally, every secret the Blacks left behind. And if we lose, we won't. Draco studied him. You're different, Potter. We're all different. Harry looked at the crowd, at the hopeful faces, the determined eyes, the magic that pulsed through the house like a second heartbeat. That's the point. That night, Harry and Hermione stood on the balcony of Grimmauld Place, looking out at the city. We did it, Hermione said. We actually did it. We started it. Harry took her hand. The real work is just beginning. I know. Are you scared? Terrified. Me too. They stood in silence, the bond warm between them. Hermione? Yes? Thank you. He turned to face her. For staying. For believing. For choosing me. Hermione smiled. Where else would I be? Anywhere. Everywhere. Somewhere safer. There's no safer place than with you. She touched his cheek. The balance chose us for a reason, Harry. Not because we're powerful or clever or brave. Because we're together. Because we balance each other. I don't deserve you. You deserve everything. Her eyes were silver, but warm, bright with love. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you believe it. Harry kissed her. Below them, the house hummed with magic. Around them, the balance shifted, slowly, gently, hopefully. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort raged against his chains. The noble house had risen. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry believed they might win. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Final Ritual. The Department of Mysteries smelled of dust and old blood. Harry stood in the circular chamber, the same chamber where Sirius had fallen through the veil, and felt the weight of centuries pressing against his magic. The stone walls were cold, indifferent, carved with runes that predated human language. The veil itself swayed in a wind that came from nowhere, its tattered curtain whispering secrets to the darkness. "Are you ready?" Hermione asked. "No." "Good. Neither am I." They had been planning this moment for weeks, ever since the binding of Voldemort had begun to weaken. The seal of the soul was fraying, its silver chains growing thin, and when it broke, Voldemort would be free. Angrier than before. More desperate. And Harry and Hermione would have lost their only advantage. So they had decided to strike first. The final ritual. The one the Codex had promised could destroy Voldemort permanently, not by killing him, but by sealing him. Binding his soul so tightly that even the Horcruxes couldn't free him. "The spell requires 5 components," Hermione said, reading from the Codex. "The blood of the Keeper. The blood of the Champion. A piece of the Dark Lord's soul, which we have, in your scar. An anchor to the mortal world, which the veil provides. And what?" Hermione hesitated. "A sacrifice. Willing. Freely given." Harry's blood went cold. "What kind of sacrifice? The Codex isn't specific." Hermione's voice was tight. "But the Blacks used this ritual 3 times. Each time, the sacrifice was—" "What?" "A life." Hermione met his eyes. "Not taken. Given. Someone who walked into the veil willingly, offering their soul to anchor the binding. No, Harry. We're not sacrificing anyone. Not for this. Not for anything. Then Voldemort escapes." Hermione's voice cracked. "He breaks free. He kills hundreds, thousands, before we can stop him. Is that better than one willing sacrifice? There has to be another way." "There isn't." Tears streamed down her face. "I've searched the Codex. The spell book. The Black Archives. The only way to make the binding permanent is with a willing soul." "Then I'll do it." *No star dot. "Hermione." I said no. Her voice was fierce. "You're not walking into that veil. You're not leaving me alone." "Then who?" They stood in silence. The veil whispered, "I'll do it." The voice came from the shadows, soft, tired, familiar. Harry turned. Remus Lupin stepped into the light. "Remus. I've lived a long life, Harry." Remus's voice was calm. "Longer than I ever expected. I've lost everyone I loved, James, Lily, Sirius, Dumbledore. I've watched the people I care about die, one by one. You have Tonks. You have Teddy. They'll understand." Remus stepped closer. "They'll mourn. They'll be angry. But eventually, they'll understand. This isn't your sacrifice to make. Isn't it?" Remus met his eyes. "I've spent my whole life running from death. From the wolf inside me. From the fear of hurting people. Maybe this is my chance to stop running. The ritual doesn't require a werewolf. The ritual requires a willing soul." Remus smiled, sad, peaceful, certain. "I'm willing, Harry. More willing than I'd been for anything in years." Harry looked at Hermione. She looked at the veil. "Remus," she started. "Don't try to talk me out of it." Remus's voice was gentle. "I've made my peace. I've said my goodbyes. Tonks knows. Teddy is too young to remember, but someday, Someday he'll know that his father helped save the world. There has to be. There isn't. Remus touched her shoulder. You're brilliant, Hermione. The brightest witch of your age. But brilliance can't fix everything. Some things require faith. Faith? Faith that the balance knows what it's doing. Faith that our sacrifices matter. Faith that the people we love will carry on. Hermione's eyes were silver, shadow magic rising, trying to suppress the grief. I can't. You can. Remus pulled her into a hug. You're stronger than you know. Both of you. He looked at Harry. Take care of each other. Protect the balance. And when Teddy is old enough, tell him about you. Harry's voice cracked. Tell him everything. You'll tell him. Remus released Hermione. You'll be there. You'll watch him grow. You'll teach him about his parents, about the people who loved him. Remus. It's time. Remus walked toward the veil. Harry grabbed his arm. Wait. Harry. Just wait. Harry's mind raced. The Codex said the sacrifice had to be willing. It didn't say it had to be human. Remus paused. What are you suggesting? Nyx. Harry looked at Hermione. The Shadow Phoenix. She's bound to the Black family, to the balance itself. If anyone can anchor the ritual without dying. She's not human, Harry. The ritual might not accept her. It might. Hermione's eyes widened. The Blacks used creatures in their rituals before. The Codex mentions it, rarely, but it's a risk. Everything is a risk. Harry's voice was steady. But it's better than losing Remus. Remus was silent for a long moment. You'd gamble the ritual on a possibility? I'd gamble everything on keeping you alive. Remus's eyes filled with tears. You're so like your father. So I've been told. They called Nyx. The Shadow Phoenix emerged from the darkness of the Department of Mysteries, not flying, but materializing, her silver eyes glowing, her wings spreading wide. The ritual calls, Nyx said. I have felt it stirring. The balance requires a sacrifice. Harry stepped forward. Willing. Freely given. And you wish me to provide it? I wish you to consider it. Harry met her eyes. The ritual doesn't require death. It requires a soul to anchor the binding, to hold Voldemort's darkness in place. You're bound to the balance already. You're part of it. The balance does not control me. I know. Harry's voice was soft. That's why I'm asking. Not commanding. Asking. Nyx was silent. The binding would be painful, she finally said. The Dark Lord's soul is corrupted. Twisted. Holding it would feel like holding fire. Could you survive? I could. Nyx's voice was careful. But I would be changed. Weakened. Perhaps for centuries. And if you don't do it? Then Remus Lupin walks into the veil. Nyx's silver eyes found the werewolf. His soul would anchor the binding, permanently. But he would not return. There has to be. There is always a choice. Nyx stepped closer to Harry. That is what the balance teaches. Choice. Consequence. Responsibility. What's your choice? Nyx looked at Remus. At Hermione. At Harry. I have served the Black family for centuries, she said. I have watched them rise and fall. I have watched them forget their purpose, and remember it again. I have watched you, two children who became something more. We're not children anymore. No. Nyx's voice was warm. You are keepers. And I am. She paused. I am proud to serve you. She walked toward the veil. Nyx. The binding will hold, the Phoenix said, not turning. Perform the ritual. I will anchor it. Nyx. Do it star dot. Harry and Hermione raised their wands together. The ritual required perfect synchronization, their magic, their intent, their hearts beating as one. The bond blazed between them, silver and gold, light and shadow, everything. Blood of the Keeper, Hermione said. She pricked her finger. Blood fell onto the stone floor. Blood of the champion. Harry did the same. Their blood mingled, black and red, Potter and black, together. Soul of the Dark Lord. Harry touched his scar. The pain was immediate, blazing, agonizing, consuming. Voldemort's consciousness pressed against his mind, screaming, raging. Asterisk, you cannot do this. I am immortal. I am, asterisk. You are nothing. Harry's thought was cold. Asterisk, you are a monster who forgot how to love. And we are going to seal you away forever. Asterisk. Forever is a long time. We have forever. The scar blazed, and went dark. The piece of Voldemort's soul lifted from Harry's forehead, a writhing shadow that tried to flee. Hermione's magic caught it, held it, bound it. Soul of the Dark Lord, she repeated. Sealed by the keepers. Bound by the balance. The shadow screamed. Anchor of the mortal world. The veil rippled. Nick stepped through, not into death, but into between. The space where souls waited, where magic was raw, where the balance held its breath. I am the anchor, Nick said. I am the shadow. I am the night. The shadow of Voldemort's soul reached for her. She caught it. And held. The final binding, Harry said. Now. Now. He and Hermione cast together, their wands moving in perfect synchrony, their magic flowing as one. Asterisk. Sigillum animarum aeternum. Asterisk. The seal of eternal souls. Light exploded. The Department of Mysteries shook. The veil rippled. The shadows screamed. And then, silence. Harry opened his eyes. The chamber was still. The veil hung motionless. And Nyx stood on the other side of the veil, her silver eyes glowing, her wings spread wide. The shadow of Voldemort's soul was wrapped around her like a chain, but she was holding it. The binding is complete, the Phoenix said. The Dark Lord is sealed. His Horcruxes will crumble. Without his consciousness to sustain them, they are mere objects. The Horcruxes. Destroy them. Anyway. Nyx's voice was tired. The ritual has weakened me. I cannot hold the binding forever. Perhaps a century. Perhaps two. But eventually. Eventually what? Eventually, the balance will need new keepers. Nyx's silver eyes found Harry's. Your children. Your children's children. The line must continue. Harry's throat tightened. Will you survive? I will endure. Nyx's voice was soft. That is what phoenixes do. We burn. We rise. We burn again. Nyx. Go. The phoenix stepped back into the shadows. The war is over. Live your lives. Love each other. Protect the balance. Will we see you again? Perhaps. Nyx's voice faded. When the balance needs me. When the world is dark. When the keepers call. She vanished. The veil went still. And the Department of Mysteries was silent. Remus was crying. Harry hadn't seen the werewolf cry since Sirius's funeral, but tears streamed down his face now, silent and grateful. She saved me. Remus whispered. The Phoenix. She saved me. She saved all of us. Hermione's voice was thick. The ritual worked. Voldemort is sealed. The Horcruxes will crumble. Harry nodded. But we should destroy them anyway. To be sure. Together? Together. Remus pulled them both into a hug. I'm so proud of you, he said. Both of you. Your parents would be. His voice cracked. They would be so proud. We had good teachers. No. Remus pulled back. You had each other. That's what made the difference. That's what the Blacks never understood. The bond isn't about magic. It's about love. Sirius understood. Sirius understood everything. Remus smiled, sad, but genuine. He just couldn't express it. Not until you. I miss him. So do I. Remus touched Harry's shoulder. But he's not gone, Harry. He's in the house. In the Codex. In the balance. Part of the magic that protects you. I know. Then live. Remus's voice was fierce. Live for him. For your parents. For everyone who sacrificed. So you could have this chance. What chance? The chance to be happy. Harry looked at Hermione. She looked back. We'll try, they said together. Remus smiled. That's all anyone can do. They left the Department of Mysteries as the sun rose over London. The city was waking, unaware of the battle that had been fought beneath its streets, unaware of the Dark Lord who had been sealed away, unaware of the two teenagers who had saved them all. It's strange, Hermione said, as they walked through the empty streets. The world just continues. Like nothing happened. Nothing did happen. Not to them. Harry took her hand. That's the point, isn't it? We fight so they don't have to. So they can live normal lives. So they can be happy. Hermione leaned against him. Are we happy? I don't know. Harry kissed her hair. But we're together. That's enough for now. Enough for always? Always is a long time. We have forever. Harry laughed, soft, surprised. When did you become the optimistic one? When I realized that pessimism doesn't help anything. Hermione stopped walking. Harry, the war is over. Voldemort is sealed. The Horcruxes are crumbling. What do we do now? Now. Harry paused. Now we live. Just live? Just live. He cupped her face in his hands. Go back to Hogwarts. Finish school. Get jobs. Get married. Have kids. Grow old. All of that? All of it. Harry's voice was soft. And more. Everything we couldn't do while we were fighting. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. I'd like that, she whispered. I'd like that very much. Then that's what we'll do. They walked through the sunrise hand in hand, the bond warm between them. Behind them, the Department of Mysteries faded into memory. Ahead of them, the future waited, uncertain, hopeful, theirs. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20. The New Age of Magic. 10 years later, Harry Potter stood in the entrance hall of Grimmauld Place and watched his daughter take her first steps. Lily Luna Potter Black, named for the grandmother she would never meet, the woman whose sacrifice had made everything possible, toddled across the black marble floor, her tiny hands outstretched, her dark hair sticking up in every direction. Come on, sweetheart. Harry knelt, arms open. You can do it. Lily's face scrunched in concentration. She took another step. Then another. Then she fell, directly into Harry's arms. There you are. He lifted her high, laughing as she shrieked with delight. You did it. You walked. Did she really? Hermione appeared in the doorway, her hair still wet from the shower, her smile bright. The past decade had been kind to her. The shadows that had once lurked in her eyes had faded, replaced by warmth and laughter and the quiet confidence of someone who had faced darkness and won. First steps, Harry said. You missed them. I was showering. You should have known better. Hermione crossed the room, taking Lily from his arms. The baby gurgled, reaching for her mother's face. Traitor, Hermione murmured, kissing Lily's cheek. You couldn't wait 10 more minutes? She's impatient. Like her father. She's stubborn. Like her mother. They stood together, their daughter between them, the bond humming softly, not with the desperate intensity of wartime, but with the steady warmth of a life built together. James is going to be jealous, Hermione said. He's been trying to walk for weeks. James is going to be fine. Harry wrapped his arm around her waist. He's got his grandfather's talent for dramatics. He'll probably stage a theatrical collapse when he finds out. Harry. What? It's true. Hermione laughed. The same laugh that had made him fall in love with her, all those years ago in a drafty castle corridor. We should tell them. About the war. About Voldemort. About. When they're older. Harry's voice softened. They're children, Hermione. Let them be children. There are children. They have a right to know. They have a right to be happy. Harry touched her cheek. We spent our whole childhoods fighting. I don't want that for them. We won't have a choice. The balance is stable. Harry's voice was firm. Nyx is holding. The Horcruxes are destroyed. Voldemort is sealed. For the first time in centuries, magic is balanced. Temporarily. Nothing is permanent. Harry kissed her forehead. That's what the balance teaches us. Everything shifts. Everything changes. All we can do is adapt. When did you become so philosophical? When I stopped being afraid of not knowing the answers. Hermione studied him, the scar on his forehead, faded but still visible, the green eyes that had seen too much, the smile that had somehow survived everything. I love you, she said. I know. Harry pulled her close. I've always known. The Order of the Phoenix had disbanded 5 years after the war. Not dramatically, *quietly star. The old guard had retired or moved on, their purpose fulfilled. Kingsley Shacklebolt had become Minister for Magic, tasked with rebuilding a ministry that had been fractured by corruption and fear. He had done well, not perfectly, but well. The reforms he'd implemented had given Muggleborns equal rights, restricted the power of the old pureblood families, and established the Department of Magical Balance. The department was Hermione's creation. She had fought for it for years, battling bureaucrats and skeptics and old wizards who didn't believe the balance was real. But eventually, the evidence had become impossible to ignore. Magic was shifting. The old rules were changing. And someone needed to understand why. Minister Shacklebolt wants to see us, Hermione said, as they walked through the corridors of the ministry. Something about a disturbance in the Veil Room. The Veil Room? The Department of Mysteries. Hermione's voice was careful. The Unspeakables have been monitoring Nyx's binding. They say what? That the seal is weakening. Faster than expected. Harry's blood went cold. How fast? Decades, not centuries. Hermione stopped outside Kingsley's office. Maybe less. The Unspeakables aren't sure. Then we need to prepare. We need to inform. Hermione met his eyes. The Ministry has a right to know. The Department of Magical Balance has a right to prepare. And our children? Our children will grow up in a world that understands the balance. That's more than we had. Harry took a breath. Okay. Let's talk to Kingsley. Kingsley Shacklebolt had aged well. The gray in his hair had spread, but his eyes were still sharp, his presence still commanding. He stood as Harry and Hermione entered, offering them both a nod of respect. Potter. Granger. He still used their maiden names, despite their marriage. Old habits. Thank you for coming. You said there was a disturbance. The veil is singing. Kingsley's voice was troubled. The Unspeakables have never heard anything like it. Not in all their centuries of observation. Singing how? Like a phoenix. Like Nyx. Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione. We need to see it. I was hoping you'd say that. The Department of Mysteries had changed. The corridors were brighter now, torches replaced with enchanted lights, the shadows pushed back. But the Veil Room was the same. Circular. Stone. Ancient. And the veil was moving. Not the gentle sway Harry remembered, something more urgent. The tattered curtain billowed like a sail in a storm, and from beyond it, a voice emerged. Keepers. Nyx. Harry stepped forward. We're here. The binding weakens. The Dark Lord stirs. You must, We know. Hermione moved to stand beside him. The Unspeakables told us. Decades, not centuries. Less. Nyx's voice was strained. Years, perhaps. The Dark Lord has been gathering power. Feeding on the shadows. Growing stronger, Can. You hold him? I can try. A pause. But you must prepare. The balance needs new keepers, Our children. Asterisk are too young. Too untrained. Asterisk Nix's voice softened. Asterisk but they have potential. Great potential. The blood of the lion and the mind flows in their veins. Asterisk. They're babies. They will not always be babies, the veil rippled. Asterisk time moves differently here. I have watched generations rise and fall. Your children will grow. They will learn. They will, asterisk. Fight. Harry's voice was bitter. They'll have to fight. Just like we did. Perhaps, Nix's voice was gentle. Asterisk or perhaps they will find another way. The balance does not demand repetition. It demands adaptation, asterisk. What does that mean? Asterisk it means your children are not you. Their path will be different. Their trials will be different. Their choices will be different, asterisk. Choices? The balance always offers choices, the veil stilled. That is its greatest gift, and its greatest cruelty. Harry looked at Hermione. What do? We prepare. Hermione's voice was steady. We teach our children about the balance. About magic. About choice. And when the time comes? When the time comes, we trust them. Just as our parents trusted us. Harry took her hand. Together. Always. The Black family had changed. The tapestry in Grimmauld Place's drawing room had grown, new names, new branches, new connections. Harry and Hermione's names blazed at the center, their silver thread intertwined, and below them. James Sirius Potter Black. Born 2008. Lily Luna Potter Black. Born 2010. Albus Severus Potter Black. Born 2012. 3 children. 3 potential keepers. 3 futures that had not yet been written. Grandfather Sirius would have spoiled them rotten, Hermione said, watching James chase a snitch through the drawing room. Grandfather Sirius would have encouraged them. Harry smiled. Can you imagine? Him and James, causing chaos together? Merlin help us all. Lily toddled past, her arms wrapped around a stuffed Krupp. Albus gurgled in his bassinet, his dark eyes watching everything. They're going to be powerful, Hermione said. More powerful than us, maybe. Scary thought. Hopeful thought. She leaned against him. The balance has been waiting for them. For their generation. For the choices they'll make. No pressure. No. Hermione kissed his cheek. Just opportunity. The Department of Magical Balance had grown. What had started as a small office, just Hermione and a handful of researchers, had expanded into a full ministry division. Dozens of witches and wizards worked there now, studying the balance, monitoring the veil, developing spells that could protect magic without tipping the scales. They're doing good work, Harry said, watching through the observation window. Important work. It's not enough. Hermione's voice was frustrated. The ministry still doesn't fully understand. They still think in terms of light and dark, good and evil. They still want to control. Old habits. Old fears. Harry turned to face her. Then we teach them. Slowly. Patiently. The way you taught me. You were a willing student. I was a desperate student. He took her hands. But that's the point, isn't it? People learn when they're ready. When they're scared. When they have no other choice. And when they're not ready? Then we wait. Hermione sighed. I hate waiting. I know. Harry pulled her close. But that's what keepers do. We wait. We watch. We balance. When did you get so good at this? 10 years of marriage. Only 10? Felt like a lifetime. He kissed her. The best kind of lifetime. The letter came on a Tuesday. Harry found it on his desk at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. His desk, as head Auror, a position he'd held for 6 years. The parchment was yellowed, the handwriting unfamiliar, and the seal. The seal was black wax, stamped with the crest of the house black. Harry. Asterisk you don't know me. My name is Lyra Black, and I am the last descendant of the serpent line. I have been living in hiding for 20 years, ever since the old families tried to recruit me as a child. Asterisk. Asterisk, but the balance is calling. I can feel it. The veil is weakening, and the Dark Lord is stirring, and the keepers need allies. Asterisk. Asterisk, I am coming to London. I am coming to Grimmauld Place. And I am coming to you. Asterisk. Please don't turn me away. Lyra. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he called Hermione. Lyra Black. Hermione's voice was thoughtful. I've heard that name. She's in the family tapestry, a distant cousin, several times removed. I thought she died. She's been hiding. From whom? The old families. The heir hunters. Anyone who wanted to use her blood for their own purposes. Hermione was silent for a long moment. She's coming to us. Tomorrow. Then we need to prepare. Hermione stood. The house must be ready. The wards must be strong. And we need to decide. Decide what? Whether to trust her. Harry looked at the letter. At the desperate handwriting. At the seal that had been dormant for centuries. The balance sent her, he said. I can feel it. Through the bond. The balance sends a lot of things. Not all of them are good. No. Harry met her eyes. But some of them are necessary. We'll meet her. Assess her. And then we'll decide. Harry took her hand. Together. Together. Lyra Black arrived at dawn. She was young, maybe 20, maybe 25, with dark hair and gray eyes and a face that reminded Harry of Sirius. She stood on the doorstep of Grimmauld Place, a single bag in her hand, her wand clutched so tightly her knuckles were white. Harry Potter. Her voice trembled. I've heard stories about you. Most of them are exaggerated. I doubt that. Hermione stepped forward. You're Lyra. I am. Lyra met her eyes. And you're the keeper. The one who restored the balance. I'm one of them. The mind. Lyra's voice was reverent. The lost sister's blood. The one who tamed the shadow magic. The one who survived it. Hermione's voice was cool. There's a difference. Lyra nodded. I understand. Do you? Harry stepped between them. Because if you're here to use us, to use the Black Legacy for your own purposes, I'm here to help. Lyra's voice cracked. I've been alone for 20 years. Running. Hiding. Surviving. The old families want my blood. The ministry wants my knowledge. The heir hunters want my death. So you came to us. You're the only ones who ever defeated them. Lyra met Harry's eyes. The only ones who ever stood up to the old families and won. We didn't win. We survived. Sometimes that's the same thing. Harry looked at Hermione. What do you think? Hermione studied Lyra, her magic, her intent, her soul. She's telling the truth. Hermione finally said. The bond, I can feel it. She's scared. Desperate. But not deceitful. Then she stays. Then she earns her place. Lyra nodded. I will. I swear on the Black family, on the balance itself, I will earn your trust. Good. Harry stepped aside. Then welcome to Grimmauld Place, Lyra Black. Welcome to the noble house. Lyra stepped inside. The house hummed. And somewhere beyond the veil, Nyx smiled. That night, Harry and Hermione stood on the balcony, watching the stars. Another Black, Hermione said. Another heir. Another person who needs our protection. The balance provides. The balance demands. Harry was quiet for a moment. Are we ready for this? For what comes next? I don't know. Hermione leaned against him. But we have each other. We have our children. We have the house and the codex and everything the Blacks left behind. Is that enough? It has to be. They stood in silence, the bond warm between them. Harry? Yes? I'm scared. Me too. Of what? Of the future. Of our children having to fight. Of losing the people we love. Hermione turned to face him. Then we prepare. We teach. We love. That's what keepers do. It's what we do. It's what we've always done. Harry kissed her, softly, gently, promising. I love you, he said. I love you too. Forever? Forever and always. The codex pulsed in the library. Not with warning, with anticipation. The balance was shifting again, preparing for the next generation, the next keepers, the next choices. And in the final pages of the book, pages that had been blank for centuries, new words began to form. The noble house endures. The balance holds. The keepers watch. But the deepest secrets remain, hidden by the founders themselves, waiting for those brave enough to seek. The story is not over. It is only beginning. Harry and Hermione didn't see the words. They were too busy living, chasing children, fighting dark wizards, teaching the next generation about magic and love and balance. But the Codex knew. The balance knew. And somewhere in the Chamber of Secrets, in the Room of Requirement, in the hidden places beneath Hogwarts, secrets stirred. Secrets that would one day call to the children of the Keepers. Secrets that would demand their own keepers. Their own choices. Their own sacrifice. But that is a story for another time. For now, the noble house of Black had risen. The balance was restored. And Harry and Hermione stood together, hand in hand, ready for whatever came next. End of chapter 20. End of What If Harry and Hermione Unlocked the Forbidden Legacy of House Black. The ending twist asterisk. In the final scene, the Black Codex sat alone in the library of Grimmauld Place. The house was quiet, the children asleep, the keepers resting, the balance holding. The book's cover opened by itself. Pages flipped, past the prophecies, past the rituals, past the spells that had saved the world. They stopped at a section that had never been seen before, hidden behind enchantments so old that even the first keepers had forgotten they existed. Words appeared, not in silver, not in gold, but in fire. The balance is eternal. The keepers are temporary. But the founders knew. Magic cannot be balanced by mortals alone. Beneath Hogwarts, secrets sleep. Secrets of the first magic. Asterisk secrets of the source. Asterisk. When the balance tips again. When the Dark Lord stirs. When the keepers call. The founders will answer. The codex slammed shut. The fire faded. And in the depths of Hogwarts, in chambers that had not been opened for 1,000 years, ancient eyes opened. Waiting. Thank you?